I'm Gonna Love You. O'Neill Brothers. Home to Green Valley, Book 3. Written by Virna DePaul. Narrated by Charles Lawrence. Chapter 1. Good evening, sir. Welcome back. A tall brunette with a sheet of glossy black hair and legs like a gazelle greeted Brady O'Neill at the front door of the stylish Irish. He'd handpicked Claire himself following her interview for the tavern and pub's hostess, not because she'd worn a fantastically tight mini-dress, but because she was pleasant and professional, and came with a long list of glowing recommendations. That said, if he was being honest, the mini-dress hadn't hurt, yet despite her obvious flirtations, he'd never get involved with an employee. He was too sensible for that. Or, as his brothers liked to tease, he was too much of a bore. A successful businessman running his own restaurant, just like he'd always wanted, but a bore nonetheless. And they were pretty much right. Perhaps that would change soon. Perhaps he'd get to a place where he could make time for fun and frolic, but he wasn't there yet. Mainly because, in his experience, fun and frolic always came with a price. "Call me Brady, please." Though he was glad for Claire's respect, he was still only 27 years old, not much older than she. "Brady," she bit her lip and smiled. "How are you?" "Doing well, thanks. Anything need my attention, or does Quinn have a handle on things?" Quinn was Brady's older brother and co-owner of the stylish Irish. All four of Brady's brothers had a stake in the place, although Brady and Quinn held majority interests. Brady couldn't have asked for a better business partner than Quinn, but Quinn had a lot on his plate, including managing a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend Lily, who was finishing an internship in Florida. She didn't often call during business hours, but when she did, "There's a group of ladies here looking for you. One, in particular, keeps asking when you'll be in." Claire said it with a teasing smile, though Brady saw a hint of jealousy in her eyes. He suppressed a wince, hoping that wouldn't be trouble. Being an Irish 20-something in America, he'd gotten quite a bit of attention since he'd moved here in October of last year. The last thing he needed was an employee getting proprietary with him. "Probably wants to take up an issue with me about something. Did she have the lobster bisque?" He'd been telling the cook he needed to cut back on the cream all week. "Let me hang up my coat, and I'll meet with her." "Sure thing, I'll let her know." Claire turned to greet some new guests coming through the door as Brady headed for his office. Before entering, he took a moment to glance around the restaurant. He'd suffered enough loss during the past few years to literally bring him to his knees, but this restaurant in the heart of Green Valley was his new beginning. Everything from the polished bar tops to the guests enjoying happy hour to the packed house, new kitchen equipment, updated interior design, and trendy new menu. A magnet for tourists, wine aficionados, and residents alike. "Brady," Quinn said from inside the office, turning Brady's attention from the noisy fabric of chiming glasses and clinking silverware. His brother rose from his desk chair. "It's been busy tonight, you have no idea. The crack is fantastic." "Well, you know what they say." Brady took off his coat and hung it on the hook behind his door. "God invented whiskey to keep the Irish from ruling the world. Present company. Excluded." Quinn finished the phrase for him, and they both laughed. "Though I'll be much happier when I have my queen here to rule by my side." "You talked to Lily tonight?" "A few hours ago." "All good?" Quinn grinned. "She's killing her internship, mastering the French macaron, and creating all sorts of new combinations. Coconut with dulce de leche filling, key lime with passion fruit filling, guava with cream cheese. And I'm happy for her. Happy for us both, since there's only a few more weeks before she's back in Green Valley to stay. You have the whole week after she returns blocked off for vacation. Be sure to pace yourself. Don't you worry about me. You, on the other hand." Brady groaned, knowing immediately where his brother was headed. "Not again, Quinn, please. You haven't taken time off since we opened the restaurant. And I don't want time off, big brother. I'm happy working, happy building up this beautiful business that we've started. I've told you before, lay off. But since Elizabeth, since—" Brady scowled and interrupted before Quinn could say Rian's name. "I said lay off, Quinn, and I mean it." He knew his brother meant well, but his baby girl would have been 5 years old last month, and it still filled him with guilt that he hadn't returned to Ireland for her birthday. He'd been planning on it, but the restaurant had just opened, and Brady hadn't spoken Rian's name in months, and neither had his brothers. He knew that was wrong, but he couldn't deal with it. Not right now, and he silently pleaded with his brother to understand that. Quinn hesitated, sighed, then smacked Brady's shoulder. "Fine. See you out there, maggot." He walked out of the office while Brady sat at his desk and began sorting through some paperwork. After several minutes, he stood and stretched, then turned when he heard Quinn say, "Excuse me, miss." Out in the hall, Quinn had just bumped into a beautiful woman on her way out of the restrooms and squeezed past her. The young woman stood flustered for a minute, as though gathering the nerve to say something. She glanced at the wall full of framed photos of Ireland, then at Brady. She was beautiful. Her eyes were fantastically green, her looks natural. The girl didn't need any makeup, though she wore a small amount of lip gloss. "So it's true what they say." She flashed him a flirty smile, her heart-shaped face framed by chestnut-brown hair that fell in soft waves over bare, tan shoulders. "What do they say?" He raised an eyebrow. "You are better looking than Quinn." His eyes widened at her boldness. Not that he believed her, but he was pleased in spite of himself. All their lives, women had loved flirting with Quinn, before and after he was a former professional rugby player. Granted, Brady, with his 1.98 meters of hulking height and blue eyes, hadn't exactly suffered when it came to female attention. But this woman was gorgeous, and bold enough to go after what she wanted. Was she the woman Claire had spoken of, waiting to talk to him? "May I help you?" he asked. And just like that, images of how he could help her popped into his head, and he was almost staggered by the intense desire that swept through him. He was overtaken by wild impulses he hadn't felt in years, and the suddenness of it all made him dizzy. "Actually, yes." Her voice was husky and tinged with nerves. Taking slow steps toward him, she slinked in a miniskirt, her legs fan-freaking-tastic in black, strappy heels. Frozen, heart tripping over itself, Brady swallowed hard. The scent of lemon body lotion preceded her. Then she lifted herself onto tiptoes, reached up for him, and coiled her small hands behind his neck. She leaned toward him, jerking to a stop when Brady put his hands on her waist and held her back. Her eyes widened and flashed with uncertainty, then embarrassment. "I'm so sorry," she said, trying to pull away. "No," Brady said. The instant he'd touched her, confirmed how soft she was despite being so firm and fit. Any resistance he'd felt at this stranger kissing him had melted away. He tugged her forward another fraction of an inch. "Don't be sorry. Go ahead," he said, his voice soft. She studied him for a second, her expression still uncertain. But when he whispered, "Do it," she closed the small distance between them. Their lips locked in a shocking, warm embrace. Her breath smelled faintly of strawberry lip gloss with a hint of beer, but it wasn't unpleasant. On the contrary, his body lit up. This girl, whoever she was, maybe drunk, maybe not, appealed to a part of Brady's mind that had lain dormant for so many months now. He inhaled her unique scent and returned her kiss like she might disappear in a plume of smoke, never to be seen again. His mouth slanted across hers. But then her hands lost contact with his shoulders as she pulled away. His breaths were ragged against hers as she dotted his lips one last time with a soft kiss, a period at the end of a sultry sentence. "Wow," she said. "You can say that again," he said, voice hoarse. "Wow, wow," she said with a smile, though her flushed skin and the desire gleaming in her eyes told Brady she'd been far more affected by their kiss than she was letting on. "Anyway, thanks." After turning and heading back out to the main house, she left Brady feeling like his whole world had imploded. His fists clenched at his sides in an effort to keep himself in check because all he wanted was to rush after her, pull her into his arms, and finish what she'd started. He closed his eyes and took a deep, calming breath. A minute later, Quinn's face peered at him in complete disbelief, jaw hung open. I take it that was not another complaint about the lobster bisque. Just barely returning to his senses, Brady shook off the attack of the strawberry lips and shrugged. His mind and body were a Porsche 911 that'd been turned on, fired through gears from 1 to 60 in 3 seconds flat, then abandoned by the driver to soar off a cliff. What a fiery one. Clearly, he'd been the victim of a kiss and run, and the only thing he could think was he'd been the subject of a girly bet of some kind. Quinn chuckled. Well, looks like I might not have to bug you about your non-existent social life after all. Because he was still reeling from the close encounter, and because all he wanted to do at the moment was push Quinn aside and go after the woman who just rocked his world, Brady forced out a chuckle. What good is being a pub owner if I can't be tipped for my hard work every now and then? Right. Still grinning, Quinn leaned against the doorway and cocked a brow. Brady lasted another 30 seconds before he couldn't stand it anymore. Pushing past Quinn, he strode out of the office and scanned the restaurant for 2 seconds before Quinn bumped his shoulder. Go talk to them. Them? Brady followed Quinn's gaze to a group of women in the corner of the room being heavily surveyed by most of the men in the tavern. One was Dara, the girl his brother Connor had dated last year right after they'd arrived in America. 2 lasses he didn't recognize. And the fourth? Kissing girl beamed at him as her friends all giggled at their staring contest. Clearly, they'd been told what had transpired. She'd kissed him, and all he wanted in the world in that moment was to sweep her away and kiss her again. Go talk to her, Quinn nudged him back to the present. His reply was automatic. I can't. And why not? You're not dead, brother. No, dead was definitely not the word to describe Brady. He was all too aware that unlike his sweet Rian and his mam and dad, he was very much alive, though not truly living either. Not the way he'd once lived. But that was fine. Brady had explored his wild side before Elizabeth, before Rian, before he'd become the family man he needed to be, wanted to be. So what if at times he'd had doubts about whether he and Elizabeth were right for each other? He'd loved Elizabeth, and he'd been faithful to her. He'd tried to give her what she needed after Rian had died. He'd failed, but he wouldn't fail again. That meant he'd do right by his brothers, by the memory of his mam and dad, by himself. He'd make a huge success of the restaurant, and even when he started having fun again, he'd make sure he never let down another woman again. The easiest way to do that was by not getting seriously involved with one, even a stranger with a propensity to kiss and run. But Quinn wouldn't let it go. You need to go out and play more, Margaret. I have a lot to figure out and a lot to do before I play again, Brady said. But Lord, the idea of playing with Kissing Girl. No one's asking you to go get married again, Brady, least of all her. Just start with hello or some such nonsense. She obviously wants to have fun with you. Plus, you never know. She may be in a darker place than even you. You might be just what she needs. Looks like she's doing just fine without me, he said, and forced his gaze away from her. He walked behind the bar, where Pedro, the bartender, and Sean, Brady's younger brother, had obviously been eavesdropping. Looks can be deceiving, you know, Pedro said as he reached past Brady for one of the still-warm dishwasher glasses. Excuse me. That's right, Sean piped up. What's wrong, Brady? Lost your nerve? He taunted. Ah, even the baby of the family was taking shots at him, and it poked at Brady's ego. What's the big deal? Since when did talking to a pretty girl scare him so much? Take charge, just like she took charge of you. Scoped you out in the hallway and waited for you. Then, when the time was right, she snogged you. Unable to help himself, his gaze found her again, but this time her focus was on her friend. His heart thumped wildly, and his fingers itched to bury themselves into her hair. The urge was so overwhelming that he deliberately turned away again, but that only made him want her all the more. "A girl like that," Sean said, "you don't want to keep her waiting, or she'll think you have no drive. You have to—" "I know how to pick up a woman," Brady said with a scoff. "I'm just not interested." God, what a bloody liar he was. But the girl had thrown him into a tailspin. He relished the sensation, even as he worried that giving in would simply make him crave more and more of it. Of her. "Don't bite my head off, eh? Once more under the breach, dear friends. Once more," he boomed before turning to the sea of patrons cluttering the bar. "Quit quoting Shakespeare to me, you goon. Or any of your other poets," Brady groused. Secretly, he was proud of Sean's interest in books and studies and poetry. He just started classes at a local college, and the guy was by far the smartest of them all. But the last thing he needed was his little brother worrying about his love life. "I will when you embrace your romantic side again, Brady." When Brady pretended to lunge for him, Sean danced away, then leaned his palms onto the bar. "What'll it be, ladies?" he said, smiling at a pair of beauties. But the women Sean talked to had nothing on Kissing Girl. Brady swept a hand through his hair, recalled the feeling of her lips on his. He had to know her name, at the very least. He put down his clipboard and launched around the bar, but before he could make his move, she was there, blocking his way. Boom. "Hi." Her smile was the setting sun on the last summer day. "Hello." He cleared his throat, then gave her his most gallant smile. "Did you win your bet?" She bit her lip and glanced down, caught red-handed. "Yes, I did, actually. I'm sorry I used you." She didn't look a bit sorry, but the last thing Brady wanted was an apology for the way she'd lit him up. "Use away. Customer satisfaction here at the Stylish Irish is our first priority." She laughed, and Brady caught Sean's eye. "See, I don't need lessons in how to flirt from you, maggot." Sean grinned and rolled his eyes. "I won $20, Kissing Girl continued. "So I figured the least I could do was come introduce myself. Name's Anna Kincaid." Anna Kincaid. What a great name. His hand melted into her touch. "Anna," he said, testing out her name on his tongue. He liked it. "Brady O'Neill, co-owner of this fine establishment." She cocked her head. "I knew that. We all know that. Kind of hard to ignore the new Irish boys in town. And even if I hadn't known who you were, you gave off that air of authority the moment you walked in." Brady laughed. "Is that so?" "Oh, yeah. You strolled in, half the room stared at you, and it was like you were thinking, 'That's right, this joint.'" She giggled. Brady's mind flew into a tizzy. Anna was only a tiny bit ossified, not quite yet drunk, so something told him this was her usual self. "Care to join me and my friends tonight?" Brady was amused. Was her bravado a side effect of being so tiny around big men? The need to compensate? Or had she always been this forward all her life? Whatever it wasn't very common, and every nerve ending in his brain tingled at the possibilities. When he didn't respond right away, she shook her head. "Ugh, it's the beer talking," she shied back sheepishly, crossing her tanned legs in the most appealing way. "Forget I said anything." "No." He reached out and took hold of her fingertips, then quickly let go. "I liked it, just like I liked your kiss." "Yet you hesitated when I first tried to kiss you." "I was just taken off guard." "And you like to look before you leap?" "It's the smart thing to do, so—" "What were you thinking? Where might we and your girlfriends go, even if I could leave early on such a crowded night?" "The spring." "How do I know this isn't just a ploy to take off with my wallet?" Anna feigned offense. "Mr. O'Neill, I'm 5'2". You really think I would try my criminal hand against a giant such as yourself?" Brady grinned. But as much as he wished he could take off, he'd only just arrived to work. He had responsibilities and people who were counting on him. "It would be grand if you would, actually, but I really can't." Without thinking, he reached out and fixed a strand of her brown hair that had gone awry. "I'm sorry." "Oh." "I'd love to some other time. There's just a load of work here, so—" He knew he was being foolish, but he couldn't force himself out of his rut. Something was stopping him, and he didn't quite know what it was. "Wow, so that's really a no, huh?" she shrugged. "You're lost then?" "No doubt, love." Brady dutifully picked up his clipboard. He felt terrible for turning her down, and once again thought how foolishly dull he was being. "It was nice meeting you, Anna." "What about me? I'll go then." Sean sidled up to them both. "If you won't." "Go away, Sean," Brady muttered. "Besides, I thought you had eyes for your new English teacher. Juliana, wasn't it?" Sean's gaze flickered, but he didn't miss a beat. "Yeah, well, as you've taken great pleasure in reminding me, she is my professor, for now, until she's not. Well," he flashed Anna a roguish smile. "Miss, you picked the wrong man, or rather the wrong boy child. A real man would never turn down a beautiful woman. I'll gladly accept on his behalf." Anna gave them both an appreciative laugh and said, "I think we're about the same age, Sean, and I admit I have a fondness for older men." "I have a feeling Professor Juliana will say I'm too young as well," he said good-naturedly. "But from her, at least, that won't be an acceptable answer." Anna shook her head and smiled at Brady, but it was clear Brady had disappointed her. Maybe Quinn was right. Maybe Anna was in a dark place too, and needed a night to forget her past and enjoy the good things life had to offer. She'd gone and chosen him, of all the men in the tavern, and he'd gone and rejected her. "Anyway, Brady," she sank back the rest of her beer and set the empty glass on the counter, offering up one last radiant smile. "We'll be at Giovanetti Springs if you change your mind. Thanks for the kiss." She waltzed off, joining her friends, putting on their jackets, and together they slipped back into the chilly night. "What's this, then?" Quinn appeared by his side, drying a whiskey tumbler. "Our brother turned down a goddess. Keep calm and carry on." Sean shook his head begrudgingly and returned to tending bar. Quinn stared at him with disbelieving eyes. "Go. We'll cover for you." Brady felt paralyzed. Recently, life had done a number on his brain. First, about 3 years ago, his daughter fell victim to complications of a congenital heart defect at just over a year of age. His little girl, his princess, his baby, dead. Grief had taken a toll on his marriage, which had already been shaky, and a year later Elizabeth, unable, or unwilling, to handle the aftermath, jumped ship, leaving a note on their bed and wire hangers in the closet. Then came his parents' restaurant fire, destroying everything. Then Dad's deadly heart attack. Then last fall, his mam, Maggie Phillips O'Neill. The rock, the glue, the one to keep them all together. Gone. How much stress could one person take? What had he left but his brothers and a new 4-bedroom house and no daughter or wife to speak of? And so Forestville became his new home, the perfect place to forget his troubles, start a new life. The new restaurant represented everything that was going well so far in this new land. Yet, at every turn, Brady held his breath. "I've suffered enough, Lord. Please, no more tragedy." Sensing his torment, Quinn laid a hand on his shoulder. "Nobody can tell you when it's time to move on, brother. Only you can do that. I say go, live a little, have fun. It's the only way to get rid of your ghosts." Brady caught the crook of concern in his brother's lips, and though Quinn had been saying the same thing for months now, it was as if his words finally penetrated. What was wrong with going out just one time? Forget about life for a while. Romp in a warm spring under a glittering, starry night. He wasn't dead, so why act it? He may have been a tortured man, but he wasn't a fool. Anna Kincaid possessed something in her soul the other local women didn't. Adventure, swagger, radiance. Where had she been hiding all this time? Why hadn't he seen her around Green Valley before? "I'll open shop tomorrow." Brady headed to his office, grabbed his coat, and left for Giovanetti Springs, his chest lighter than it had felt in a long time. Chapter 2. I can't believe he didn't bite." One of Anna's old friends from high school, Robin, liked to punctuate her sentences with a click of her tongue. The crackling bonfire's light danced off her high cheekbones and blonde bob. Bethany's eyes widened. "So weird." "No kidding," Dara mumbled. "I thought all the O'Neill boys would bite. I know Connor did." She pursed her lips, savoring the memory. Anna laughed, even as she remembered how nervous she'd been approaching Brady. But her friends were always going on and on about how cute Brady O'Neill was. She'd finally join them for drinks at the tavern tonight to see what he looked like. And then a couple of beers turned into a bet. Then, boom. Kiss with a hot guy. "Dara, you can't talk about Connor that way anymore. He's a taken man now." I know," Dara said sadly. Bethany stared into the fire. "Those boys have been here less than 6 months, and already 2 of them are on their way to being married. Wonder who will be next." "I don't know about marriage, but finding girlfriends didn't take long." Dara laid her head on Bethany's shoulder. "At least for Quinn and Connor. The twins are obviously still sowing their wild oats. But Brady hasn't dated at all as far as I know, and Connor was strangely tight-lipped about him when we dated. Although he'd shot her down, she held hope that she'd enticed him enough with her kiss and her invitation to warrant a second thought. Then again, if Brady didn't casually date the way his younger brothers did, if he took after Quinn and Connor instead, and was interested in commitment and relationships and such, well, it was best he'd turned her down after all. At this point, the only thing she wanted was to pack as many experiences as she could into her life, hence her remission mission. 4 years ago, doctors had removed an unexpected stage 3 tumor from Anna's lung. She was only 19 at the time, and while no more tumors had shown up on the scans since, the somber fact was that cancer was a force to be reckoned with in her family. Uncle Norm died from it, Dad died from it, and Mom lived with benign tumors all her life. Cancer's return would always haunt her. Day to day, Anna lived with the prospect that it might return with a vengeance, and then her time would be up. It wasn't fair to trick a guy into falling in love with her when there was a good chance her life might be cut short. "But Anna," Dara said, "experiencing love at least once in your life is important. Even I know that. That way you know what love songs and romance novels are all crowing about. It doesn't have to last forever, but at least you got to know love." Coming from Dara, that was extraordinarily sentimental. But she did bring up a valid point. "I almost think it's better not to know, so I'm not heartbroken when I have to go. I'm fine. I don't need a man tonight. Seriously, only the right man had never seemed to come along." Or maybe it was just that she'd been too busy the past few years to truly notice if he had. Busy dealing with her illness. And now busy running her business. Adventours, Anna's eco-tour company, offering hiking, rock climbing, canoeing, zip-lining, and bonfire parties like this one, would be celebrating its 2nd year this Memorial Day. She was proud of their superb service and hospitality. Every reviewer on TripAdvisor mentioned how they had the nicest, most knowledgeable tour guides in all of Central California. But the enterprise took up her every waking moment, which was why she hadn't even stepped foot in the stylish Irish or seen Brady O'Neill before tonight. "Better luck next time, Anna." Bethany stretched her white, sunless legs in front of her. "Thanks." The bonfire swirled her beer buzz, making her giddy and present. She almost didn't hear the quiet engine, accompanied by the crunching of gravel, making its way toward them through the thicket of trees. Someone's there. Anna adjusted her vision to the darkness beyond the bonfire, watching as a silver C-Class Mercedes-Benz inched its way into the clearing. Well, at least it wasn't Sonoma County Police, though Anna did possess the required license for bonfires on the area's lakes and springs. Her heart picked up speed. They all stood and waited for the visitor to make his or her presence known. The driver put the car into park, and the engine cut off. Once again, they were in the cacophony of nightly sounds, crickets, crackling fire, and the soft lapping of water against the shore. Anna waited with bated breath. From inside the Mercedes, The towering form of Brady O'Neill appeared, closing his door and trudging over to them. "Ooh, you're in trouble now," Dora cooed behind her. "Shut up," Anna grunted, then called out, "Hey, you made it!" Brady shoved his hands in his pockets. He looked like a model from a men's fashion magazine with those dark pants and navy button shirt. "I can be sensible." He paused a few feet away. "Sorry about before. I was in pull-your-socks-up mode at the tavern." Anna stared at the titan before her. She couldn't believe she'd kissed this beautiful man. What would she do without beer to give her confidence? "I have no idea what that means, but pull up a chair." She motioned to the log opposite theirs. The girls all sat, so it wouldn't look like Brady was facing a jury. "It means my mind was on work when you all were there. Sorry I was a bit of a frump. Not usually that way." He set himself down on the log, knees drawn up to his chest. He looked like a handsome ogre sitting on a twig. "We didn't think you were," Dora said. "Right, girls?" Bethany shook her head. "Definitely not." "No, of course not. Brady, care for a beer?" She reached into the green cooler for a frosty brown bottle.
"Sure, I'll take one. Thanks."
He reached across Anna, smiling slightly, his blue eyes taking her in completely. He smelled of a man's coat and light cologne that had begun wearing off hours ago. Anna's senses swirled, and it wasn't the beer intoxicating her. She gulped. "Yes, we were this close an hour ago. Thank you for the reminder." With one giant hand, Brady pressed his palm against the bottle cap and twisted it off like it was made of rice paper. Anna stole a quick glance at the label to confirm they weren't twist-off bottles, and nearly snorted when the other girls did the same. "So," she swallowed quietly, "what brings you out here?" "Skinny dipping, Anna, obviously," Dora muttered into her shoulder. Brady grinned, then took a sip of his beer.
"Definitely skinny dipping. Or would you rather I tell you I came to hear the song of the crickets and the snap of this fantastic bonfire in the silence of the night? Personally, I'd take honesty over lies any day."
"So true," Bethany said, getting up and brushing off her skirt. "Unfortunately, girls, I have to go." "Where are you going?" Robin pleaded. "I have to get up early, morning shift tomorrow, and HR has been adamant about tardiness at the hospital lately, so I need my beauty sleep." "Well, you're my ride, so I guess I'm out of here too." Robin sank back the rest of her beer, collected the multitude of bottles lying around the sand, and scurried to the garbage bin by the bushes. "See you, girls." "Bye, Robin. Bye, Bethany." Anna waved at them. Dora stood too, but gave Anna a look. "Should I stay?" Since Anna had met the girls at the restaurant, Dora had a choice. Go home in Anna's car or Bethany's. Her pointed look sent Anna a clear message. She would stay purely for her safety, as her wing woman, if she felt uncomfortable being alone with Brady. After everything Dora had said about the O'Neill boys, Anna knew Brady was safe to be around. "I'll call you tomorrow," she said to Dora, who nodded and waved goodnight to them, joining the others out in their car already waiting on the road. "So, why did you decide to come, really?" "Because you look sad to me," she said, feeling bolder for questioning his feelings than for kissing him. "At the pub, and even now, your brothers are all cheerful. It was a party watching them work, but you—"
"I'm cheerful,"
he said indignantly. "Are you?" Anna kicked off her sandals and rubbed her feet together in front of him.
"Indeed I can be."
Brady's blue eyes reflected the dancing fire. He reached down and took one of her feet into his mighty hands, pressing it gently and caressing it from all sides. By God, if he wasn't purely perfect. "Ah, you can be," Anna challenged. "That's not the same thing. Show me how you can be cheerful."
"You first."
This was it, the start to her momentous night. Chapter 3. The spring, no larger than a football field, was flanked by cedars, dogwoods, and some type of oak, Brady wasn't sure which. Hundreds of stars twinkled in the sky, and as he dipped his head back into the water, a thin streak of meteorite
burned down through the atmosphere. It just didn't get any better than this. Brady did an excellent job thinking of nothing else. Only this lovely evening and girl named Anna, so youthful, full of spirit, and keen on him. The universe was giving him an extraordinary gift tonight. He was very glad he'd come. Thanks, Quinn, and even Sean, for the encouragement. Marvelous, he whispered. Isn't it beautiful? Anna waded toward him. I try coming out here at least once a month. He reached for her, but she shrieked and dove under water, coming up for air, still giggling. He loved her playful vibe. Anna had a zest for life that was as contagious as it was invigorating. Anna disappeared underneath the water again, swam around him, touching his legs for support, then swam back. So, what would he talk about with this lovely sprite he barely knew, assuming she wanted to talk at all? So, Anna waded closer until her thin fingers reached his forearms, curling around them, sending little electric shivers up his arms. Relax. Have fun, Brady. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I was drawn to you the moment you walked into the pub tonight. Some say your older brother is better looking, but for me, definitely you. Thanks, love. And you were clearly on my radar from the moment you peeked into my office. I was taken aback by the surprise kiss, though, I must say. She shrugged, her gaze lowered on his mouth. Don't you think so much time is wasted when you first meet someone? Like, why can't we just get to the point? I don't know, Brady said. I sort of fancy getting to know people before Before you... she prompted him. Before we swim, he finished with a smile. He didn't want to move too quickly. If he dragged it out right, it would be better for both of them. Still, there was no need to tell her that. I can't stay long, he said, marveling at her perfect doll face moving toward his, her lips only a few centimeters away. If I'm not back at the restaurant by closing, my brothers will pitch a fit, so we may need to hurry. Not true. He had a free pass, but he needed to see how badly she wanted him. Anna pouted. Aw, I was hoping you'd stay longer. I suppose I could stay a bit, but I don't know. I can't really tell that you're into me. Brady held back a grin. If I didn't know better, I'd say you have me in your friend zone. Anna laughed. Shut up. And then, in one move, she pulled him down until their lips were reunited, and it was even better than the first time. In an instant, Brady forgot everything. The move to the U.S., his dark past, the rut he'd been in for the last few years. He drank her in to the brim. There was nothing more to think about. They fit perfectly, as if they'd been kissing together their whole lives. Brady, she murmured against his lips, her fingers raking into his hair. She gripped at it, desperately trying to pull him in closer. Yes? How long can you hold your breath? She asked, though he was satisfied that her words were husky, that she struggled to get in enough air. But what was she going on about? He pulled away, staring into her golden-green eyes. What? She laughed. I just want to know. Holding my breath underwater gives me a rush. Doesn't it for you? Try it with me. Sucking down a huge gulp of air, Anna disappeared under the surface. He sucked in a deep gulp of air. Underwater, he could see the contours and curves of her, but he couldn't hold his breath for more than 40 or so seconds, especially since he'd been losing it to begin with, just by being with her. He broke the surface to wait for her. After a minute, she still hadn't come up, and a minute after that, she stopped moving. Ugly thoughts began to enter Brady's mind, and suddenly it wasn't fun anymore. Why wasn't she coming up? What was taking her so long? He grabbed her by the arm and shook her. Anna, that's enough. She didn't respond. He immediately dove under to fetch Anna from the water. Her eyes were closed, and she looked frighteningly still. But as soon as he shook her, she jolted awake and shot to the surface. Brady was more than surprised to find that she began laughing. How could she with such little breath left? Whoa, I think I broke my record. What the hell? He spit water and raked a hand through his hair. Why would you do that?
It's not harmful. You push yourself to the brink, and then you let yourself go. There's no harm in it, Brady. It's the perfect way to feel awake and totally within a moment.
This chick was complete bollocks, but it exhilarated him. Just worrying for her, shooting underneath the water, made him feel alive like he hadn't felt in ages. Was this what she would do to him if he saw her again? The thought made him frown. Why was he thinking of seeing her again? That wasn't what this was about. This was about tonight, this moment. No other expectations than that. You are mad as a goat, you know that? He whispered, smashing his kiss against hers.
Never knew this could feel so good. Never knew.
He froze, rooted where he stood. This? Slowly he pushed her away from him, as it all dawned on him.
Chapter 4.
Anna?
Yes, Brady?
Anna, are you...
She opened her eyes and looked at him. Withholding information was one thing, but she didn't want to outright lie to him either. She sighed. Yes, but so what?
So what? He repeated. So what?
He looked to be in physical pain for a second before he gently pushed her away again. Her first instinct was to cling to him, but the look on his face, the fact that he obviously didn't feel the same connection that she did, caused her to give him what he wanted. She let go and backed away. Why do you look like you've just seen the Loch Ness Monster? Suddenly she felt very cold. You're overreacting.
Am I? I am the one overreacting.
The Loch Ness Monster would be more believable at this point, pet. I'm not trying to trap you, not trying to start a relationship with you. I don't want a boyfriend.
I know you say that now, pet, but...
He continued to back away from her, clearly heading for shore. She narrowed her eyes at him. But I don't know my own mind. Is that it? What are you going to do? Pat me on the head next? He put more distance between them, even as he avoided eye contact.
I'm sorry, he added,
finally looking at her apologetically, then waded back to her. For a moment Anna thought he'd changed his mind, but instead of taking her into his arms, he leaned down and kissed her right in the center of her forehead, like she was a child. It wasn't as bad as a pat on the head, but it was close.
Ugh. It's late, Anna. I think we should head out now.
Turning, he sloshed back to shore. If he was cold, he didn't show it. He collected his things and then stood there, waiting for her.
Anna, come out.
You can leave, she said, even as she crept toward the shore. When he continued to stand there, anger brewed inside her. Please go. I don't need a hero to wait for me. I know these parts better than you do. She waved him away.
I'm not leaving you here by yourself, Anna, he said,
and his stance and voice told her he meant business. Fine, she snapped. Wait in your car and keep your eyes averted. Do you think you can do that, Brady, given that you're a proper gentleman and all? She practically sneered the last words, and she saw him stiffen. His jaw clenched. But she was hurt and embarrassed, and it was starting to get cold. She'd wanted to feel alive tonight, and all she felt now was dejected. Brady hesitated another few seconds. Then he finally turned and walked toward his car. When he was out of her direct field of vision, she ran out of the water and grabbed a towel, wrapping it around herself, shivering. In a flustered huff, she went around collecting her things and getting dressed. As she was throwing sand on the fire, she was acutely aware that Brady was in his car now, window open, engine idling, parked 10 feet down from her Jeep near the roadway, close enough to hear and help her if she needed assistance, but far enough away to make a quick getaway. He was averting his gaze, just like she'd asked. Why had he had to go and ruin things? She walked toward her car and was almost there when she spotted something still on the ground. Brady's tighty-whitey underwear. She certainly wasn't going to call it to his attention or get anywhere near him. She should leave it there after what he just did. But a bonfire was scheduled for this beach tomorrow, and the last thing she needed was a customer complaining about abandoned underwear. She snatched the offending garment off the ground and stuffed it in her bag. Then, without a word to Brady, she got into her Jeep, started the engine, and drove by him without giving him a backward glance. It was just too bad she couldn't control her emotions as easily, or stop the tears of frustration and embarrassment she cried as she drove away. Brady O'Neill was pompous, and she was lucky to have figured that out. It was just too bad that thoughts of him wouldn't leave her be. It was even affecting her at work, and that made her angry most of all. Brady invaded her thoughts even when she was talking to potential clients coming through Green Valley. That morning, one couple stopped to inquire about prices, and Anna messed up the costs, quoting ziplining as the cost of rafting and hiking as the cost of the campfire. It was Robin, who wasn't just her friend but also one of her guides, all smiles and reassuring, who made excuses for her lame brain, telling the customers she was the new girl. The new girl! When she was the owner, she felt like a fool. That's probably why she'd finally caved to Robin's questioning and told her what had happened, something she'd been reluctant to do. But now that the cat was out of the bag, "I'm sorry, Anna. It's okay." After office hours, she packed up, ready to go home, but her heart still felt restless. She told Robin to go ahead and leave, and once Anna was alone, she changed into running gear and went for a long jog through the woods. The trees were set on an incline leading up to her favorite cliff overlooking the valley, and it was a hard climb, let alone run. But Anna was the fittest she'd ever been in her life. She pushed herself harder and faster, anything to eradicate this crappy feeling in her chest. She'd never been so bold as she'd been last night, and she'd never been rejected either. When she reached the top of the cliff, she glanced around her favorite valley, satisfied that she'd exerted all her pent-up energy. Back at her Jeep, she slid into the driver's seat and noticed her bag, still packed with her things from last night. She bit her lip, then reached for the bag and unearthed Brady's underwear. She should really burn the thing. Or... As soon as she had the reckless thought, she was filled with a feeling of excitement, and it was as if she could breathe freely again for the first time since Brady O'Neill had rejected her. Swiftly, she cranked on the car's engine and drove off in the opposite direction from home, straight to the stylish Irish. It was just past 6 in the evening, but the parking lot was full when she pulled in. She hesitated only briefly before gathering her nerve and marching up to the front door. Yanking it open, she stormed right in and scanned around for Brady. There he was, in the back, talking to a male server. "Hey, Brady!" Anna shouted, as everyone, from diners sitting at the tables, to patrons at the bar, to the waitstaff and the hostess standing right in front of her, to Brady himself, looking bewildered, turned their heads to gawk at her. "You left these on the beach last night," she said, stretching the enormous tighty-whities out and up in the air for all to see. At first there was silence, save for the clanking of silverware. Then the first sound she heard was the giraffe of a hostess right in front of her, covering her mouth with one hand. "Oh, my God," she mumbled. The girl turned to look at Brady, obviously wondering what action she should take. As a few men broke into peals of laughter, Brady plowed through the restaurant all the way up to Anna, who stood holding her ground. "What are you doing?" he said, swiping the underwear out of her hands. "Are you mad?" Was she? A wave of uncertainty washed over her. Would it have been okay for a guy to do this to her? At her place of employment? No. But she hadn't exactly been thinking clearly when she'd stormed in here. She'd been operating out of hurt because the man had completely rejected her. And now she'd just made a bigger fool of herself. "Brady, Brady took her arm and guided her outside to the parking lot, where he flung the underwear into a neatly clipped hedge. "That wasn't cool," he barked. Yeah, she'd been about to admit that, but in the face of his anger, her own ire rose again. "Yeah? Well, neither was what you did." "And by what I did, you mean respect you?" "No. Nothing should have changed when you found out. In fact, you could have respected me by honoring my wishes." "That," he pointed at her, "makes absolutely no sense. You have got to be off your nut, love. But then again, I should have realized that from the moment you kissed a perfect stranger. I mean, who does that?" "Stop calling yourself perfect," she said. "And I do that." she thought. If you knew your chance at life might be prematurely severed, you would too. If you thought I was off my nut or whatever, then you're just as crazy for following me out to the spring. You were no gentleman to turn down a lady and leave me there all by myself. She huffed all the way back to her Jeep.
First of all,
He was right behind her, leaning one hand against the Jeep, hovering over her. God, why did he have to be so infuriatingly tall and gorgeous?
I waited until you were in your car. I never would have left you truly alone. And secondly, you lied to me.
I did not lie to you.
Actually, you withheld that information, which is the same as lying.
You're no one to talk, Brady. You didn't tell me you were rude and said sexist things, but you didn't see me running off like a baby at the first sign of fear. See? Same difference. You don't know the first thing about me, what I need, what I dream about, or anything.
Exactly my point, love. I don't know you, and your first time should be with someone who does.
Why? Because you decided so? I was obviously stupid to choose you. Yes, you're handsome, and I was attracted to you. But like I said, I'm not looking for a boyfriend. He remained quiet as his sapphire eyes pinned her motionless for a few moments. What was it about them that kept her under his spell? She plowed underneath his arm and rounded the Jeep to the driver's side. He followed her.
I was having a great time until I realized you deserved better.
She felt thrown off her seesaw. What were they really arguing about anyway? Well, you're right. Thanks for pointing out the error of my ways, Brady. Now, can I please go?
After you answer one question for me. Why did you choose me?
Anna scoffed. Ugh, what does it matter? It's done. Over. Big mistake. You're conceited, presumptuous, and I am so glad I dodged that bullet. Goodbye, Brady. In retrospect, thank you for leaving last night. You did me a favor. She climbed into the Jeep and was surprised to hear the sound of low laughing next to her. What's so funny?
You should have been born in Ireland with all that sass.
My great-grandmother was Irish, but that's neither here nor there. You should be taking what I'm saying seriously. I don't appreciate your thinking this is all cute and funny.
He only laughed harder.
All right, I'm done. Move or I'll run your foot over. But instead of him stepping back, the giant hulk of a Viking man rounded the Jeep to the other side, opened the door, and climbed into the passenger seat. What do you think you're doing? Brady closed the door and faced her. It was his expression of mirth that threw her off, but thinking about it, she was grateful he wasn't angry about the underwear thing and had opted for the amused man approach instead.
Hi, I'm Brady.
She stared at his massive hand. She loved a man's hands, always had, one of the sexiest parts of a man's body. And Brady had some really nice ones. With a resigned sigh, she slipped her hand into his warm one. Hi, she said grumpily. I'm Anna.
I'm sorry I hurt you when I bailed on you last night. And as much as you're not looking for a boyfriend, I'm not looking for a girlfriend. I need that to be perfectly clear. Is that fair?
It's clearer than crystal, Brady. No worries about that.
Good, he said. Now, what if we compromised?
Meaning? She asked. Brady leaned forward a little, slowly tugged her toward him by the hand, and reached for her head, slipping his hand behind her hair.
Meaning, now that we know where we both stand, we can do more of this?
And then he kissed her, and she wished she could say she was as strong as her favorite cliff wall, resilient and powerful against Brady's prowess. But she wasn't. She gave right in like the biggest weakling who ever lived. But that was okay, because her insides turned into a quivering mass of girl mush, and her body came alive, and that was the best feeling ever. I'm so weak. His kiss transported her to another place where there were no jeeps, no parking lots, and no highway nearby. They could have been alone on a forest floor surrounded by butterflies with how far away she felt. For some reason, just having a heated spat with Brady outside the restaurant brought them closer. Which made sense. They'd just gone through a range of emotions together, and at the end of it all, she wasn't angry anymore after telling him how she felt. He held her chin
and took command of her face and mouth. All was forgiven. She was done. Better she was his, if only just for that moment. Chapter 5. One Mam always told Brady was that women loved a man in a custom-tailored suit. Maybe it was because his dad rarely wore them that his mother liked them so much. But lately, Brady had taken to dressing up for meetings and sometimes just working at the restaurant to honor his mother. Looking into the mirror, making sure his shirt was crisp and tight, Brady thought about Anna. Their encounter in her Jeep last night had been over as quickly as it had begun. Even though she tried to play him off like she didn't need him anymore afterwards, he'd sensed just how much she craved a connection, both physical and emotional. Something was up with that girl, and he'd have been lying if he said he didn't care. In fact, despite the lines they'd both clearly drawn last night, he was finding he hadn't had his fill of her. He wanted to see her again. While that had made him nervous at first, he'd quickly realized that it was perfectly normal. So they weren't going to be an item. So what? She was determined to live life to its fullest. Why shouldn't it be with him? He genuinely liked her, and he'd make sure she was taken care of. But first, he had to deal with other responsibilities. Adjusting his cufflinks in preparation for his meeting with Golden Gate Brewery, a craft beer supplier interested in opening an account with the stylish Irish, Brady straightened out and stared at his reflection. He saw his mam and dad in the curve of his smile, the angle of his cheek. He saw Mam's blue eyes and his grandfather's height. He wasn't sure what else existed from his mother's recessive genes, since he'd been in Green Valley almost 6 months now and had yet to meet his family. He saw a man who'd been through enough pain and was ready for better things. He saw a man missing his father's watch. Brady pulled back his sleeve and gaped at the empty spot on his wrist. Scrolling back through his memory, he realized he hadn't seen it last night when he got home. Didn't remember taking it off. In fact, the last place he saw it was Giovanetti Springs. It was probably laying in the sand, unless someone had come along and found it. If so, they were now the proud owner of a Nidor Swiss automatic, vintage 1979. Though he'd be late for his meeting, he couldn't postpone going back for it. Even if no one found the vintage wristwatch, it could get damaged sitting near the water or underneath the sun, assuming it was still there. Quickly, he grabbed his wallet and keys and shot out the door of his townhouse, noting the new green tufts of vegetation beginning to sprout along the landscaped areas. It was February 27th. On a day like today, his daughter Rian had struggled to breathe at St. Mary's Hospital in Dublin, until finally her little lungs couldn't handle it anymore, and she went peacefully into heaven. A year later, on a day like today, Elizabeth left him a note on their bed, and Brady was the only one to sleep in his big bed from that moment on. He shook off the memory and slipped into his Mercedes, backing out of the driveway and hurrying toward the spring, wishing the ghosts would one day stop haunting him. Giovanetti Springs was actually quite lovely during the day. Quiet, with a few picnickers on the perimeter and lazy ducks scattered about, it took on a whole new charm. Glancing around, keeping his eyes peeled for his father's watch, he didn't see it at first, until he spotted a glint of gold buried underneath the dark gray sand. He towed the object, lifting it out of the sand with his shoe, and immediately finding what he'd been looking for. Thank you, God. Still in the same place, undisturbed. Brady crouched to pick it up, dusted it off, and felt how cool the metal was. The sand had acted as an insulator and kept the watch's temperature down, even though the spot that had been sticking up was hot from the early afternoon sun. Checking that the time was still correct against his phone, he slipped the watch on and began heading back to his car. Looking around, he realized this really was a lovely piece of property. It seemed like most of the springs served as backyard to many estate homes in the area. Brady walked toward the east edge of the water, where one house in particular contained a luscious green, well-kept backyard, bordered by a white picket fence and a host of dogwood trees dripping with white and pink blooms. A gazebo near the back of the property was the perfect hangout spot overlooking the lake. A gazebo near the spring. A yellow house. Mam's journal, the one Quinn had found before coming to America, had been written a good 30 to 35 years prior, but this home seemed to fit her detailed description about the house in which she grew up. Could this be the Phillips estate? Just in case, he pulled out his cell phone and snapped a few photos of the home to show his brothers, Quinn and Con. They'd been the ones to explore Forestville when they first arrived back in October, and might be able to tell him if it was the right house. Since arriving in the U.S., Brady had worn horse blinders about the whole grandfather Phillips thing. It wasn't that he was disinterested in learning more about his mam's father, but his grandfather had disowned Brady's mam long ago and wanted nothing to do with her, her husband, or her children. Unlike Quinn, Brady had been practical about it. His grandfather wanted nothing to do with him? Then ditto. Instead, Brady's mission upon arriving in America had been to assimilate quickly and keep stress to a minimum as best as possible. And if that meant drowning himself in work and repurposing Mulligan's Tavern into the stylish Irish, so be it. But now that he stood here, faced with what might possibly be his mother's childhood home, nostalgia for Maggie O'Neill's upbringing and history nagged at him like a missing piece of a very large, very messy jigsaw puzzle. "Brady!" Someone called him from down the path. He looked and spotted who else but Anna Kincaid tromping in his direction wearing yoga pants again, but with a white halter top this time, looking mighty fine. "Are you stalking me again, pet?" Anna stopped in her tracks, blushing brightly like the blooms on the dogwoods. "And here I was, coming over to make nice with you. Of course, you would find a way to make things awkward. Actually, you're in my territory, so I could say the same about you." When Anna reached him and flashed her gem-like green eyes in the sunlight, Brady grinned. "How old are you, anyway?" 23. 23 years of squats it seems you've been doing. How do you keep so fit, if you don't mind me asking? You live at a gym or something? Actually, it's the reason I'm here. I own an eco-adventure tour business just down the road from here. She pointed in the general opposite direction. I guess you could say all the adventuring keeps me in shape. Eco? Hiking, canoeing, rock climbing, ziplining, that sort of thing, Anna clarified. The stuff your customers should come do after they've consumed 1 million calories at your place. In fact, half of them, the female half, probably burns those calories just staring at you half the night. Especially if you wear that, Anna said, ogling his suit. This whole thing, Brady laughed. So, we both own businesses. Fancy that. The practical side of Brady's brain lit up. Curious to know how she handled things if she had the same bulldog sense of commerce he had. Seems that way. Who knew we'd have something in common besides that awful night? She rolled her eyes like she hated herself for even bringing it up. Brady desperately wished he could reach out and tuck that loose strand of chestnut hair away from her face. It wasn't that bad, was it? Everything leading up to the moment of truth had been pretty amazing, wouldn't you agree? Besides, we made up for it last night, didn't we? I certainly agree, she said. And truth be told, I don't think our night here was awful. It was quite magical, especially since I loved this spring. Always have since I was a little girl. My dream and next goal is to install a zip line from that cliff over there, she pointed off in the direction of a low, rocky cliff overlooking the spring, to just past that property right there. She was pointing out the house that might be the Phillipses. I'm here to scope out how I can make it possible. A zip line right over the water will add that special touch to the amazing activities we already offer. Something to keep the customers coming back. That's fascinating, Anna. I'm so proud of you for being such a young entrepreneur. Good for you. He was more impressed than he sounded. At 23, even though he'd been married with a child, he'd remained in his father's shadow at the family restaurant. You know, sometimes I can't tell if you're being facetious or not. Oh, I'm being completely serious. I so wanted to own my own restaurant at your age, but I had my parents' restaurant to run and never got a word in edgewise with my father. So good on you. Are you the sole owner? I am. Fantastic. Really, he was truly impressed.
He'd have to look up her business later and see how well it was doing on the review sites.
What's the name of it?
Adventures?
Ah, clever girl.
Thanks, my mom helped me come up with it.
Brilliant. What does she do for a living?
She gives wine tasting tours. In fact, the house you're standing in front of, that's the Phillips estate, as in Richard Phillips of Phillips Vineyard and Winery. I need to get permission from him in order to install the zip line on his property, but it shouldn't be a problem, since he's always liked my family. You've heard of Richard Phillips, haven't you?
Wait.
Brady's hands flew to his waist, as he swiveled to look at the backyard of the home again.
So I was right. That's old man Phillips's house.
Well, I guess. I've never heard anyone call him that before. Then there's his daughter, Suzanne, who lives on another street near here. Richard and his oldest daughter, Beatrice, live here with one of her grown kids and 2 grandchildren, Anna said, following his gaze to the gleaming yellow home.
And your mom works for him.
The idea light bulb sparked interest inside his brain. Yep, every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Which means she's there now. Anna checked the time on her watch and looked back at him. You seem interested. He couldn't believe he was standing on the very property of Mam's old stomping grounds. If he squinted just hard enough, blurred his vision just enough, he swore he could almost see Mam's tall, lanky teen form running through the yard, sitting out in that gazebo, maybe with a boyfriend.
So, if your mother works for him, and you say he likes you, and you're securing his permission to install a death cable into his backyard, do you think you could introduce us?
Anna's eyes widened. Death cable?
Brady laughed. Well, that's what they are.
No, they're not. They're perfectly safe, Brady. Maybe you're just a big chicken.
I'm not going to deny that.
Anna studied his face, her gaze dropping to his hands. As for Mr. Phillips, he's a bit intimidating, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Why, you're thinking of adding a new wine account to the restaurant? You know he has most of the area's business, right? I can ask my mom when's a good time. Considering the way this family had snubbed first his mam, then his brother Quinn, when he'd tried to visit this very house a few months back, adding Phillips wine to his local list had been the last thing he'd been considering. But now, faced with the opportunity to actually see up close where his mam had grown up, and to possibly speak with his grandfather,
that'd be grand,
Brady added.
I haven't visited them at all in the months since I arrived from Dublin.
Anna cocked her head and shielded her eyes from the sun, even though he loved the way they shone lime green in the glare. Why would you have to visit him? I mean, they're good, but they're not the end-all be-all of wine in Forestville. There's also Parker House, which makes amazing full-bodied wines, if you ask me. Brady took another long glance at the yard, imagining the ghosts of his mother in various stages of growth, from toddler to little girl to rebellious teen, never knowing that one day, in the future, her second eldest would be standing outside the perimeter wishing he could be let in. Wait, I forgot until now, Anna said, squinting at him. You and your brothers, you moved here because your mother grew up here, and your mother was Maggie Phillips, she said. She shielded her eyes from the sun and stared at the Phillips house. So that house and that land and that entire acreage right there actually belongs to... He nodded. Brady turned and watched the house one last time before glancing back at Anna. Then he checked his watch. He had to get going. He was already late for his meeting.
The old man who lives there, the one who's difficult and intimidating, the one who disowned my mam and my entire family, Brady said. He's my grandfather.
Wow. So you've had a lot on your plate since you've been here, Anna said.
You have no idea. Honestly, I can take or leave the old man. He can be a bugger if he wants, but my brother Quinn wanted to move here and learn more about Mam and her family. So I feel bad for him that we've been snubbed. If anything, I just want to help my family relations a bit, so we can move on. Me, I moved here to be with my brothers.
Well, I, for one, am glad you did. It's been fun getting to know you, Brady. He grinned.
Listen, I have a meeting to get to. Walk back with me.
Brady absorbed the view of the Phillips house one last time before heading down the worn path. Chapter 6. Anna walked alongside Brady, marveling that she hadn't remembered his connection to Richard Phillips, her mother's employer, before now. True, life-running adventures had taken most of her time, the same reason she was the last girl in town to visit the stylish Irish and check out the hot brotherly co-owners. But yet her life was far less intense now than it had been in 4 years. She thought about the doctor's appointments, the therapy, the meds, and all the effort she'd put into forgetting town gossip, meaningless days, and anger in this world. Life was too short to focus on petty things. Busy. When she'd told Brady she had a connection to Richard Phillips, though, she'd seen the tiny sparks of interest that changed his blue eyes to cerulean. She loved to see what excited people, what brought them to life, the way running, mountain climbing, and zip-lining excited her. For Brady, it was the possibility that he might speak to his grandfather, and that was a spark of interest she'd love to see again. One time during a hospital stay, when she'd fallen into remission over her 20th birthday, Richard Phillips had been in the hospital that weekend as well, and Anna would sometimes get to talking with him while strolling the hallways. He mentioned he had 3 daughters, though one of them he hadn't seen in over 25 years. So, that was Brady's mom. What a seriously small world. But she didn't want to mention the hospital conversation to Brady. It would make him curious about why she was there to begin with. So, has it been hard for you, living here in this town where your grandfather is such a huge presence? He shrugged, shoving his hands inside of his pants.
Oh, I don't know. My brothers and we tend to get our fair share of attention.
No kidding, she said.
So,
Brady said,
you didn't seem surprised to hear that my brothers are estranged from my grandfather. Did Dara?
Actually, no. Dara's been pretty closed-mouthed about your family's personal business. But my mother's heard rumors. Something about your mother and a man. Yes, it was all coming back to her now. The snippets of Mom's gossip with her friends out in their living room. Lillian Parker, Ken Parker's daughter, was now seeing Quinn, though she was temporarily living in Miami. Brady's mother was once engaged to Ken Parker, but that all ended when she met Brady's father one summer. They fell in love, and she left Forestville to get married and live in Dublin. The rest was history. It was a sad story. No wonder Brady seemed sad at times. You must miss her. Your mom?
Every day. The loss of her, it's still fresh. Her death was so unexpected.
She nodded.
Speaking of death being unexpected, life's precious, Anna, and I'm all about fun, but there's a time and a place for risks, and a time and a place to play it safe. Don't you agree?
Strange question for him to ask. If he only knew. I understand how precious life is, Brady. Believe me.
Do you? Because being back here today, knowing what I do about your business, well, it reminded me of the game you played when we were together. You holding your breath underwater for so long. Too long.
She frowned. I was fine, Brady. I do things to push my senses to the limit. My friends sometimes accuse me of being reckless, but I never go too far.
So, you're an adrenaline junkie, he clarified.
I guess. I wasn't always like that. I've just had a difficult last few years.
Right. Well, you know so much about me and my family. Maybe you'll tell me about it sometime?
But I thought...
What?
I don't know. I thought we agreed we should stay away from each other.
I never said that. I just wanted to make clear that I'm not looking for a romantic relationship. But since you're not either...
He paused, waiting for her to process what he was saying. So you... what? Want to be buddies?
Just plain friends would be nice.
She studied him for a moment, not sure if she could ever be just plain friends with Brady. But if it meant she could be in his arms again, well, it was worth trying, wasn't it? It would be nice, she said just as they got to his car.
Well, good. I have to go now, but maybe I can call you.
Right, sure. Can I have your phone? I'll give you my number. He handed her his phone, and she programmed her number into it. When their hands brushed as she was giving it back to him, she quivered, and fought the urge to reach up and kiss him. So, friends, she said. Can I give you some friendly advice, then, before you go? Since you offered me yours, I mean.
Sure, he said.
Maybe you should consider it, selling the Phillips wine at your tavern. That might be one way to get closer to them.
Brady shook his head. I don't know about that.
Anna knew this would be a big step for him, but, like you said, life is precious, Brady. I know you're probably pissed at him after everything that's happened, but it's good to mend fences when you can. You never know when your time on Earth is up.
He smiled. Nice. Using my own logic against me. But since we're friends now, and I know how smart you are, I'll think about it. But only if you do me a favor.
What's that?
Given your business, you probably know the area well.
Like the back of my hand?
Does anyone really know the back of their hand?
Brady asked, looking down at his.
Because if someone said to me, "Aye, bloke, come look at these photos of the backs of hands and pick out your own," I swear I would never be able to identify mine.
Anna laughed, but inside she gulped hard. Oh, I'd remember those hands anywhere.
Well, it's just, I really have been working a lot, and I've neglected really getting to know this place I call home now. Can you show me around the area?
Brady asked. As friends, you mean?
As friends.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Brady, she said.
Great. We'll plan on it, Brady said. Right now, I'm late as it is. Maybe you'll want to come eat at the restaurant tomorrow night. On the house, for you, of course. Then after dinner, we can start my private tour. Would that be all right?
Sure. The trails are a little hard to appreciate in the dark, but I know my way around.
I appreciated this spring in the dark, believe me.
He tried to hide his wide, rascally grin, but failed miserably. The rest of the day was a busy one for Anna. She drafted a letter to Richard Phillips, asking about the zip-line installation on his land, talked to her mom about possibly setting up a meeting between Brady and Mr. Phillips, or at least with one of his daughters, and gave a rock-climbing lesson to a group of 10 instructors after Pete was too sick to make it in today. To top it all off, she jogged her usual 2 miles a day to ward off sickness, all while daydreaming about Brady, his hands, what they'd done to her and her Jeep, and all the other things he'd be able to do with his hands and tongue and body to benefit her, and what she could do to benefit him. Now it was time to have a late lunch and chill by the TV, alone. She didn't even have a pet. If she were allowed to have cats, she'd have 100 of them, all curling up around her, keeping her warm and cozy. But because of dander and possible allergic reactions, she wasn't allowed to own any. Doctor's orders. Sigh. Thankfully, the doctor had never said anything about limiting her contact with male company, and there was no finer example of the male species than Brady. She'd been attracted to him before, but since getting to know more about him, since seeing the grief and obvious love he held for his mother, and despite his trying to hide it, what appeared to be a real longing to meet his mother's family, well, she wanted to learn even more about Brady O'Neill. Granted, it sounded like she was going to have her chance soon, but until then, Anna's gaze shifted to her computer laptop only a mere 2 feet away on the couch. She reached over and slid the laptop toward her, logging onto Facebook and plugging Brady O'Neill into the search box. He might not even have a social media site, with as busy as he'd been this year. And if he did, he probably had one profile picture that he hadn't updated in years, with a maximum of 5 photos to look through. At least she was hoping he'd be that reclusive. So she wouldn't be drawn in. But there he was, easily accessible. Brady O'Neill, mutual friends with Dara Brennan and Lillian Parker. He was even friends with Robin and Bethany now, meaning they'd gone and added him before she even thought of doing so. And they never mentioned it nor told her that he'd accepted either. Anna floated the cursor over the Add Friend button and pressed. While she waited, she tried scrolling through his profile photos, but either she was right and he had only one, or his profile was set to ridiculously private, so she wasn't able to see past one photo and his locked-down timeline. Sighing, she bundled up with her blanket and glass of wine and prepared to get into the newest episode of Straight-Laced when a ding sound announced a new notification. Glancing at the screen, she noticed a little red 1, indicating her friend request had been accepted. Should she continue watching the brand new episode, or pause to totally troll through Brady's pics? Troll through Brady's pics. Anna slid her laptop towards her, launching into photos of Brady. Stylish Brady, Brady in another handsome suit, gorgeous Brady on his cell phone, Brady with 3 days of stubble surrounded by 2 of his brothers. Twins? The deeper she delved, however, the farther back on his timeline, the more she came across pics of him with a woman, a beautiful blonde, and a little baby. Anna's stomach sank deeper. A quick check on his relationship page confirmed it. Married to Elizabeth Pike. Chapter 7. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. We'll go ahead and get that account set up for you. Daisy will email you when it's ready for online access. So that was 10 kegs to start with? The sharp 50-something in the business suit was exactly the type of man Brady liked dealing with. Professional, thorough, and friendly. Exactly the type of man Brady hoped to be when he was his age, save a full head of hair. Thanks, Mr. Yearwood. We look forward to serving a fine array of craft beers at the Stylish Irish. Thanks very much for your time. Brady shook the large man's hand. Well, that was that. One less worry on his to-do list. Brady left the San Francisco brewery a happy man, confident of his ownership skills and positive that his da and ma would be proud if they could see him now. On his drive back to Forestville, he thought about his parents quite a bit and what they would think if they knew he'd been standing on the very perimeter of the house Ma'am grew up in. He knew how important it was to Quinn that they learn about Ma'am's side of the family, so it was almost fate that Anna Kincaid fell into his path. Sure, any number of people in Green Valley might have had a connection to Richard Phillips, but as it just so happened, Brady hadn't run into any of them in the 4 months he'd been living there. Then, bam! In 1 week, he'd met a girl who knocked his socks off, literally, whose mother also happened to work at his grandfather's vineyard. Quinn would be excited to hear it. He'd already visited once with Suzanne, the nicer of the 2 aunts, the day she handed him a bottle of Maggie's Valley, a special edition Chardonnay made specifically to honor their ma'am. After she left for Ireland, all bottles bearing the label were pulled from the shelves. After the brief meeting, Quinn had tried visiting their estate and was shunned by Beatrice, the oldest Phillips sister, all because Ma'am had chosen to marry Dad, Grant O'Neill, instead of Ken Parker from Forestville. Talk about holding a grudge. Brady didn't care much to read through Ma'am's journal. It hurt his heart in ways that reminded him too much of all those he'd lost. Rianne and Elizabeth, Ma'am and Dad. But although he'd only glanced through the journal once back in November, Brady would never forget one paragraph in particular, a letter written by Richard Phillips himself 30 years ago. It read, "Whatever you've done, Maggie, you can still undo it. Forget that low-class Irish trash and get your ass back home. Your life is here. Your family is here. You're breaking your mother's heart. If you don't return to a proper life, you're going to live to regret it. This is your last warning. If you don't come home after this, I can promise you there won't be one waiting. Dad." Eyes focused on the highway, Brady shook his head. Now more than ever, Brady wanted to ask Richard Phillips one question. How? How could you let your anger so consume you that you would give your own child the brush off, when Brady would do anything to have his back? Though he'd only been a father for a year and a half, he'd looked forward to raising Rianne, taking her for walks in the woods, teaching her to play rugby, reading picture books to her at night. He'd looked forward to school dances and intimidating her little school crushes, expecting he'd get cross with her a few times as a teenager when she'd done something stupid. Brady counted on the occasional skirmish, but knew he could never, ever stay upset at her. She was my baby, my one and only. Brady wiped away sudden tears. Stop it. Focus on things you can control, he reminded himself, with the words that had gotten him through his hardest of times. Maybe, thanks to Anna, He'd at least get to ask Phillips what was going through his mind when he excommunicated Brady's mam from the rest of the family. Brady pulled into the car park, straight into his preferred spot. Happy hour was just getting started. The restaurant across the street, the Cat's Meow, was already jumping with a long queue outside, great spillover business for them. As Brady stepped out of his car and slung his jacket over his shoulder, he was well aware of the stares and toying smiles of the women waiting outside, both young birds and pumas alike. "Evening," he said, by way of greeting, making his way past the throngs. As soon as he was inside, he called over Porter, one of his servers. "Evening, Mr. O'Neill," Porter said with his usual friendly smile. "Can you bring some samples outside for our waiting customers? Whatever you have in the back that's fresh. Tell Neil I said to make more. Chicken or steak bites, something simple." "Aye, mate," Quinn said, giving Brady a quick hug. "Crazy busy tonight. Think it's the wine festival over in Groton. Hey, did you ever meet up with this lass?" Brady plucked off his clipboard and posed at the bar, surveying the hubbub inside his restaurant. "I don't kiss and tell, maggot. You know that." "Does she?" Quinn arched an eyebrow at him. With his chin, he nudged in the general direction of something he wanted Brady to see. Brady followed his line of sight, his gaze landing squarely on the illustrious Anna Kincaid, who was single-handedly managing to earn herself quite the reputation with his brother and the entire staff. Pedro, swishing by, holding a tray of dirty glasses, gave him a most pointed look. He could see why. Dressed in a silvery top, exposing her back and soft, pale skin, she sat on the edge of her seat at a tall table, her posture perfectly straight with an edgy curve to her lower back. Surrounding her were 3, 4, 5. 5 buccos, all dressed their best. Brady sighed. "Excuse me. I guess that's a yes," Quinn muttered behind him. With his sights set on Anna's head of wavy hair, cascading down her back, Brady whooshed up to her table and plastered a fake smile on his lips. "Good evening. How's everything here tonight, lady and gentlemen?" "Ah, just great, man. I love this place. You have the best atmosphere in town, and the best ladies, too." Really? That was his best line? And it didn't annoy Anna one bit? "Get lost, maggot." Brady faked an amused laugh as Anna gave him triumphant doe eyes and bit her lip. She knew this was pissing him off. So why was she doing it? They'd already talked about being friends. What was this about? Games? "Aye, the girls know a good crack when they see it. Anna, may I speak to you a moment?" "Oh, hey, Brady. You can talk to me right here," she said, arching her eyebrow. Ah, yes, the look. She was pissed about something. "All right, then. Can I get you anything? A pint of Guinness, a cucumber salad?" A sense of propriety around these fools? "No, thank you." She whirled in her seat, with her sexy back facing the other trolls. Men. Her eyes locked in on him, and there were definitely lasers heating up behind them, ready to fire. "I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to say how grateful I am that you stopped me the other night," she whispered. "Granted, I would have preferred to have the truth rather than you telling me you turned me down because you cared about me, respected me. And I certainly would have preferred you leaving me alone altogether. Now that I know how it is, I won't be making the same mistake twice." What was she going on about? "Anna? You don't know what I'm talking about?" Anna exaggerated a prim and proper pose, complete with hand fold in her lap and snooty attitude. "You should. You're terrible at hiding things, Brady, you really are. Why'd you accept me on Facebook?" He'd gotten her friend request notification on his phone earlier and had accepted with a smile. "Brady, you didn't even bother covering up your tracks. Nice." "My tracks?" Brady repeated, realizing now where the problem lay. Photos, information, Anna trying out for position of reconnaissance spy. Women were all the same. "Can you come outside with me, please?" He reached for her arm, but she pulled away. "Why should I?" she spat. "Ah, feckin' grand. Because I asked you nicely, that's why." Clasping her tiny wrist, He lifted her like an impertinent toddler and tugged her along as she struggled to free herself of him. "What do you think you're doing?" Anna muttered. "You can't order me around because you own the place. Let go of me, Brady. Everyone is looking." No one was looking, except for maybe Quinn at the service bar having a nice laugh at Brady's expense.
"I'll let go when we're in private,"
Brady muttered, toting Anna through the hall to his back office.
"Letty,"
he addressed a server on her way out, empty-handed.
"Full hands in, full hands out."
"Sorry, Mr. O'Neill." Letty returned to the service area to wait for plates. Brady entered his office in the back, then closed the door quietly.
"There. Now you're free."
"I can have you arrested for this, you know."
He laughed. "Go right ahead and do that, pet. And I'll explain to the nice policeman how you tried to steal my wallet the other night by distracting me."
Brady offered a triumphant grin. "What? I did no such thing." She pulled back indignantly. "And I'm not your pet." She yanked hard on her wrist, right as Brady let it go, sending her tumbling backwards against the door. Brady tried his hardest not to laugh. He bit his lip and looked away while Anna collected herself, straightened her skirt, standing by the door like an injured baby goat.
"Are you okay?"
he asked. "Like you care?"
"Let's get one thing straight. I have not harassed you in the least. I simply want you to listen to me."
Brady clasped his hands together, then realizing how much like his dad he looked, unclasped his hands and leaned forward on his knees instead.
"Anna, making assumptions never ends well. You must know this, don't you?"
"I don't know what you are talking about," she said, rubbing her wrist. He couldn't possibly have hurt her, could he? He was being completely gentle.
"I'm talking about you assuming I'm married with a child."
"Assuming?" "Pfft," she scoffed. "You're going to deny photographic evidence? Look, at least you admit to the child part. I didn't mention her, although she's adorable in your pics, I have to say. She looks like her mother, because I know she sure didn't get it from you." Brady stared at the grain of the wood floor, thinking how they never gave it the second coat of varnish. Maybe next month. And yes, Rian did look exactly like Elizabeth. Her mini-me. Both were beautiful. Both no longer existed in his life.
"Thank you for the compliment. But she's dead now."
"What?" Anna froze over like Dublin's Phoenix Park Lake in the winter. "Who?"
"My daughter, Rian. She died. From a heart defect, about 3.5 years ago."
Slowly, Anna's fingertips dabbed at her mouth, as though the crap she'd spewed were still there. "I'm so sorry."
"Thank you. You just didn't know."
"Well, then I'm an idiot." One hand on the door frame, she looked like she was gripping herself from making a decision between hiding under the floorboards or coming over to hold him. "And your wife? She died too?"
"No, she couldn't handle it. We couldn't handle it together. She left a year after Rian passed, more than 2 years ago now. Left a note on the bed and disappeared. My life's a cliché, you could say."
"That's horrible. So no, let's work this out, I'm so unhappy. No warning?" Brady thought back to all the warning signs. In reality, he'd known for a while how she felt. He'd felt unhappy too, but he'd wanted to believe they could make it work. No matter, they hadn't been able to make it work. Any time Elizabeth would come home, Brady would put on a mask, the one Elizabeth wanted to see. But even then, it wasn't good enough.
"In retrospect, it was better that way,"
Brady said. It was the first time he'd told anyone about Elizabeth's note outside of his family. To him, the note represented an embarrassing departure from the marriage. He wasn't even worth talking to, simply better to escape. Even a, "Brady, I'm not happy, so I've made plans to move out," would have sufficed. "So the pics of her?" Anna prompted.
"Are all old."
Brady sank into the cushy chair opposite his desk and rested his head against a fist.
"Anna, I'm divorced over 2 years now. I haven't taken down the photos," he sighed. "I don't know why."
He knew why. He was having a hard time letting go of the past, but he didn't want to admit to that, especially to someone with clearly no trouble letting go of the old and welcoming the new. Leaving up baby pics of Rian was one thing,
But keeping the photos of him and Elizabeth was almost unforgivable. Getting rid of them would help make it permanent in his mind, though. His brain had been avoiding that last step, he knew. "You don't need to take them down," Anna said, finally letting go of the doorframe and slowly walking over to him. He felt her hand softly land on his shoulder and caress him. "Those were good times. It's okay to remember them. It's just, people might get the wrong idea. Especially when your relationship status says you're still married." She snorted a laugh, but it wasn't really funny. Brady flashed a glance up at her. "All the more reason to get to know someone before flying off the handle." "I didn't fly off the handle." Brady raised an eyebrow at her. "Fine, maybe I flew off the handle a little bit, but it was an honest mistake, Brady. I mean, you can see why, right? It said right there, married to Elizabeth something or other."
Pike. Yes, I can see why. But I'm not online that much, so while I get notifications and stuff, I rarely act on them. I'm way too busy with this place. You're a boss lady, you should know." He watched the soft curve of her smile return. "So no, I'm not married, and for the record, I never would have met with you if I was. I'm a family man at heart." He laughed inside his head at the irony. A family man without a family. A man who'd only married because he'd known he was going to be a father, and once that role was torn away from him, he hadn't had what it took to keep his marriage alive. He had no reason to think anything had changed since. In fact, he didn't want to try. Once the stylish Irish was firmly established, he wanted to return to the carefree life of a wild bachelor, didn't he? Wasn't that why he'd told Anna he didn't want a girlfriend? Because he didn't want to be tied down, only to disappoint someone again, or, God forbid, lose someone else he loved? Was that why you surrounded yourself with all those blokes out there? Because you wanted to upset me the way you thought I had upset you?" he asked. Anna crossed her arms over her chest.
"Probably. I didn't realize how hurt I would be when I saw those photos. The last few days have been a blow to my pride, Brady."
"I can see how you might think so, but none of this has to do with you. Look, I came to America to try and move on. It hasn't been easy. Truth is, I don't know if I'll ever be ready. But even what we've shared, what we've talked about sharing tonight," he said, reaching out to hold her fingertips, "it represents me moving on in a way I haven't been able to before now." He could see the hesitation in her eyes. On one hand, she wanted to melt into him and start all over, but on the other, something was holding her back. "Maybe I'm the wrong person for you to be moving on with, even that much," Anna said softly. "That's the problem." "How can you say that? We have fun together, and what's wrong with having fun if both you and I need it?"
"And why do you think I need fun? I run an adventure company."
"True, but you've also told me you're not interested in having a boyfriend. Why is that, I wonder?"
She snorted. "It's not because someone broke my heart or that I'm pining away for anyone specific, believe me."
"I do, but that just makes me even more curious."
Anna smiled sadly but said nothing. As much as he'd shared his feelings with her, he wished she would tell him what was on her mind. But he was private enough himself not to press any more than he already had. But the way her sad, mysterious smile affected him gave him pause. For the first time, he wondered if he would be able to just have fun with her. What was it about Anna that made him want to keep her for himself? They studied each other for a long moment. "You look sad," she said. Did he? He quickly changed his expression to completely easygoing. But the truth was, his brain was doing strange things to him right now.
"I'm fine, love. Totally fine."
"Great," she sighed. "Then, I know we have a date. I know we're seeing each other tomorrow night, but can you leave work for a bit, or do you have to stay?" A mischievous grin materialized on her face. He was almost positive she was going somewhere naughty with her thoughts. A big, huge reason he loved being with her. Even though he'd just arrived, he supposed he could go somewhere a while and be back later. It was still early.
"I can leave for a bit. Where are we going?"
Looks like nowhere fast, he thought. She slipped her warm, small hands into his and bit her lip.
Actually, I'm not at all hungry. Not for food. I'd much rather give you a little preview of your tour."
"And where will that be happening?"
He could live with seeing that smile of hers every day. "Come with me, and you'll see." Chapter 8. As Anna went back to the table to get her wrap, she thought about her stupid rushing to conclusions. Sometimes it felt like her body and mouth worked faster than her brain did. Whatever happened to asking before jumping to conclusions? Ugh, she normally didn't do that. But it was a testament to how much Brady had come to mean to her that she'd reacted the way she had. She'd only known Brady a short time, but the idea of him kissing her only to have been married? She was so grateful it wasn't true, but at the same time, a part of her almost wished it had been. That he was married. That he had a daughter. One who was still alive. Because then that would mean he'd never suffered the grief of all he'd lost. Poor baby Rian had been a beauty, and she'd seen from the photographs on the internet how much she'd been loved. It had all been there on her face, on her mother's and Brady's faces. The knowledge of all he'd been through, losing his parents, his daughter, his wife. It made her want to take away all the pain he'd ever felt. She bid the guys good night, collected her wrap, thanked them for the drink, and exited the stylish Irish through the front doors. Brady said he'd wait for her out by the Jeep, but he must have gone through a side exit. She imagined him talking to staff, checking in with his brothers, making his presence known a moment or two longer before leaving. In a way, she felt guilty for tearing him away from his work. But she was thrilled that he would do it for her. 10 minutes later, he appeared, strutting across the parking lot to where she stood by her car. "Ready?" He wore his suit jacket again, and the man looked delicious. For someone who'd lost so much in such a short time, he was well put together. She couldn't imagine how wonderful he'd look if he was in a good place. She smiled. "My car?"
"Why not? It's more sporty and adventurous than mine."
"Yes, but yours is sleeker." Anna loved a Mercedes-Benz as much as the next girl, especially driven by a man in custom-fit attire. But she knew these lands better than he did, and besides, the four-wheel drive would come in handy. They climbed into her Jeep. For a moment, before turning on the car, Brady slid back the seat as far as it would go, and they sat in absolute silence. Quickly, she cut the deafening silence with a roar of the engine, putting the Jeep in gear and rolling out of the parking lot. Brady didn't talk a whole lot during the drive, something she wasn't used to, since most guy friends felt the need to talk about themselves, talk about sports, talk about their jobs, compliments about anything and everything they felt might impress her. Talk, talk, talk. But not Brady. Each time she chanced to look at him, he was leaning back, staring straight ahead into the darkness, enjoying the quiet ride. What was he thinking? He was like a Great Dane, like the one Dara's uncle used to keep when she was younger. The description of it fit him perfectly, she thought. Brady was a giant, stoic, quiet dog who was loyal when you needed him to be. Great Danes also liked to lean against furniture and beds, moving them around, something yet to be determined about Brady. Pulling into a side-winding road, Anna navigated the Jeep up the familiar slope, curving around giant walls of rock, round and round, until she reached the last bend. She parked the car and sat quietly a moment.
"You've brought me to Lookout Point."
He rolled his eyes for show.
"That's a bit cliché, isn't it?"
"Sort of. Come on." She hopped out of the car and closed the door, heading out a few feet. They were on a bluff facing west, and the lingering colors of a California sunset hung in the air, as thin white clouds raked through them like little fingers.
"Whoa, this is beautiful up here."
He smiled and bumped his hip into her, the equivalent of a massive buffalo nudging a hamster at the edge of a cliff. "Careful, I don't want to die just yet," Anna said about his hip bumping, thinking how truer words had never been spoken. For a second, she considered telling him about her cancer, but she immediately rejected the idea. Brady's face soured.
"I can't stand that thought, actually."
Guilt right through her heart. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was the very reason why she couldn't get involved. The man had only known her a few days and was already declaring how upset he'd be if she died. "I'm sorry," she clasped his arm. "I shouldn't have said that. Maybe if I would just stop shoving my foot in my mouth." Brady clucked his tongue.
"So, tell me why you brought me up here."
Brady stood, feet apart, hands in pockets. Anna wanted nothing more than to take his hand and hang on to it, feel its warmth and solidness, the security a man's hands could provide just by touching hers. "We were talking about our problems. Your marriage," she said. "And it made me think of where I like to go when my problems become too much. Whenever I want to disappear for a while, I come up here. I've never really brought anyone here, but I thought you could use it."
"You brought me to a place you haven't brought anyone? My, Anna, that's so very romantic."
"It's also where I want to install the zip line I told you about, and I want your opinion. Do you like it?"
"So much for romance. Yes, this is brilliant if you like death cables. So your masochistic clients would take off from here. Where would the line end?"
"Down there." She pointed out the wide expanse and the dying palette of light. "That's your grandfather's house and his plot of land. See it?"
"Ah, yes, I see it now. I didn't realize."
"And there's their vineyard just beyond those hills. And over there is Langley's Creek and the bridge. Have you been there yet?"
"I have."
Brady smirked sadly.
"That's where we spread my mom's ashes. She loved that bridge as a little girl. Used to spend an awful lot of time there."
That was both the saddest and most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. Anna hoped that when she passed away, her family might think to spread her ashes from way up here. Hopefully, that wouldn't be too soon. And I'm sure your mother's spirit appreciated that. Brady said nothing for a while. He stared ahead with tight lips. Slowly, Anna sidled up to him, leaning her head against his upper arm. His suit sleeve smelled like cologne. Without missing a beat, he reached for her hand. Gloriously. She held it tight. "I brought you here," she said, closing her eyes, listening to the soft whooshing of the wind. "Because from up high you can't see the problems, any of them. Not what's going on inside that house, not what people are talking about at the spring, arguing about inside that gazebo, nothing. You only see the beauty." It might have sounded corny, but it was true. Problems would always exist, but it was how you chose to view them, how closely you chose to focus on them that mattered. Brady faced her, and Anna craned her neck back to look up at him. This was the first time they'd ever been face to face on even ground. The water didn't count, because he'd crouched to meet her height, but having him here now, looming so tall and commanding in front of her, sent sparks of excitement through her.
"It's lovely, Anna. It really is,"
he said, tracing a semicircle from her temple to her cheek.
"But the true beauty here is you. I mean it."
Anna's legs fought to support her, as Brady lowered his head slowly, testing the waters. Their lips connected, sweet, soft, amazing. Especially when he reached around and held her waist with one scoop of his arm, raising her higher to meet him. He'd always been her number one choice from the moment he'd walked through the pub door. Chapter 9. Once they were back in their seats, the Jeep engine on and running, Anna perked up suddenly, like she remembered something. "I forgot to tell you. Actually, I wasn't going to tell you, because I was mad at you earlier. But I got an email back from Suzanne Phillips. She says you can come by to see Richard any time this week. Did you still want to?"
"Wait."
Brady's drained body and brain made it hard to wake up to what she was saying.
"She said I can visit him. Were you going to hold that little piece of information from me just because you were pissy about my marital status?"
"I wasn't going to keep it from you forever, Brady," she said. Before putting the car into gear, she reached for his neck and tilted her face up for a kiss, the thought sending a new round of fire through his blood. "I'm sorry for acting like a complete jerk earlier. If you'll let me, I'd like to tell Suzanne that you'd be happy to visit. And I'll take you to Phillips Winery tomorrow. Then maybe afterwards we can scope out some more locations. Sound good to you?"
"Sounds grand," he said, glimpsing his father's watch. He could see Quinn's face now, boiling and wondering what was taking him so long. Hopefully he'd figure it out once he saw Anna and understand. "Thanks for bringing me here. You're right. It is impossibly easy to forget your troubles while surrounded by such beauty."
"I know. It's amazing, isn't it?" She opened the windows and gazed outside to get a better vista of the darkened landscape. "I've loved this view my whole life." He put his hand over hers on the stick shift.
"I was talking about you."
The pub was on fire tonight, but it was nothing compared to Anna. Quinn spotted him the moment he walked in. As Brady strolled into the back and dove right into helping, his brother said it all with a scowl and slam of a tray of tumblers. A few choice words accented his foul mood.
"Well, if it isn't our favorite useless dosser." "Me, a dosser?"
Brady hung his coat and rolled up his sleeves.
"Might I remind you that I drove to San Francisco and back today to meet with a supplier for the very brewery of craft beers you were hoping to score?"
He got to work on moving the dirty plates and cutlery in and out of the kitchen. He didn't normally talk back to Quinn, but this was neither the time nor place for his bollocks.
"Besides, you're the one who urged me to go out the other night and have a good time."
"Aye, after putting in a solid night of work."
"Well, I put in a good solid day of work, so let me be. But I did get us an interview with Richard Phillips."
Quinn paused to gape at him.
"An interview? What do you mean?"
"I think he means a meeting, a talk," Sean added. "You know, between two people."
"Ah, go on with you," Quinn barked back at Sean. "I know what an interview is. I'm asking what, why, how, what for. Anna's mother works at the winery as a tour guide. She spoke with Suzanne Phillips and set up a time for us to meet our grandfather this week. Anna was thinking tomorrow would be good. Would either of you like to come with me?"
"What for?" Quinn shrugged, then went about bustling behind the bar.
"I already met with Suzanne last year. I went to their house too, if you remember, when the other sister put a hex on me with her evil eyes." "Yes, I remember, but maybe they've changed their tune since then," Brady said hopefully. "It's been 5 months. Maybe they see we're here to stay, we're doing well for ourselves, and we're not going anywhere. Besides, I think I'd like to talk to the old man just once, just to say I met him, so I can move on with my life. I'd like to look into his eyes one time." "Well, you go enjoy your visit." Quinn turned his back and began organizing the disarray of liquor bottles. "Mom would have never forgiven us if she knew we were here and did nothing about making peace with her family. Until we make a real attempt with the Phillips, we never will be."
"Ah, go on then. Let us know how your lovely tea time turns out." Quinn picked up a new tray of clean glasses, brushed past Brady rather brusquely, and stormed out into the dining room.
"What's got him?"
Brady asked Sean. "He's been working all day, between here and the bakery next door, getting it ready for Lillian's return. For one, it's our busiest night this week, and you're not here, for two. Not only that, but St. Patty's Day was coming in a little over 2 weeks, and they had a lot to figure out." Sometimes Brady forgot that Quinn was not just running a restaurant and pub with him, but was preparing Lillian's space for when she returned from her internship on that food telly show in Miami. Her own bakery, completed and ready for business. True, his brother had enough on his plate as it was. All the more reason, Brady figured, that going to see old man Phillips alone was best. Besides, he had definite plans for his time with Anna, and the sooner he could get her alone, the better. When he arrived at Phillips Vineyard and Winery the next afternoon, this time in his favorite dark blue suit and light blue shirt, Brady second-guessed whether or not this was a good idea. The house loomed before him. The vineyards beyond looked like the rolling hills out of a storybook. For whatever reason, these people felt him and his brothers to be a threat, and there was probably nothing Brady could do to change that opinion. But he could try. Walking toward the main house through an arched trellis covered in vines and white flowers felt surreal. He had no clue if the grounds had been this lush when Mam spent her life here, but just knowing she'd probably walked this same path and looked out at these same ivied walls and windows made Brady's heart ache.
as if he wasn't heartbroken enough knowing his mother's lively spirit had left this ethereal place long ago for a harder life with his father in Dublin. A sight for sore eyes stepped into his path. Bathed in sunlight, wearing a yellow and white dress and a pair of sandals, was Anna, her hair done up in a ponytail, accentuating her delicate neck and doll face. She waited at the end of the path, clutching her handbag, crossing those gorgeous, smooth legs. I will never get tired of seeing you in a suit, Brady." She smiled and got up on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, pet. And you are looking quite stunning." Taking her hand, he spun her around slowly. "Then my evil plan is working already." She bit her lip before smirking, looping her arm through his. "Shall we go speak to the wizard?" Brady shrugged, then caught on to her reference. "So, what is it I've lost? My heart, brain, or courage?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he regretted them. He'd lost so much of his heart these past few years, but the last thing he needed was for someone to say it out loud. "I prefer to look at what you've gained. A new home here in Forestville. And nothing that happens here today will change that, Brady." She reached out and squeezed his hand, an outward manifestation of the warm hug she'd just given his spirit. God, this woman was amazing. They entered the main house as a hostess in black pants and a snug top welcomed them. She could have been Anna's little sister. "Anna, hey! Nice to see you." "Lainey, hey!" The two went in for a quick hug. "Are you here for a tour?" Lainey asked, noting Brady as her guest standing next to her. "Your mom's somewhere." She checked in the direction just beyond the center atrium toward an outside garden. "Oh, we're not here to see her. We're here to see Richard Phillips." Anna gave Lainey knowing eyebrows. "My mom said that one of the Phillips ladies said it was okay. I have Brady O'Neill here with me." The significance of mentioning Brady's name apparently meant nothing to Lainey, who checked her appointment book for a scheduled time. I don't see you as having an appointment. Are you sure it was today?" "It's not today. It's not ever." The voice came from behind them. They whirled around to find an older woman in her 60s walking into the foyer, her heels punctuating the floor. She looked like she'd sucked vinegar for breakfast. "Miss Phillips!" Anna slapped on a coquette smile, but Brady could see she was nervous. "I cleared it with your sister just this morning." "My sister didn't clear it with me." The woman, which Brady could only assume was Aunt Beatrice, raked her gaze over his face as if searching for a familiar, long-lost traitor there. "Hello, Miss Phillips. I won't take much of anyone's time." Brady gave her a gallant nod. "I really only came for a minute. I know you have a busy day ahead."
"I know you have more important things to do with your time than meet your nephew." She inspected him a moment, taking in every detail of his clothes, checking her watch. She craned her neck as if checking to see who might be down the hall and sighed. "I honestly don't know why you O'Neill boys are so persistent. If it wasn't so endearing, I'd have you escorted out. Follow me."
"Thanks, Mum."
Brady exchanged worried looks with Anna. "That's Beatrice," she mouthed, though Brady could already tell by the stony discs for irises who it was. At least she was letting him in, which meant that Brady had only a few moments to figure out what he was going to say before he was probably kicked out again. Beatrice led them down a hall and straight to an office in the back corner with the door ajar. "Wait here," she said, and disappeared inside. Brady could hear her muttering. "One of Maggie's boys. Not sure which. Yes. Yes? No. Okay." Some more quiet talking ensued, during which time Brady sucked in a long, calming breath to steady his pounding heart. It's only your grandfather. His whole life, he'd only known his father's family. Ma'am had told them she didn't keep in touch with hers anymore. But Brady always knew there had to be more, though he never pushed for more information, and she never offered. So much had happened in so short a time. That was the hardest part, accepting so much chaos when Brady hated change. "You okay?" Anna reached for his hand and shook it softly.
"Yeah." God bless her for going this far to make him happy. She had no reason to, so he was grateful. Beatrice was back holding the door open for them. "Please don't be long. He's not feeling well today." "We won't, thank you," Brady said, pushing his large frame through the doorway, entering a stodgy old office full of antique, heavy wooden furniture. He could feel Beatrice's eyes staring up at him as he passed. Inside the room was a gaunt man sitting in his chair, his lap covered with a blanket. Brady's first reaction was how rude that he wasn't standing to greet him, but then he noticed him sitting in a wheelchair. "Hi, Mr. Phillips." Anna made the first move by rounding the desk and stooping to give the man a hug and a handshake. "Remember me from the hospital? We talked about life, the universe, everything." She laughed nervously. "My mother works here 3 days a week. Helen Kincaid?" Yes, I know who she is." Old man Phillips nodded, keeping his eye on Brady. He had no interest in anything Anna had to say, but Brady was grateful for the icebreaker. His grandfather had a full head of gray hair and a face that reminded him of the old actor, Peter O'Toole. His hands shook with age as they held onto Anna's hand. How could someone so frail be so cruel? "I've brought someone with me." Anna gestured to Brady. Brady's stomach turned to lead, and for the first time since arriving in the U.S., he felt truly alien. The American people had been so welcoming, but here, his very own flesh and blood was practically scowling at him. At least, that was how it felt. "Sir," Brady reached out to shake his grandfather's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Brady O'Neill, Maggie's son." He hated that he even had to explain any of that, as if his grandfather wouldn't know. "Yes, I know." Though he didn't invite them to sit, the old man didn't make them leave either. Brady wasn't sure what he should say or do. He thought about making small talk, telling him he had quite the impressive winery here. But those would only be comments he'd heard before. Richard Phillips could only stare at Brady, the corners of his eyelids drooping. Then he squeezed his eyes shut. "I don't know why you've come here, boy." He spoke with an unsteady, sickly voice. "Because I've never met you. Because somehow I've managed to live 27 years and never knew you even existed until recently." Brady tried to keep his sass in check, but he knew this sort of man and could already tell that nothing he had to say would make one scrap of a difference. Mr. Phillips' upper lip held steady. "Mr. O'Neill. Brady, I'm Brady, the second oldest, of 5. 5 grandsons." He was agitated, but he wouldn't back down. Even though he could hear Beatrice tapping on the doorframe behind them, signaling that their time was almost up, he stood there. He had things to say. Poor Anna hung to the side, not knowing what to say or do. "Mr. O'Neill," the old man's voice quavered, "I know more about you than you think I do. I've heard tales since you arrived. Welcome to Forestville, but we have nothing in common, you and I." "Nothing in common?" Brady scoffed a half-laugh. "Sir, your daughter was my mother. How can you hold such a grudge? Didn't you know that she loved you? She loved you." Brady could not, for the life of him, imagine a world where his own baby girl, his own sweetie pie princess thing, had she grown to live a full life, would cease to exist in his mind. It just wasn't possible. "Your daughter moved to another part of the world. Your daughter lived a full life, was happy, and raised 5 sons, unlike mine would ever get the chance to do. Sir, your daughter meant the world to everyone around her, and the only person whose love she wanted the most was the one who denied her." Brady paused in case the old man wanted to say anything, change his tune, make right of the situation. But it was clear that Quinn and Sean were right. This was a waste of time. Nothing he said or did would ever make a difference to this man. So be it. He'd only wanted to see his grandfather for himself. It was done. He came, he saw, he couldn't believe such resentment existed. "You probably don't know this about me, since you're uninterested in knowing anything about me. But we do have one thing in common. We have each lost a daughter, but I didn't lose mine by choice. You did. And it looks like you're going to lose the chance to know 5 grandsons by choice as well.
Chapter 10. The view of Sunset River Park from Betsy's Cafe helped to soften the trauma of the early afternoon meeting at the winery, but not by much. She sipped the rest of her ginger-infused lemonade and watched Brady stare out the window at the valley below. Why did Richard Phillips have to be so stubborn? How could the same person act one way with her while laying in a hospital bed, then turn around and be so standoffish to his own grandson? The way he stared at Brady, as though Brady were somehow responsible for his pain, was unfair. Why he and his brothers had to pay for their mother's sins was beyond her, and honestly, her sins weren't even that bad. Big deal. So she fell in love with someone else and moved to Ireland because of it. Wasn't that better than suddenly deciding halfway through your life that you didn't love your husband anymore and calling it quits? At least she was honest and followed her heart. She made a happy life for herself. Was the old man just a big baby who held his breath when he didn't get his way? She thought she remembered Richard Phillips saying something about how his daughter never invited him to come visit the baby in Ireland. But now she wondered if her brain was making that up in order to make sense of this mess. Either way, tragic. It's his loss, Brady. I don't understand it.
Me less, love.
I'm sorry. She wove her hand across the table, through dirty entree plates to reach his. She'd never get tired of the way it felt in hers. So big, with thick, guyish fingers. You don't deserve that. None of your brothers do.
Thank you.
Brady sighed and smiled at her. A sad smile loaded with mental exhaustion. The daylight, reflecting off his irises, made them more brilliant than ever. She could swim his pools of ocean blue. She couldn't understand how people could hold grudges like that. What if they died young? What if they never got to say the words they'd always wanted to say? Anna could never live with resentment that way. Make the most of life.
So, when were you in the hospital?
Huh? Alarms went off in Anna's head. She didn't remember ever telling Brady about the cancer, the chemo, or any of her hospital stays.
At the winery, you asked Phillips if he remembered you from the hospital stay. Or were you visiting someone that day?
Oh, she hesitated. Yes, he'd gone and shared details about his life, but whenever she talked about her illness to people, guys especially, she noticed they suddenly felt sorry for her and took an interest in asking her lots of medical questions, filled with fake concern while simultaneously putting up invisible walls. The last thing she wanted was to become that girl with cancer to Brady. I was there one day with my mom.
I see.
Good thing Brady seemed distracted. Anyway, she brightened, changing the subject. Thanks so much for lunch. It was really yummy.
My pleasure.
For the first time since they left the winery, his smile vaguely resembled a happy one as he took her other hand. They were holding hands, the two of them, together, in a restaurant. Anna glanced around to see who else might be here that she knew. Nobody seemed to notice them. She returned his smile. So, I'm sorry for the detour, but I have to stop by the office and see how things are going. But then I know just where to start your private tour.
Is it another cliff?
Brady pretend shivered.
Because if it is, I'm all in.
His eyes flared. I have something else in mind. We ready to go? Sitting up straight, collecting her purse, she waited for him to finish signing the bill and plotted out a proper thank you for last night's experience. Never would she ever get tired of driving up to the Adventour's main office and seeing the name of her company up on that big sign. She was proud of her little log cabin, proud of the sign by the street, proud of the sheer number of cars sitting in the parking lot. Today had been a good day so far, for business anyway. According to Robin's text update before lunch, there'd been at least 20 people in to purchase tour packages. With everyone on staff today, she wouldn't have to stay very long. This was the best part of being a business owner, sitting back and letting employees do all the work for you, so you could take your non-boyfriend out for some fun times. Brady followed her inside and hung out on the sidelines while she talked to customers, got a full report from Robin and the others about the day's goings-on, and ventured out to the back to count how many kayaks were out. It was a bit nerve-wracking to have Brady standing behind her the whole time, staring at her while she got work done. She hadn't had the audacity to watch him like a hawk while he ran his establishment. So what made him think he could stand there like an inspector making sure she was doing everything right? "Am I doing everything okay, Dad?" she chided. Brady grasped the tallest of the bright yellow kayaks hanging upside down on the rack and shook it lightly.
"These your only canoes?"
"Kayaks, yes. Why?" She plucked a clipboard off a nail, added the updated inventory number in the last column, cocking an eyebrow up at him.
"Just asking if there were others, since this one's got a bit of rot in it."
"Rot?"
"Yeah, right here. See that?"
"That's not rot."
"Rot, wear and tear, whatever you want to call it. It's worn. See the fiberglass, how it's split."
He pointed out the long fissure on the underbelly of one of her kayaks that had been there since she first purchased them. She couldn't afford brand-new boats and ended up buying these from a second-hand dealer, but they'd always been in good shape and never given her any trouble. "They're fine. That's how they've been since I first got them. They're patched up nicely."
"But over time, won't they split? See right there."
He pointed out the tiniest, daintiest little itty-bitty breach in the kayak, a hairline fissure too thin to ever let in any actual water. "I see it. I'll worry about it when I need to. Like I said, these things have served me well thus far. Don't jinx it, boss man."
"Just saying, new equipment would be better."
"Obviously, Daddy Warbucks, but I didn't have the money at the time to buy all new equipment. Very good second-hand stuff was the best I could do to get started, and so far, no problemo."
"Don't get your knickers all in a twist, pet."
Cocky Brady was back. All it took was her business to bring out the bossy pants in him. He reached out for her and reeled her in close in those massive arms in one swift movement. Anna was now enveloped in a warm pair of giant arms that squeezed and crushed her. Then she felt his kiss on top of her head.
"So, what's the surprise? Should I change? I have short pants and a t-shirt in the car."
"You won't need them."
"I won't need clothes. I like the sound of this tour already. No wonder you're so popular."
He tilted up her chin and placed the softest of kisses on her nose. Anna closed her eyes, awaiting another kiss to land on her lips, but it never did. Instead, he let go of her slowly, then clapped his hands once.
"Let's do this then."
Reeling from the near kiss, she brushed her hair behind her ear and tried to think of what she was doing next. "Thanks for the flusterment, Brady." "Help me pull this one off." She yanked at the bottom kayak and dislodged it from the rack while he stared at her disbelievingly.
"Don't tell me we're going out in these," he said. "I thought you were just showing them to me."
"We are going in one of these, and you're going to like it."
"But I don't want to die."
"Really? In Langley Creek that's about as shallow as a swimming pool?" She motioned to the sparkling creek just a few feet away. Then she saw his sly, snickering smile as Brady helped her pull the kayak off and drag it over to the creek. She reached for a pair of oars. After the boat was flipped right side up, she placed them inside. They heaved the whole thing onto the water gently, and just as she was about to step in, Brady got in first, tipping the whole thing as it swayed side to side. Once it was steady, he held out his hand.
"M'lady."
As gallant and adorable as he was being right now, she'd gotten into kayaks all her life and could do it even if she'd had on 5-inch heels. But this was a sweet change. "Thank you." Accepting his hand, she stepped in and took her spot. She began rowing as Brady pushed away from the riverbed's edge.
"Shouldn't you be letting me do that?"
He reached for the oars, but Anna pushed his hand away with her foot. Then she kicked off her shoes, hiked up her skirt a bit, and got to rowing, loving the burn it gave her upper arms. "I got this. I want you to relax. Sit back, Brady, and enjoy the ride." The look on his face upon realizing that a tiny woman was going to row him around while he did absolutely nothing was priceless.
"Don't have to tell me twice." He leaned back and stretched out his legs, placing his hands behind his back. Ah, there we go. I have to tell you, Anna, I'm not much of an outdoorsy type person, but I could get used to this. He gave one big sigh of relief. Chapter 11. Brady knew what Anna was doing, trying to make him relax after the hellish morning he'd had, after that awkward encounter with his grandfather. To even out the score, maybe, but she didn't have to. Still, he was glad for her effort. They were floating down a lazy river covered in trees that dappled dancing shadows across Anna's doll-like face. What better way to relax was there than this? The temperature was just right, the sun was warm and radiant, and in the random spots that the brilliant sunlight poked through the trees, that there was even a rainbow around the sun. What were the chances? If ever there was a sign, "Oh, I have to take a snap of this." He took out his phone, snapping a quick shot of the natural phenomenon. Priceless. Wow, that's amazing, Brady. Last time I saw a rainbow around the sun, it was Easter when I was a little girl. Easter's coming soon. Are you Catholic? Not really. I'm more spiritual. I'm Catholic, if that even matters. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warm breeze on his face and body, the surreal glow of the orange sky behind his lids. But right now, you're the one making me believe in God. He didn't deserve Anna. He didn't deserve such goodness when he'd led Elizabeth on for years, making her think he was satisfied with their marriage, that he was a straight and narrow lover like she wanted him to be, when really he was this, dirty and wicked and completely unashamed of it. But she'd sensed they weren't connecting anymore. Hadn't since they married, actually, and so she left. And he made her think it was all her doing when in reality he'd known they weren't good for each other, too. He knew it. Rian's passing had been the straw on the camel's back. Their lack of connection had driven her away, and it hadn't helped that his dissatisfaction with his marriage had somehow gotten mixed up with Rian's death in his mind, almost as if it had been some kind of punishment. He didn't deserve this moment of joy, and he knew it, not when he'd failed as a husband, as a father, not when his baby girl was dead. So when his eyes teared up, it pained him to see Anna still there, wiping his eyes with the tips of her short-nailed fingers, kissing the stains on his cheeks. It's okay, Brady. It's okay. It pained him, but then it didn't. Because for the first time in a long time, he felt unburdened by guilt, light-hearted and free. He felt like he was coming back to himself. He felt like he was a man who maybe had been given a second shot at happiness. Chapter 12. When they returned to shore, a group of 4 adventurers stood by the dock, oars in hand, talking to Anna's kayak guide, Nate, an older 40-something man with the body of a 20-year-old. Anna and Brady disembarked and handed Nate their oars. "How's everybody doing?" she asked to a mixed group of smiles. "We're about to head out for a late afternoon ride, Miss Kincaid." Nate gave her a thumbs up. It was always weird to hear an older man calling her Miss Kincaid, but she was glad he'd done it in front of Brady, in case he forgot that she was the boss of her own domain. Heading back to the main office, Anna took Brady's hand. She still wasn't sure what exactly had happened out there on Langley's Creek, why Brady had become so overwrought with emotion, but it must have had something to do with his past and stress. She knew stress all too well. Hopefully, drying his tears and giving him a boat ride to remember had put him in a better mood. "Are you okay?" She arched an eyebrow at him. He nodded, squeezing her hand. "I'm really good, actually. I needed that. Thank you." "You're welcome." "Well, I mean, it wasn't all for you. I did rather enjoy that." "I know you did." He smiled. "That's what I love about you," she could almost hear him say. And even though it was just her imagination, the thought of him saying those words and really meaning them caused her breath to hitch. It hit her like a bolt of lightning then. She didn't want to just be friends, even friends with benefits with Brady. She didn't want their date to end,
and knew she was prolonging the inevitable by walking slower than her usual brisk pace. "You want to come with me a minute while I check on the zipline group? They're starting in a few minutes."
"I don't think so, love. I have to get back to the stylish soon, even though I told them I'd be gone half the day."
"It won't take long. 5 minutes. You can spare 5 minutes, right?" She faced him and looked into his eyes, holding his hands, not wanting to say goodbye just yet. What if, overnight, he decided he'd gotten everything he needed from her and wanted to call it quits? In some ways, it felt like they were each holding on to something, afraid to let go. He nodded.
"All right. I guess I can spare 5 more minutes with a gorgeous woman. Twist my arm."
"Yay!" Anna was giddy, like a child. She even clapped as she led him to an electric cart parked outside the main office. "Hop in." They drove onto a side road leading into the woods, and it was like an elephant was sitting in her cart, as it slowed during turns now that Brady was in it. She laughed inwardly, mentally shaking her head. She wouldn't trade him for anything. If there was one thing she'd learned this week, it was that she liked big boys. His towering form made her feel petite and girlish, a nice feeling when people were always calling her body type athletic and tomboyish. They arrived at the zipline group 5 minutes later. She hopped out, prancing over to Ayla, her guide teaching a group of 3 teens how to step into their harnesses and adjust their straps. Aside from seeing how things were going with her zipline, Anna was hoping to give Brady another glimpse of her businesswoman prowess. At the kayaks, he'd pointed out those stupid fissures in the fiberglass. It had rubbed her the wrong way. If he did his homework in her industry, he'd see that most equipment was refurbished. Few companies had the money to buy all brand-new equipment when starting out. She didn't come from a rich family like he did. Yes, he was only showing his care for her, but she wanted his trust more than his care. The group of teens suited up as Ayla gave them a few more safety tips, and then they were off. Nothing put a smile on her face more than hearing the cries of glee as adventurers jumped off the cliff's edge and sloped their way to the valley below. Those kids would have those memories for years to come, and she'd had the pleasure of providing it for them. Brady hung off to the side, hands in pockets, watching the whole show. So brooding, so quiet, she wondered what he was thinking. "Hey there, strong and silent type. Ready to get back?"
"Let's do it," he said.
They slid back into the electric cart, wending their way back down the curved path. When they were about halfway, Brady began bouncing his knee and chewing on his bottom lip, as though words were poised on his lips and he was eating them. She saw this at the restaurant earlier today. "You look like you have half a mind to say something." She glanced over at him. "You're a business owner, and I can tell you have some opinions to share. Just spill it. What am I doing wrong now?"
"Anna, you're great at what you do. You care about the customers. You care about your staff. You could have taken the day to act the maggot with me, but instead, you've checked in, shown exceptional leadership skills. That's really commendable."
But
I would never do one of those zip lines just tied to those trees like that. Isn't there some other type of installation you can use? Something more professional grade? As a father, I would never let my child on it. I'm just being honest."
She stopped the cart and turned to him. "Brady, that installation is perfectly legal. The tree's diameter is larger than 18 inches.
I'm not saying it's not legal, love. I'm saying it looks really shoddy, like seriously scary. You should look into the sturdier installation, that's all I'm saying."
"Well, only the really big Mama Jamma places can afford the towers, Brady. Smaller places like me tie their zip lines to trees or even boulders sometimes. That's just how it is. They're galvanized steel and can hold up to 300 pounds.
You know that, and I know that, Anna. But your customers may not have all the facts. All they know is what they see, am I right? What if they write bad reviews on TripAdvisor because of amateur-looking cables, because everyone's a critic? Then what?
Then they're idiots for not doing their research."
"And what if a big guy like me wants to slide down your cliff?"
"Then we tell you politely that you're exceeding the limit these cables can handle."
"Turning off the customer further. Would the tower installation allow my weight?
Yes, but... Now she was really starting to feel unnerved.
That's all I'm saying. My concern isn't so much with your customers' perceptions. It's with an inspector shutting you down.
That's not going to happen, she said indignantly. We've only had an inspector come out here off schedule in the last year, and they deemed my place perfectly operational, thank you very much. Now she was taking it personally.
Anna.
Brady reached out to wrap his arms around her and pull her into a hug, but she pulled away.
I've upset you, but this is me. I worry about business establishments, just so you understand where I'm coming from. After losing Rian, I watched my parents' restaurant go up in flames a couple years ago, all because of old ovens. My dad didn't listen to me, and they could have been killed as a result. Afterward, their lives were never the same, and soon after my dad died of a heart attack.
I see, and I appreciate it. Honestly, I do. Thank you, Brady. Mr. Know-It-All Bossy Pants, as if he'd ever run an eco-tour company before. If she ever had a pet peeve, it was somebody acting like an expert in something they knew nothing about. Running a restaurant and an eco-tour business were two different animals. She shouldn't have any say on how he ran his restaurant, and he shouldn't have any say on how she ran hers. He peered down with those lovely, lovely eyes. I'm fine, she assured him. Was he always this cautious? Anna wasn't sure she could ever be with a man who was so domineering, thinking he was superior. Then again, he wasn't really. Since her father died, she wasn't used to anyone telling her what to do anymore. She called the shots in her own life. She liked it that way, but maybe she had forgotten what it was to listen to advice, too. Her shoulders melted into his embrace. I'm sorry. I do appreciate your point of view, and I understand you have personal experience with this, so again, thank you.
All right, love. I've got to run now that I've properly ruffled your feathers, but thank you, he said, kissing the top of her head. Thank you, thank you, thank you for an amazing day. You are a talented and kind woman, and I'm proud to know you, Anna Kincaid.
Phew. That was better. He did appreciate her, and that was of uber importance to her.
Did you want to get together tomorrow?
He tilted up her chin. His impish smile broke through her tough exterior. Sure, but first, I'll put you on my weakest zip line and watch you freak out, she laughed. He kissed her lips for a sweet, long minute, and then he was gone. All alone, Anna felt the inexplicable need to fly and be free. Something about Brady's cautious ways brought out the rebellion hellion in her again. Changing into workout clothes, she suited herself up for ziplining, high-fived Ayla up on the cliff, and took a whirl herself, shooting down the bluff while screaming at the top of her lungs. She always promised herself, no matter how successful her business became, she wouldn't lose touch with nature. It was what had prompted her to open this business in the first place. She would always enjoy her own experiences through the eyes of her customers, yes, but also to remember why she did this in the first place. Not to provide tours and kayak rides and zip lines, but for pure freedom. Was that it? Maybe her freedom was what she was holding on to. Somewhere between morning light and fading memories, Anna dreamed about Brady taking her on a kayak ride. Still, when he talked about his grandfather, his mother, and his hard times before moving to the U.S., Anna absorbed his pain as though it were her own. Her chest physically hurt, even in her dream, and when her eyes finally opened, letting in the morning light, she realized the pain was real. Not sharp and blinding, but dull and achy. Oh God, no, not this again. Anna sat up and took a few deep breaths to assess the situation. Was this leftover fatigue from having zip-lined up and down the cliff yesterday no less than 5 times? Regret seeped into her consciousness. Maybe she should have only done it once. Hey, at least she zip-lined and didn't mountain climb the rest of the day, like she wanted to. She had to release her stress somehow. By noon, after a quick breakfast of coffee and blueberry muffin, Anna was sitting in the office of Dr. Vera Bates, her favorite doctor in the whole wide world, who happened to practice in Santa Rosa, less than an hour away. Because of her past and minor complications 2 years ago, Dr. Bates always allowed Anna to bypass the waiting room and come right in to see her. Anna knew it was because Dr. Bates had a 22-year-old daughter of her own that she felt drawn to her. "What brings you out this way today, Anna Banana?" Dr. Bates smiled. She loved calling Anna that. She pressed the cold stethoscope to her back, listening as Anna spoke. "I was short of breath this morning. I just want to make sure there's nothing wrong. I don't want to take any chances. All right, let's take a look. Have you had any pain in your lungs since your last checkup last year?" "Not really, except this morning. A little bit in my right lung." "Are you under new stress?" Dr. Bates asked, pausing to look expectantly into Anna's eyes with her own almond-shaped brown ones. "I've met a new guy, but I wouldn't exactly call that stressful. Maybe a bit. Getting to know him has been a little stressful. Am I going to need another MRI? Probably the best thing to do, yes. Just to be sure there's no need for a biopsy. Can you come back on Thursday?" "What if it's back, doctor?" Anna asked after a quiet moment. She didn't want to vocalize her fears, but if it was going to be bad news, she wanted it all at once, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Dr. Bates sighed. "You know what happens. We then require another biopsy to make sure they're not cancerous, and then we proceed from there. Remember I told you 2 years ago that you may be back a few times until we kick this in the butt?" Yes, and she'd tried putting that thought out of her mind. In some ways, the exercise, the kayaking, her whole new outdoor lifestyle made her forget. How could anyone think of their bodies rotting away when in the presence of such great natural majesty? "Yes, I remember. Breathe in." Anna breathed in. "Exhale slowly." Anna exhaled slowly, and when she did, she felt it. The familiar twinge of tiny pain that signaled to her to come in with her mother 4 years ago. Not this. Please, not again. She couldn't go through this all over again. And now, in her other lung? Holding back tears, she followed Dr. Bates's every instruction. "Okay, I do hear a little blockage. Not as smooth as I'd like. So I'm going to order that you come in on Thursday. Don't reschedule like you did last time, okay? The faster we get to the bottom of this, the better off you'll be." Dr. Bates folded up her stethoscope and crossed her arms. "Actually, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" "This afternoon? Why so soon?" "Well, I have a whole business to run, but other than that, no." "Why?" Anna laughed sarcastically. "Why don't you go over there right now and get the MRI done, so I can have those results sooner rather than later? I'll put in a call to have them see you right away." Right away. She didn't like the way that sounded. Maybe it was because she knew something Anna didn't know. But maybe it was just pure caution, because she reminded the doc of her daughter. Because some people were just preemptive like that. Like Brady. But Anna agreed, picked up her stuff and drove further into town, over to Baptist Hospital to be seen quickly. For another MRI. And here she thought she'd freed herself of this for the time being. Anna had hoped that if the cancer ever returned, that she'd have the chance to live a full life first, maybe deal with it again in her 30s or 40s after she'd gotten to travel and 1,000 fun activities out of the way first. And yet here she was 4 years later, dealing with it again. The MRI, the doctor's furtive glances at the nurse, the quickness with which she filled out the prescription notepad. Memories she'd tried pushing out of her mind came barreling back into her brain. "You've got to take it easy," Dr. Bates said to her, handing her the MRI order. Anna nodded, but no way did she agree. She couldn't stop living and loving life while she was still here. If her time on this planet was limited, then she was going to enjoy herself to the highest limit, and nobody was going to stop her. Chapter 13. Tuesday nights meant time at home to watch some telly, read online restaurant reviews, and lay around thinking about Anna. Why couldn't he stop? Because she was gorgeous, lively, and full of contradictions?
Sure. Who wouldn't be attracted to such an adventurous creature? But she was also kind. But the girl also needed direction, which pulled at his practical sensibilities. She reminded him of a rogue newspaper dancing and twirling in the wind, which for some reason made him want to pin her down so she wouldn't smack straight into an oncoming car. Anna Kincaid, you and your deaf cables and fissured kayaks. Normally he wasn't insecure about his opinions, especially where business and safety were concerned. But it had dawned on him that maybe what had caused him to be so outspoken wasn't concern for how customers perceived Anna's business, but his concern for her. As much as he and Anna had been straight shooters about remaining only friends, he wasn't a fool. He cared about her, and that became more true each time he saw her. She was fun and spirited. She sucked joy out of life more than anyone he'd ever met, and yet she was compassionate and caring, trying to give him something he desperately needed, a true sense of belonging and home, by setting up the meeting with his grandfather. He was falling for her, he realized, and he was seriously reconsidering his reluctance to get involved with a woman again. Things had gone badly with Elizabeth, but even in spite of the grief they shared at losing Rian, they hadn't been a truly strong couple before her death. They'd been too different, unable to give each other what they needed. Elizabeth hadn't appreciated or wanted Brady's wild side. But Anna was different. She matched and even exceeded him when it came to passionate nature and zest for life, which is why Brady sought Quinn's counsel at the stylish after his time with Anna. His brother had reassured him that he hadn't done anything wrong in pointing out his concerns about Anna's equipment. But he'd also agreed that Brady's concern was likely mixed in with deep feelings of possessiveness that he shouldn't ignore. You're protective of what you love most, Brady. Don't quash your instincts. Embrace them, and let yourself believe. The thing was, Brady was starting to believe, and that scared them. His phone chimed. One glance showed a text from Anna. Though they'd exchanged phone numbers, this was the first time she'd actually messaged him. "Hi, you home?" "I am. Care to come over?" "Care to go rock climbing?" "It's 7 o'clock at night." "So?" "So, it's 7 o'clock at night. Rock climbing. At night." "And?" "I value my life."
"And?" "Brady, come have fun with me."
"Come watch a movie with me." "Yes?"
The 3 gray dots of patience waggled on her side of the screen. What exact kind of madness was this chick made of that made her want to scale sharp landforms in the absence of sunlight? But obviously she made a business doing that kind of thing. While he waited her reply, he opened up a new browser tab on his laptop and typed, "Adventure, Forestville, California." He clicked on the Yelp preview for her eco tour business. 3.2 stars out of 5. Huh. The list of reviews opened up. The first one had 2 stars, which shocked him. His phone chimed with Anna's next text. "I'm geared up ready to climb, but I can be convinced otherwise."
"Fine. I'll throw in a pint of ice cream."
"What kind?"
"Butter toffee."
"I'll be right over." He chuckled. The lonely sound of it in the emptiness of his flat made him both sad but thrilled. She was coming over. Here. To his place. Giving her the address to his townhome, he settled back to read her establishment's reviews. The first one praised her staff for being friendly and knowledgeable, but said the facilities needed updating, from the office to the bathrooms to the trails. At the time of the review a month ago, one of the trails hadn't been marked clearly, so the reviewer's young daughter ended up wandering into the woods. Luckily, the parents weren't too far ahead of the girl and were able to turn around and find the child easily. Otherwise, the reviewer said, they would have given Adventures 4 stars. Another reviewer said the guides were extremely friendly, thorough in their explanations, and patient, but the zipline harnesses seemed dingy and second-rate. For each review, regardless of negative or lukewarm, someone, Anna or one of her workers, replied in kind, thanking them for taking the time to evaluate.
Good on ya, Anna.
Brady thought. He'd done the same earlier today for a new review on The Stylish Irish. In total, he read 20 reviews, the general consensus of which was that the staff bent over backwards to provide a fun experience, but the equipment, from kayaks to oars to vests and cables, needed updating and maintenance. It was like the Cranky Yankees' fire and loss all over again. He couldn't stand to see Anna's business hurt. He couldn't stand for her to be hurt. He reminded himself that that wasn't going to happen, that he wasn't going to lose her, not to an evening of rock climbing anyway. Hopefully, not ever. Now he was thinking of Anna in terms of forever? He was about to freak out, but then Quinn's words echoed in his head.
You're protective of what you love most, Brady. Don't quash your instincts. Embrace them and let yourself believe.
For a moment, alone in his room, Brady opened himself up to the feeling. He opened himself up to believing. He cared about Anna. He could see himself falling in love with the woman. And she was on her way to him right now. Slamming his laptop shut, Brady sprang from his bed and began tidying up the room. Forestville was a fraction of the size of Dublin, so it would be a matter of seconds before Anna arrived. Thankfully, Brady had been tidy most of his life, so there wasn't much to pick up. The doorbell rang. He checked his reflection in the mirror. Jeans and an old Green Day t-shirt. Raked his fingers through his hair and checked his breath. On the way to the door, he fluffed up his couch cushions, swiped dust off the foyer entrance table, and unlocked the door. A sight for sore eyes. He stared at Anna standing on his porch, looking like a deity of physical fitness. She was ready for rock climbing in tight gray exercise pants that cut off at the knee, showing off her shapely calves. "Can I come in?" Her radiant smile lit up the entire front porch. In her hands was something stringy, beaded in green. "Here." She reached up on her tiptoes and strung it around his neck. Halfway down his chest, a little green shamrock glistened in the fluorescent light.
Ah, you've accented me.
Pushing the door back, he made room for her to walk in.
What's this for?
St. Patrick's Day, obviously.
St. Patrick's Day is not for another 2 weeks.
Speaking of which, he and Quinn needed to get moving on the St. Patty's Day celebration, where they'd hold the overflow of people, outdoor lighting, renting extra kegs. So much to do. "I know, but I thought I'd bring the Irish some of his own luck." Closing the door, he fully absorbed her as she glided through the living room, familiarizing herself with his place. Her hair was up in a tight ponytail, giving her whole aura a sense of bounciness.
We make our own luck in this life.
"I don't know about that." Anna spun around once she'd gotten a good look at the place. "Some things are just handed to you. They're the cards you draw, and you have no control over them."
"I don't know about that,"
he imitated her, making his way to the kitchen and opening the freezer to pull out the half-gallon of butter toffee ice cream.
"It's all about our decisions, Anna. Why do you think I've been having such a hard time these last few years? Bad decisions."
"For some things, Brady." She sat on the edge of the couch, then popped up again and began pacing. She reeked nervous energy tonight. "But not all. You had no control over your daughter getting sick, did you?" He paused at the counter, opening up the rim of the ice cream lid. Suddenly, he wasn't very hungry.
"Not that, no. Although some illnesses are within our control, depending on what we eat, what we drink, how we take care of ourselves."
"Brady, I take care of myself," she said, exasperation in her eyes. She looked like she'd come from a stressful workout without getting a single drop of sweat on her. "I mean, yeah, we're about to eat ice cream. But most of the time I eat supremely well, I sleep well, I exercise every day of my life."
"But,"
he cocked his head. Was there more to this? "That's it," she smiled, taking a seat at the counter. Then she touched her forehead to the tile countertop. Sighing, she rocked back and forth, as though she'd said too much.
"Anna, are you all right? You look different tonight."
"No."
"No what?"
"No, I'm not all right."
Then what is it? He asked.
I can't talk about it. I just wanted to see you tonight. Were you busy? Is it okay that I came over? Maybe I should go.
No, it's perfectly fine. Don't go.
Abandoning the ice cream, he rounded the counter and took her into his arms. At first she pushed him away, but when he relented, never one to make a woman do anything she didn't want to do, she reached out and pulled him back in again, holding him close. Can you just not say anything for a bit? She whispered.
Anna, what's wrong?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
But before he could say anything else, console her properly with words of wisdom or a there, she was using the footrest of the stool to stand up on and get on even height with him. Her lips drew him in, kissing him fiercely. He didn't know what had made her so upset. Could she have seen the same reviews he just read? Did they bother her as much as they bothered him? Was there an ex-boyfriend he didn't know about? An argument with a friend? She hadn't seemed bothered when she walked through the door. That was until they began talking about chance versus choice, health, and his daughter's death.
You sure you don't want to talk?
He'd never be able to sleep at night if he didn't inquire again. He'd learned from his mistakes. Women wanted you to try harder. Show them you cared by prying, getting down to the bottom of solving their problems. And if there was any way he could do that for her, he'd do it. She paused, squeezing her eyes shut. I told you what I wanted, she said between breaths.
I must have missed it. Tell me again, please.
I've been telling you since the beginning. It's always a push and pull with us, isn't it? Okay, he couldn't take this attack personally. This probably had nothing to do with him at all.
Anna, I'm sorry. I've tried to be completely honest with you, but if you want me to accept that your business reviews aren't sending up a red flag, I can't.
What do you mean, my reviews?
The things I told you, the zipline cables, the kayaks falling apart. Your customers are noticing the same things. I know you know this, because you reply to your reviews.
He waited for her to say something, seething silence in return. She picked up her purse and headed for the door.
Where are you going? Anna, all I would like, if it isn't too much trouble, is for you to listen to someone besides yourself. I take that back. I would like for you to listen to me.
Why should I listen to you?
I guess that's what you truly think of me. I may act the maggot sometimes, but I'm right about this.
His index finger jabbed the couch.
Things need to be done correctly. Like us, I'm beginning to realize we fooled ourselves with this notion of simply being friends. I know why we went there. I know why I did. To protect myself from further pain. But I don't know why you go there. And I want to. I want to get to know you better, and I regret not doing things differently. Things need care, like your equipment, because it's too easy to lose things in a fire. Or because your loved ones can just up and leave you one day, and all you'll be left alone with is your broken life, wondering how it all happened, when the clues were right there to begin with.
Anna stared at him with bejeweled eyes. At least she was listening.
But if you won't tell me what's wrong, I can't help you fix it. Do you understand that?
Brady moved toward her to rein her back into his grasp, but she was already out the door. Some things can't be fixed, Brady. That's something you need to accept. The door slammed, and Brady stood there befuddled out of his mind. Chapter 14. Maybe she overreacted, but she also hadn't been this stressed in a long time. It was his question that set her off like a rocket. How could he ask what she needed, what she wanted? Was he that bad at listening? She'd been telling him what she wanted, clear as a bell, since day one. Anna had always been upfront with Brady. Of course, the one thing she hadn't told him was the very thing she was most upset about. She felt herself torn between sharing her medical history and keeping it to herself. If she shared it, it would be like crossing some unseen threshold into boyfriend territory. She'd gone to his townhouse to get her mind off her visit with Dr. Bates, and ended up a secretive, crazy ball of jangled nerves. Anna's cough was back. It could have been the chill of the night,
but she knew better. It wasn't persistent, nothing like the days leading up to her original diagnosis, but it was there. And waiting for the results of the MRI was like waiting for your firstborn child. Slapping in brand new batteries in her headlamp, Anna closed the compartment, strapped the light onto her head, and prepared her ropes and anchors. Dara was about to arrive. Anna might want to relieve stress by scaling the highest point in Forestville, but she wasn't stupid. As much as she wanted to be alone tonight, she needed a climbing buddy and had called the only girl she knew who was just as crazy as she was. When Dara arrived and began strapping herself into her ropes, anchors, and other protective gear to prepare for free climbing, she gave Anna an overly concerned look that was out of character but suited her well. "I don't mean to tell you how to live your life or anything, but, are you sure this is what the doctor meant by taking it easy?" Anna stared up at the boulder they'd be climbing. "It's not that tall, and we've done this 1,000 times. Yes, but it's still considered extreme physical activity. Sweetie, you have to learn other ways of relaxing. You're making the rest of us look bad. You have your ways, I have mine." No, it wasn't the most affectionate response to the one person who'd agreed to come keep her company while she acted completely insane in the wake of another frightening doctor visit. But she also knew that Dara wouldn't judge. No matter what, she had to get to the top of that boulder. If all went well, it would take about 20 minutes. Then she'd have a gorgeous nighttime view of the valley on a moonlit night, with all the pretty backyard lights and stars in the universe on display just for her. There was no better way to de-stress. If Anna could reach the summit quickly, she would breathe a little easier. "Your cough sounds awful." Dara positioned herself to begin the climb, and Anna led the way, loving the feel of the rock underneath her fingertips. "It's nothing. I'm fine." "It's not fine, Anna. I don't think we should be doing this. All I need is for you to rupture a lung, and then what? Then I live the rest of my life carrying the guilt of having lost my best friend, all because she wouldn't listen to me. It's fine." Famous last words, Anna. Famous last words. Anna sighed and continued her climb. Nobody understood what she was going through. Her mother, Dara, her friends, none of them could ever truly understand. Something happened when you were only 22 and knew your life could end at any moment. Caution didn't seem to matter anymore. Much to her chagrin, she'd try to find a way to address those negative reviews. After all, she wasn't in the business of harming others, but harming herself? What did it matter? She was going to die soon anyway. What if she fixed all the equipment, like the reviewers and Brady wanted her to, and she croaked in a few months anyway? What if Dr. Bates discovered that her cancer was back with a vengeance, that all the work she'd put into restoring her old equipment was for naught? What if the results came back showing a new tumor, a malignant one, and she'd begin feeling pain any day now? She would then die without ever knowing the full love of a man, without knowing a family and children. The tears in her eyes were to blame for her foot slipping. "Anna!" Dara cried from off to her left and below. "It's nothing, Dara." She attempted new footing, pointing her headlamp where her feet had been, but the glow of the lamp swirled in her watery tears. There. That was better. "I was just going too fast, that's all." "Slow down. I don't like your attitude tonight. You're on fire." "Maybe I am." Anna reached for another crevice, dug her fingers in, and pulled herself up. To her disappointment, she thought about how Brady would never do anything like this. He wasn't as fearless. He preferred the comfort of his home, and she could easily see him spending most of his life indoors. If they were ever together, she'd have to convince him to get out more. Stupid thought. We're not ending up together. The climb continued until they arrived at the top of the bluff. Maybe she hadn't measured her rope out enough, but Anna's line wouldn't allow her to reach the surface. "It's caught way below you," Dara explained. "Want me to go down there and loosen it, or you want to just start making your way down?" "I didn't come here to chicken out. I came here to climb. Anna, you're not freaking Wonder Woman, and you're not going to do this without your—" But Anna was out of her harness and anchor before Dara could get another word in.
Despite her protests that sounded far away, Anna knew she could free climb the last 4 feet. She'd done it 100 times before, and every single time, Dara would freak out like she was now. "Anna, don't. Anna, you usually do that when it's daylight out, not at night. Can you please stop? You're making me nervous. Can you please just trust me?" Maybe that was it. She just wanted to be trusted. She knew what she was doing. If cancer was going to come back, Anna would insist on activities that put her in control, and rock climbing was only one. A few more steps, and one more hoisting of her body, and she climbed over the edge. There, just like she said she would. On the rock below, Dara was having a heart attack. "I'm going to tell your mother you did that. Don't you ever take off your ropes again at night. You hear me?" "Yes, Mommy," Anna smiled, coughed, then took in her surroundings as Dara climbed over the edge and joined her. The valley was a blanket of deep, dark green, with little fireflies of light dotting the landscape. She really did live in the prettiest town of all. And the only drawback about this quiet moment of conquering a force of nature was that Brady wasn't there to share it with her. Her phone was ringing. She wasn't sure where it was, who it was, why it was. The phone rang its musical tune again. Why was there a phone ringing in her dream? She opened her eyes in the filtered, pale blue light of her bedroom and realized her phone was ringing for real. Pawing at it, her fuzzy eyes focused on the number. Dr. Bates. "Hello?" she answered, suppressing a cough. "Anna, honey, that doesn't sound good. I need to give you something for that. Okay, we have the results of the MRI. Is your mom with you?" "No, why?" "Just asking. I'd rather explain at once, but listen." Dr. Bates went on to tell her how the MRI showed a small mass in her left lung. "Nothing too big, that's the good news. The bad news is, you're going to need another biopsy. I suggest this one be transbronchial. That's the little tube inserted into your throat that goes in and gets the sample, okay? No needles this time. But let's get you scheduled for that ASAP. How does Friday sound?" She didn't really have a choice, did she? She needed another biopsy, and that was the same route the last tumor went down. Thanking Dr. Bates, she hung up and stared at the ceiling. Why? Why her? What terrible things had she done as a child to deserve this? Thanks, universe. Okay, she needed to stay calm. It might be a benign mass. Stay positive. She fired off a quick text to her mother, letting her know she needed to go back to Dr. Bates on Friday, knowing her mother would be pissed that she hadn't called her personally to tell her that sort of thing. But Anna didn't want to talk about it. Right now, it was the only way to stay positive. Her first thought after that was of checking things off her bucket list as quickly as possible, in case this tumor grew and consumed her life, in case she'd never be this healthy ever again, in case these were metastatic cancer cells, not new ones, and before she knew it, she'd be completely eaten up on the inside. Turning to her side, she breathed slowly to stay calm, but it was no use. She let her tears well up and finally they spilled. What was the point of holding them down? It wouldn't make her any stronger. Sobbing, sucking up a cleansing breath, she called the same zipline installers she'd used last time. She had a new spot in mind and had just received clearance on the land. Would they be able to come out and begin installation ASAP? They let her know they could come out tomorrow. Perfect. That would give her just enough time to think about where she wanted it to begin, where she wanted it to end. She knew she wanted it flying right over the springs and landing on the perimeter of the Phillips property. It was a gorgeous view from up there, her favorite of all, and sure to make customers happy, like it makes me happy. A knock at her door. She sat up straight in bed. Though it was only 9 a.m, she was pretty sure Mom hadn't asked the landscapers to come today. At the same time she got up to slide on some pants, a text came in from Brady. "I know you're home. Can we talk?" Brady O'Neill. Way too honest. Handsome.
Sweet, funny, challenging, practical. All things she loved about him, but he was frustrating too. The fact was, she never should have gotten involved with him. She should have been keeping things light and fun, stress-free. But his eyes, his banter, the swagger in his voice, his hands. He needed someone to boss around, apparently, because he was a man who needed control after a life of so much uncertainty. Not that different from me, actually. She scuttled to the door and opened it. Brady stood on the front porch in jeans and a long-sleeved purple shirt that highlighted his biceps and accented his deep blue eyes. "Why are you here?" she asked. "I can't stop thinking about you." "Well, that's unfortunate, because I have issues that will bring you down and make you cry big baby tears. You never should have gotten involved with me. Consider that a fair warning. I won't be offended if you turn and run." Brady pushed through the door, closed it like he lived there, and tugged her by the hand into her living room. "Talk to me. Right now. I've told you all about my life, and you've told me nothing. This relationship so far has only lightly scratched the surface." "As it should be." Anna hated herself for saying that, but it was only to protect him. "No, as it shouldn't."
He traced the freckles on her hand.
"We're both carrying around pain we don't want to talk about. We're both feeling held back because of it, and we're both scared to open up, like connecting with another human being is such a terrible thing. Now please, I know something's up, Anna. Tell me what it is."
"How do you know?" Was she that much of an open book? She might have just had PMS last night. Every woman's allowed to have a bad mood every so often.
"Because I acted the same way with my brothers and friends back in Dublin. I clammed up. I didn't want to talk. I blamed everyone around me for the way I was feeling. So please, take it from someone who's been there."
If she were to tell him, a man who'd endured enough heartbreak and loss, he might pull away from her. Yes, he'd act nice and concerned for her, and all that, but he definitely wouldn't want to see her anymore, and that was a risk Anna didn't want to take. She wanted to keep seeing him. On the other hand, until they were completely honest with each other, they wouldn't have a relationship at all. It'd be based on lies, appearances. She had no choice. If she and Brady were ever to be lovers, boyfriend and girlfriend, or even just friends, it started here and now. She sighed and dropped her chin. "I would tell you to sit down for this, but you're already sitting." She registered the momentary flash of panic in his eyes, but just as quickly, he buckled up and held her hand tighter.
"I'm listening,"
he said. "Brady?" She thought about Dr. Bates, the MRI, the biopsy, the fact that she could still conceivably beat the odds, beat cancer, and continue to live a few more years. But the simple fact was, I'm dying. Chapter 15.
"Why do you say that?"
He held on to her hands.
"What is it?"
"Cancer," she sighed. "It runs in my family."
"So, you don't mean in a metaphorical sense, as in we're all dying a slow death?"
Part of him was hoping she was being dramatic. Unfortunately, she wasn't. "No, I mean I've already been diagnosed." Anna cringed. "First, when I was 18, I went through chemo." She watched him carefully. "I beat it. I've been clean ever since. But then I started feeling sick over the weekend."
"This weekend?"
Brady asked. "Yes, and just 2 days ago they found another mass, so I have to go in for a biopsy." So that was why she didn't call him on Sunday or Monday? This whole time she'd been sick. Another possible loss. Another person he cared about with failing health. Could he deal with this? Brady fought the urge to get up and run. "You don't have to let go."
"Excuse me."
He looked back at her, positive he missed something. "You let go of my hands," Anna said, wiping her eyes. "I'm not going to infect you or anything." The tears betrayed her and rose into her eyes anyway, filling them with green, watery light. Brady glanced down at his hands, in his lap. He didn't even realize he'd done that.
"Sorry."
He scooped up her pretty hands again, caressing them.
I never thought. I mean,
I know, she sighed and leaned back. Trust me. This was why I hadn't told you anything. I knew you'd be shocked.
But you still should have told me, Anna. You can't keep things from me.
I can't? Brady, we've known each other a week.
I still would have liked to know.
Was it really only a week?
What kind of cancer?
Lung.
But you're so active, he scoffed. You're like the of Green Valley. How can you have lung cancer? Ah, come off it. You don't even smoke, do you?
Anna shook her head. She was so beautiful, sitting there with pink-rimmed eyes, tattered hair, no bra, not knowing if to laugh or cry at his antics. Did she have any idea how freaking gorgeous she was? I don't smoke, I'm not over 50, and lung cancer doesn't run in my family. But other types do. You don't have to smoke to get lung cancer, Brady.
I know that. It's just...
Brady had very little to offer by way of words at the moment. Like I said, I knew you'd be shocked, and part of me was scared of telling you because I didn't want you to run away. Wee guilt spikes shot through his chest. A minute ago, he'd felt the urge to do just that.
Who would run away from an amazing, funny, infuriating goddess like you, Anna? Who would be that stupid?
Infuriating? The eyebrow again.
No one's perfect.
Who would reject me, you're asking? Let's see. Someone desperate for permanence, except when it comes to a romantic relationship. Someone tired of losing loved ones. You're right. I don't know anyone who fits that description. He smirked. Brady got up and began pacing. He'd only very recently been able to admit to himself that he wanted more from Anna than a temporary fling. What would this mean for them? Could they ever have anything if she was sick? His brain spiraled.
So, let me get this straight. You were in remission for a while, but now the cancer is back?
We don't know for sure yet that it's cancer, she interrupted. It's a small mass. They need to do the biopsy first to see if it's malignant or benign. Hopefully it's nothing, but considering the other one was cancerous, there's a good chance this one's metastasized. I just don't know, Brady. I'm figuring this all out as I go.
Right.
He nodded, pacing back and forth. How was this always happening to him? How did the people he loved always get sick and die? Whoa, first of all, let's not get carried away. He cared about Anna, could see himself falling in love with her, but he couldn't already be in love with her after a week. And besides, this isn't about you. She's the one with a tumor.
Okay, all right.
I can see you're flustered. I'm sorry I said anything.
No, Anna.
Brady flew to her side and cranked her in for a tight hold. How was it that a little over a week ago he had no one but his brothers, and now here he was, afraid to let her go? He'd never believed in love at first sight, but maybe that's what had happened. Maybe his brain hadn't quite caught on to the fact he loved Anna. Maybe he couldn't say the words out loud, but his heart felt something that truly did resemble love for this wee woman. And he needed to make sure she knew she could count on him.
You can always talk to me. I will not judge, and I won't make you feel like you can't share with me ever again. I promise that.
She was shaking in his arms, crying and shaking, clutching his t-shirt to keep from collapsing. She was the one going through this, not him. He had to be supportive. He had to set aside his fears and think positively.
Anna, look at me.
Brady tried to get a good look at her underneath the hair covering her face.
You're not going to die. You got that?
Now he understood why she acted reckless half the time. Because she assumed she wouldn't be around much longer.
If it turns out the tumor is malignant, then you will attack it again. You will win again. And I'll be here for you when you do.
I'm scared, Brady. I was hoping I wouldn't go through this again, and here I am, going through it again. And when you start talking about my zip lines, my kayaks, how it's better to buy new equipment, I freak out, because I know I need money and time to do all that, and I'm so afraid that time will be taken away from me. Her fingers gripped her messy hair.
Shh. One thing at a time. I was only trying to help. I will help. You're right. There's no rush to set aside perfectly good equipment, or rush to build zip-line towers. Not if what you have now is safe and legal.
And it is, Brady. It is. I wouldn't jeopardize anyone's safety. I'd never do that.
Hush. I know that, love, I do. But you can't put your life on hold, afraid to work towards improving your business, or afraid to get involved romantically with someone, because you fear you'll die at any moment. If that were the case, we'd all be in a holding pattern.
When she opened her mouth for her rebuttal, he took her head and cupped her cheek.
And I know, I'm not one to talk, because I've been in a holding pattern too, not afraid of my dying, but of anyone else I come to care about leaving me. But you know what? Fat lot of good it did me, because I care about you, Anna, more than I've cared about a woman in a long, long time.
And yet I could have cancer again, Brady. So what does that do to your little theory? I'm just proof positive that maybe being in a holding pattern to avoid being hurt is exactly what we should have been doing all along. She released her hold on him and went to her bedroom to flop on the bed. He paused at the doorway.
I don't believe that, not anymore, because this past week spent with you has brought me joy. It's brought me back to me. I've still got my business, everything I've worked so hard for. I even met my grandfather because of you. Look how that turned out. Not so well, but the result doesn't matter to me.
He walked up to the bed and sat beside her.
The point is, I won't regret not trying, and that's what the true shame would be, Anna. Dying with regret. You? That won't happen. Whatever happens, you've lived life to the fullest. Now, why don't you get dressed and help me order some St. Paddy's Day decor online? We need something to take our minds off everything, and I need to get it all in by next week. Huh? How's that sound?
Murph.
I couldn't agree more, but listen, I'm not going to let you have this pity party all by yourself. Then, how about tonight we go on a date?
What do you mean?
You know, going out together, talking, sharing, eating good food, drinking good wine, maybe getting ossified. I was just thinking about how much fun that would be. Want to? Don't reject me, Anna, or I won't be able to stand it. What do you say, love?
She folded herself upright and pushed the tangled mass of hair off her face. You sure you want to go out with this scorching hot mess? I'm going to die, you know. She tilted her chin defiantly, saying the words boldly as if in a last-ditch effort to scare him away. Wasn't happening.
You are not.
He lifted her cheeks until her lips were even with his. He kissed them softly, inhaling the scent of Anna.
Not from cancer, anyway. From fun overload, maybe. From a grand time and brilliant banter and crack with yours truly.
He tapped her nose.
But not from anything else. Though you might think otherwise tonight.
Chapter 16. All morning it rained. Now the day cleared up, perfect for whatever it was Brady had planned. When his car finally pulled into her driveway, she felt antsy like she hadn't in a long time. He was trying to hide a small bouquet of flowers behind his back and strolled up her walk in jeans and a white, long-sleeved button shirt, hair damp and styled. This was the first time he'd dolled up specifically for her. He knocked at the door. Anna flew to open it.
Hello, Miss Kincaid.
Brady presented the bouquet of daisies and a huge smile.
Care to join me for a stroll in the countryside?
I would love to. She thanked him and accepted the flowers, reaching up to give him a kiss, but he presented his cheek instead. Ah, so this was how he wanted to play. Like a first date. Like they should have done from the start. He smelled amazing, like a rain shower. Quickly, she found a pretty glass vase for the flowers and set them on the dining table. Locking up the house, she joined Brady outside and got into his car, which she'd never actually been inside before. The interior was tanned leather and smelled like Brady. Where are we off to, Mr. O'Neill?
Mr. O'Neill was my father, Anna. You may call me Brady,
she laughed as he pulled out of the driveway and headed toward the main road. Okay, Brady's, can you tell me where we're going?
You are a woman of the outdoors, so I must, of course, indulge you in an outdoor activity. We're headed to Brandon Apple Farm for a while, then we'll have dinner back in town.
Oh, She'd always wanted to go to Brandon Apple Farm. It was one of those places off the beaten path that her friends talked about, but on weekends was usually too crowded, especially this time of year. Luckily, it was only a Wednesday afternoon. The drive was quiet. The windows were open, and it was nice not to argue for once. Lovely to smell the sweet valley breezes. She couldn't imagine ever wanting to leave this land and figured that Brady's mother must have truly been in love with his father to leave it behind. When they arrived at the orchard, the wind carried the sweet fragrances of apples, and the sun was low on the horizon. They paid for a bucket and went out to the path to go picking, surrounded by native plants and trees. Along the path was a bubbling creek, over which butterflies played tag and birds swooped to catch little fish. This place is heaven, Anna thought. It was nice to slow down for once, enjoy a walk in the cool afternoon. It was the perfect blend of Anna and Brady. Outdoors, but chillaxed. They talked about easy things, no cancer, zip lines, or anything that might put a damper on their time together. Once they reached the actual orchard, it was all about apples. Gravenstein, Golden Delicious, Macintosh, Roman Beauties, and Jonathan apples, all different sizes, colors, thickness of skin, flavors, and aromas. A couple hours later, they were completely apple-picked out. Brady paid to have about a third of their bounty pressed into fresh, delicious apple juice. She'd have enough apple juice for days now, enough apples for her mom to transform into all sorts of apple goodness. "Thank you. That was the most relaxing thing I've done in a long time." "My pleasure. You needed it. I guess we both did." They arrived somewhere Anna hadn't been in ages, since she was a little girl when her mother played host to a group of Canadian friends and had brought them here, to a little bed and breakfast by the river called Russian River House. It was where Lillian Parker had baked her amazing muffins, the best in the county, which attracted people from all over the country. "Oh, wow," she said. "I didn't pack an overnight bag." Brady slowed down and turned into the parking lot.
"Neither did I. We don't have to stay if you don't want to."
"I don't know. I just might want to," she smiled.
"Then we wear the same clothes again tomorrow. No big deal."
Brady parked and cut the engine. He paused to stare at Anna. So this was it. He got out of the car and came around to offer his hand. There was something symbolic about it, to make sure this was what she wanted, to commit fully, to accept that Brady was indeed the man she wanted for this milestone. She took his arm and walked down the gravel path to the establishment's front door. He opened the door. Mrs. Parker stood from her desk. Anna had seen her around town plenty of times, but never actually met her personally. Her grayish hair was up in a knot, and she looked worn but happy. "Well, if it isn't another O'Neill. Your brother Quinn advised me you were coming."
"Thank you, Mum. I hope it's not too much trouble."
"No trouble at all. Lillian seems happy to accommodate the entire O'Neill clan in her absence," the woman said good-naturedly, and Anna couldn't help but feel that she was holding back an eye roll. "I guess I never realized how beautiful her room is, and, she won't let me rent it out to anyone else, so please, take care of it."
"Oh, we will, Mrs. Parker. Not to worry. I own my own place of business. I know how it is. This is Anna Kincaid, by the way, my dear good friend."
"Hello, nice to meet you." Anna shook hands with Mrs. Parker, giddy with having been called Brady's good friend. Amazing what could develop over time. Mrs. Parker handed Brady the key and pointed down the hall. "End of the hall, stairs on your right up to the 3rd floor. If you'll be using the fireplace, make sure to turn it off when you're done."
"Thank you, Mum. Have a good evening."
Brady tugged Anna down the hall as thoughts collided in her brain. Fireplace? 3rd floor? So they were headed to Lillian Parker's very own room? Quinn had called? Wow. This was all so strange and awesome at the same time. "Hurry, let's go," he chuckled.
"So impatient. But you're with the handsomest devil of them all. Who can blame you?"
He winked and led her up the stairs. When they reached Lillian's room, at first she felt awkward to be entering someone else's own private room, but the moment she saw it, her worries immediately melted.
What an incredible little corner of heaven. A beautiful wooden four-poster bed, a fireplace, desk, fridge, which Brady revealed to be full of wine, and best of all, an amazing balcony overlooking the entire valley. That must be Parker property below, the rows and rows of vineyard, still visible in the evening light. Stars glinted against the velvety black fabric of sky, and as music came on somewhere behind her, Brady closed doors, opened windows, poked a fire just beginning to burn, and did other things for her benefit. How perfect was he! How beautiful! Have you brought anyone else here before? He shook his head and handed her a glass of something light and fruity, a Riesling.
That's a negative, love, but my brothers have. Quinn said that Lillian was more than happy to lend it out while she's in Miami. She loves me, you know, and I'm really happy she loves my brother. I wanted someone like her for him for quite a while.
Anna smiled and sipped her wine. That's really sweet of you to say. I'm sure they want the same for you, the right woman to love forever. The moment she said it, she cringed. Brady had been married once, and look how that had turned out. Sure, he was talking about an adventure with her and seeing where it led, but he wouldn't seriously consider her forever after material, not given both their histories. Though I know you don't want a serious girlfriend, she said quickly. I know that hasn't changed. He stepped closer and turned her so she faced him.
Things have definitely changed, Anna. I mean, I can't predict where things will go, but as far as me trying to control the future to protect myself, I'm not there anymore.
So where are you?
I'm here, with you, the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm giving love another chance, Anna. I never thought it would happen at all, let alone so soon.
So soon after your divorce, or so soon?
So soon after meeting someone. After meeting you.
Chapter 17. In the morning, they had the distinct pleasure of experiencing the bed and breakfast treats of Russian River House. Muffins that were out of this world. Muffins he couldn't wait to serve as part of his sister store next door to the Stylish Irish. He'd had them before, the day Lillian brought a whole stash by when they were remodeling the restaurant. But having them in the dining room overlooking the Parker House vineyard was another treat in and of itself. Anna looked up at him every so often, a coy smile on her face, a blush tinting her apple cheeks. Though they didn't talk much, Brady felt at ease. In many ways, it made him sad, too. These quiet breakfasts reminded him of life with Elizabeth. Even though Anna was nothing like her, he was ready to experience them again, with Anna or someone else. But he was ready. He began hoping it'd be with Anna, though. "Are you okay?" she asked. It was only a matter of time before she did. Women always mistook his silence for a problem.
Perfectly grand. Just enjoying your company.
He smiled and reached for her hand. Over a momentary squeeze, they gave each other a knowing smile. The memory of Elizabeth had stopped him from living in the moment for a while there. But now he wanted to enjoy every moment, and it was all because of Anna's lust for life. Last night, after making love, they'd fallen asleep under a thick chenille blanket and dozed long into the night by the fire.
I have to go soon. Quinn has been texting me. Needed back at the pub.
I understand. I have to get back to the office, too. Glancing at her perfect face, watching her check in with the office the way a responsible business owner would, Brady finally admitted it to himself. He loved her. He loved her perseverance, her determination to be happy, regardless of the obstacles preventing her from achieving that. He wanted a future with her. Intimate time, yes, but also time watching her grow her business, maybe even with his help. Time every day apple-picking, and every evening making love. He just hoped that given time, she'd overcome her fears and admit she wanted that too. And of course, he hoped that they were given that time. Later, at the Stylish Irish, Brady strolled in with a spring to his step. Heading around to the back, he hung his jacket and spotted a delivery man there, holding on to the handle of a handcart filled with crates.
Can I help you?
He shook the man's hand.
I'm here to deliver your kegs from Golden Gate Brewery. I have 2 of apple fritter, 2 of maple tap, 2 house lagers, and 2 spring flings." He crouched and jotted down the numbers on the side of his storage unit. "Bill didn't say you didn't have a walk-in keg cooler. We prefer our beers to be kept between 36 and 38 degrees.
"Why, I have this bar cooler back here."
Brady gestured to an old cooler Paul Brennan used to use when Mulligan's was still open.
"Won't this work?"
"No, sir." The delivery man shook his head. "These won't keep well in those. Some of these have high fruit content. Bill should have explained that you need a walk-in big enough for all these kegs. The right one will run you about $8,000.
"Dollars?"
Brady almost coughed. He'd heard of craft beer vendors requiring special refrigeration for their products, but he didn't know he'd have to buy one of those freestanding units. In retrospect, he supposed it made sense, but he'd been preoccupied with Anna and meeting his grandfather, and... "We can't be responsible for leaving it in room temperature, so I'll take this back. You let us know when you've acquired the right storage unit." The man tapped his clipboard and looked at the kegs he'd have to load back into his truck.
"You've got to be kidding me."
Now he had to deal with getting the right equipment or risk not having a house fully stocked and ready for St. Patty's Day. "I'm sorry, company policy," the man said. "We're responsible for the quality of our beers. All of this should have been discussed at the meeting."
"It's fine. I'll go get one."
Brady shook his head.
"When can you bring it back? We have a big event in less than 2 weeks and cannot be without these kegs, or else I can just cancel the account and go with another supplier who doesn't enforce silly requirements."
"I'm sorry, sir. Golden Gate does it one way, everyone else does it their way. Call us when you're all set up and I'll bring this back. It's only an hour's drive." He sighed.
"Fine."
Brady glanced back at Quinn, who'd been watching and listening.
"Maybe you didn't look through the contract,"
Quinn said carefully once the man had gone.
"You've been busy." I've been busy,"
Brady said, feeling his brother's disappointment.
"I've been seeing Anna, so things have been taking a bit of time. I'm sorry. I won't be gone too long this week."
Unless Anna needed him to be there for a biopsy. But he didn't want to reveal Anna's personal business.
"No need to be sorry."
Quinn came up to Brady and stood fanning a stack of receipt checks at himself.
"I'm happy for you, you know. Coming to America was tricky business, and I wasn't sure how you'd react to it. At first, I thought you'd crack under the pressure, become so involved with your work that you wouldn't take a moment to look up. So I'm happy for you. We're all happy."
"Thanks."
Brady ran a hand through his hair.
"I'm sorry about the kegs. I had no idea. I went over everything twice with Bill that day, and I've been meaning to purchase a new bar cooler too, but a few things have come up."
Anna Kincaid, to be precise.
"I'll go out tomorrow morning and get a new one. We have it in the budget."
"We better. We just bought 10 kegs from Golden Gate with nowhere to put it. If you want to protect your investment, you'll find a walk-in. This cooler was on the brink anyway."
Quinn tapped the old unit and disappeared behind the back. So he'd been scolded, in the nicest of ways, about old equipment and not caring for the product or for the customers. After Anna, a woman without the means to go out and buy new ones. Now he felt even more terrible for coming down on her. Brady went over the bar and began puttering around, collecting dirty glasses and setting the dishwasher. When Pedro needed a break, he took over tending bar and chatted up the customers. One, in particular, was a heavy-set man shorter than Brady, but probably weighed just as much. He wore a flannel shirt, pens in his pockets, and a stoic expression.
"How are you today, sir? Don't reckon I've seen you before," Brady smiled. "In town for some wine tasting?"
"Oh, definitely," the man nodded, but he didn't seem to want any conversation. He ordered a bottled beer with a plate of ribs and wrote in a little notepad a lot. After a few minutes, he looked up at Brady. "There's a place around here where one can do adventure stuff, canoeing, rock climbing, that sort of thing. You know where it is?" Brady wasn't sure if the man was referring to Anna's place or a similar tour company on the outskirts of town, but he would direct him to Anna's no matter what.
"Aye, it's down the road about 2 miles. You'll see the sign on the right, called Adventures. Great place," he added happily. "You'll be climbing some rocks, I take it?"
Brady asked, laughing internally at the image in his mind. The man's eyes widened. "Oh, no," he laughed, shaking his head.
A guy like me can't do that, or I'll end up flat as a pancake on the ground."
Brady laughed and pried off the cap of his beer, pouring it into a frosty glass.
"I hear ya. I'm the big old fraidy cat myself when it comes to those things. Maybe try the kayaking or even the hiking. There's some brilliant views up there."
Truth was, he couldn't imagine this man kayaking either, or doing anything that required balance. He must have weighed about 136 kilos, same as him.
"What about the zip lining?"
The man had to go and ask the million-dollar question.
"Have you been up there? Know anything about it?"
It seemed strange for a man to be alone without a family, just wanting to go adventuring with his flannel shirt and notepad all by himself. But Brady had seen stranger things. Some people just enjoyed being loners. Maybe he was on a mission himself, like Anna, to go live life to the fullest after being diagnosed with some random disease. He had to admit it was an admirable way to react to bad news. Or maybe the man was just bored and looking for an easy way to spend some time. Still, given what he knew, there was no way a man this size should zipline on Anna's setup with cables tied to a tree. Anna knew about the weight limits, and she'd tell the man herself. Only what if Anna wasn't there, and it was one of her guides instead? What if they didn't know better? For a moment, unease overtook him, and he wasn't sure what to do. He supposed it wouldn't hurt to warn the man.
"You know,"
Brady rubbed the back of his neck,
"you might want to check in with the staff before deciding to go ziplining. Ask about weight limits. We're similarly built, and Adventures has a more rustic setup, without the towers where you climb the steps and launch yourself from the top."
The man nodded a bit. "I read some of the reviews, so I know they tie their ziplining cables to a tree. I'll definitely be checking whether the company's being compliant with safety regulations."
"The woman who runs the place is very concerned about her customers' safety, but she's not always there, so you never know."
God, he wasn't saying anything to badmouth Anna's business, in fact, just the opposite. So why was he suddenly feeling like he'd butted into someone else's business? On the other hand, should he not have said anything, when failing to do so might have meant the man would zip line when he had no business doing so?
"Thanks,"
the man said. While he downed his beer, then tore into his plate of ribs, Brady thought about what Anna would say if she heard him. No doubt she'd launch into a tirade about not trusting her, about turning her customers off, but he felt he'd been fair in his assessment. All in all, after the big man thanked him, paid, and left, Brady felt he'd sent Anna a potential customer. He'd ask Anna later if she knew what type of activity the man had finally chosen.
Chapter 18.
"Permanent," Anna replied, answering the zipline installer's question about the type of installation she needed. "Eye hooks through the tree, right. Yes, that's how we did the other two. It's 18 inches in diameter." "Great. When can we get it installed?" Excitement coursed through her for the first time at work since before she'd visited Dr. Bates. And with a transbronchial biopsy on the horizon in a couple of days, Anna needed all the happiness she could get. Much of that joy had come last night in the form of Brady O'Neill, so he didn't hold down his tongue when he had an opinion. So what? At least he was honest. "Friday, great. See you then. Thanks, Frank." Anna hung up with her zipline installer, a flurry of thrill batting through her belly. Now, that's what Adventures was all about, creating the perfect buzz of anticipation. Soon, she'd have a 3,000-foot-long cable spanning the space between her favorite lookout point and the backside of Giovanetti Springs, a soaring ride across the valley at 40 miles per hour. Tapping her pen on her desk, Anna couldn't help but give in to the big smile creeping onto her face. She'd be lying, though, if she said that the smile wasn't mostly there because of Brady. Outside, a truck pulled into the parking lot. Thick tires crunched over gravel. Then the truck pulled into a parking space and sat there for more than 5 minutes. Usually, guests were excited to hop out and get started on their tours. But the way the driver hung in the front seat, one foot out the open door, boot planted on the ground, made her stomach flip with unease. "Robin?" she called out the door to the front desk. "Yes?"
Have we had any calls today or yesterday or lately from any inspectors wanting to come by?" Anna got up and moved to the window. An older, heavy-set man with salt and pepper hair was getting out of the truck with a telltale clipboard, pen in pocket, and sunglasses. "Not that I know of," Robin replied. There wasn't anything to be worried about. She was up to code last time they came. It was just that she preferred to be ready for these things. Although the idea was to be prepared at any given time the county decided to come by. She knew that. Still, a warning would have been nice. With a determined sigh, she straightened out and prepared to meet Mr. Inspector. She headed out to the lobby and smiled when the man walked through the door. "Good afternoon," she said. "May I help you?" He smiled with a friendly nod. That was a good start. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if this was a routine inspection or if it was prompted in any way. "Are you Miss Kincaid?" "I am. What can I do for you today?"
"I'm Vern Rayner, an inspector with the division. I'm here to look at a few things, your zip lines, make sure they're up to par, plus a few other things." He smacked his clipboard lightly against his hand. "No biggie." Big smile. No biggie made it a biggie. She tried not to feel nervous. We weren't expecting our biannual inspection until a few months from now. Not that it matters. Come on in." She waved him into her office, where she answered a few preliminary questions like whether or not all gear components went through visual inspection every day. Of course they did. She had Nate check all equipment every morning like he was supposed to. Well, almost every morning. He asked whether or not she had noticed any damage in recent weeks to her cables. Of course not. Whether or not the cables bore safety inspection tags. Of course they did. "Great, then you won't mind if I have a look around. You have a map of the property I can use?" Mr. Rayner asked, glancing around. "Of course. Here you go." Anna handed him the trifold map showing all the areas: ziplining, kayaking, canoeing that led to the Russian River, rafting, and everything else. "Do you need me to come with you?" "That won't be necessary. I'll come back when I'm finished. In the meantime, could you have your papers ready to show me? General liability insurance, proof of insurance, all daily maintenance records." "Sure thing." Anna turned on her Kincaid charm. Mr. Rayner got up, showing himself out. Anna stood at the doorway and stepped aside to let some new customers in. "Hello, and welcome to Adventures." An hour seemed to take forever while the inspector was out. Nothing took longer than waiting to hear back from the doctors about her cancer 4 years ago, but this was a close second. Unable to wait, Anna headed out in her electric cart, making rounds to see if she could spy on the guy. When she finally spotted him coming back in his truck, parking and sitting in his driver's seat for a good, long while, writing on his clipboard, she knew she was in for it. She popped out of her cart and ventured close to his truck. "Everything all right?" He looked up, surprised to see her there. One shrug told her it was bad news. He finished scribbling something on his clipboard, then got out, taking a stance on both feet widely. "I'm afraid not." There was no malice in his voice. He was just doing his job and delivering the blow. "You have 3 violations against the Division of Occupational Health and Amusement Ride Section, and that's not counting the trails, some of which are unmarked. I'm going to let those go, but please get them taken care of." "Okay." Her heart pounded inside of her chest. "So what is it then?" He tapped his clipboard against his hand again. "I don't know how you have an inspection tag hanging off that first zip line over the bluff there. Valley Plunge? But the cables are oxidized. The tension is at 5,000, when it needs to be minimum 7,000, so that needs tightening. State requires a third-party inspection." "But we've had our third-party inspection, and they don't have a problem with—" "With due respect, Miss Kincaid, you have one loose tension cable tied to a tree that's less than 18 inches in diameter." "It's 18 inches," she argued. 17 and a half. Also, 2 trolleys won't roll properly. Is that something you want your customers to risk with 300 feet of distance between them?" "Of course not, but—" "You also have some old kayaks. The oars have structural damage, and there's mold on the underside of the seats, so that's a health issue there. I have to red tag you, Miss Kincaid," he said.
going back to writing on his forms. "I had to close down the zip line for now. I'm sorry. You have 60 days to reach compliance, at which point submit these forms and we'll come back out for a follow-up." I can't believe this is happening. The euphoria of the day destroyed. How was she supposed to make a living? What was she supposed to tell her employees? What would her customers think? Would word spread about this, ruining her chance for future business? Her knees felt weak suddenly, and the air felt warm all around her. She thought she would faint. Stepping back, she dropped into the passenger seat of her cart. "I don't understand. We passed inspection last time. I truly thought we were in total compliance."
"Miss, I don't know what happened, why the inspector let things go. Except, maybe—"
He looked at her, and Anna instantly got his meaning. Except maybe she'd flirted her way into compliance? "I didn't do a single thing to sway the last inspector one way or the other. I'd never do that. Never jeopardize my client's safety." For a split second, the inspector looked guilty, and she knew she'd guessed right.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply otherwise. Even the owner of the stylish Irish assured me that was the case, that you take safety seriously despite your more rustic zipline setup. Best thing I can tell you is take out a small business loan, invest in new equipment, sturdier installations. Do what you need to do, because when it comes to safety, no amount of money is too much. You'd be better off letting go of an employee or two to take care of things. I talked to a few of your folks out there. They're all wonderful people, so I commend you for that. But it's not the end of the world."
And then he tipped his hat, like a cowboy. And then, mounting his metal steed, he rode away, leaving Anna in his dust. Maybe it was the dust or blatant realization making her sick, but she began coughing again. She coughed all the way back to the main office, coughed as she walked through the door, and coughed inside of her office. She coughed until it scared her a bit, and she felt like her whole world was crashing down around her. And suddenly, although the first person she wanted by her side to support her was Brady, she knew she couldn't count on him. She'd been a fool to think otherwise. "Anna, you okay?" Robin poked her head into the room. We have to tell the customers we're closing early today," she said. "Tell them I'm sorry and that we'll be sending them some complimentary passes for when we reopen." If they reopen, Anna thought. Because even though the inspector had given her 60 days to fix things, anything could happen in 60 days. Biopsies could come back malignant, chemotherapy sessions could begin anew, and Anna Kincaid, the 23-year-old girl from Forestville, could be fighting for her life again. She suddenly wasn't certain she had the energy to fight for anything anymore. Mostly because the inspector's words still echoed in her head. "Even the owner of the stylish Irish assured me that was the case, that you take safety seriously despite your more rustic zipline setup." The owner of the stylish Irish. Brady. Brady, who had criticized her equipment, who'd told her he cared about her. The same Brady who had been talking to the inspector about her. The inspector who, without warning, had just shut her down. Chapter 19. It wasn't until Brady was home, putting his feet up, turning on the TV, and thinking about the people he'd met today, including that big guy looking for fun and adventure, did he realize the pen's in the pocket, the notepad, the questions. He'd been blind as a fruit bat, bamboozled, suckered into volunteering information. That guy wasn't a customer. He was probably an inspector of some kind sniffing around town, like they sometimes did, getting information from strangers. As Brady's jaw dropped open, he thought about everything he'd said. He didn't think he'd said anything terrible, and the truth was, an inspector would have his own opinions anyway, regardless of anything Brady could have said, but still, no wonder Anna hadn't replied to any of his texts all afternoon. He thought she was just busy. All morning she'd replied with happy faces, winkies, and hearts. But now? Radio silence. Hopping off the couch, he slipped on his shoes and grabbed his keys, driving the 3 miles to Adventures, texting Anna to let her know he was coming by. 10 minutes later, Brady pulled into the Adventures parking lot,
scared of what he would find, especially when he saw it mostly empty, except for a couple of cars out front, neither of which were Anna's. Brady stepped out and headed to the front door of the main office, squinting in the late afternoon sun. Shielding his eyes, he spotted it. The sheet of paper fluttering on the door, a notice of temporary closure until the business complied with corrections or violations. He banged the outer brick wall and cupped his hands around the window to peer inside. No one seemed to be in. He tried texting Anna again, but got no response. Brady sprinted to his car and slid into the driver's seat. Should he try her at home? Maybe she'd gone to Philip's winery to talk to her mom. No. He knew where she was, the one place she liked going to forget about problems. Making a U-turn in the curved road, he headed back north toward the cliff, the one where she'd taken him that night, that wondrous night, where he laid her back against the hood of her Jeep so she could see the stars in more ways than one, her favorite spot in all of Green Valley. Coming around the last bend, Brady knew he'd see her Jeep even before it came into view, and there it was. If knowing precisely where to find her wasn't a sign that they'd become good friends, he didn't know what was. He found her sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, crying in a crumpled heap. "Anna." He ran over to her, and she looked up with bloodshot, swollen eyes. "You okay, love?" Stupidest question ever asked. "Sorry, here." He sat next to her and laced his arm around her tiny, frail shoulders. The moment he did, her whole body stiffened. "Did you see the sign?" "Yes, I saw it." An enormous wall of guilt came crashing into him. "I'm so sorry. What happened?" "An inspector came by, obviously," she said. "He found several code violations, though I hadn't been aware of any of them. I have 60 days to comply or they close me down permanently." Brady breathed a sigh of relief. 60 days. That's doable. We'll get everything ready before then. She pulled away from him. "I'm glad you sound so sure of it. I'm not. I don't have the money to make those kinds of changes in 60 days. I doubt I could get a bank loan in that short amount of time. I doubt even more they'd give me one." "You don't know that. We'll look into it right away. I'll help you, okay?" She abruptly shot to her feet and faced him with hands on her hips. "You've helped me enough, Brady. You talked to that inspector today, didn't you? Talked about how rustic my ziplining setup was?" "I didn't know he was an inspector at the time. He was asking me about your company."
"And you couldn't wait to give him your opinion, could you? Did you tell him about the rot in my kayaks as well? Or just how unsafe you'd feel on my zipline?"
"I didn't say anything like that. I thought he was just a man thinking about ziplining, and you saw how big he was. Big as me. I just wanted him to be sure to talk to your staff."
"My former staff. Because I won't have any kind of staff now, thanks to you," she snapped. She'd interrupted him several times now, and he felt his blood starting to boil. None of this was his fault. She'd had these issues going before he even met her. Still, he knew she'd been blindsided today, and he struggled for patience.
"Anna, you provide a grand time to your customers. You bring the outdoors into their boring lives. You brought it into mine. This isn't anything you can't fix."
An amalgam of emotions flashed across her beautiful face, almost unbearable. "I don't want to fix one more thing. I can't deal with one more thing, and that includes you, Brady." She got up and started walking away.
"Anna, wait."
He reached for her hand, but she yanked it away. "I'm sorry, Brady. I can't help you move on from your pain any longer. I just don't have the energy. And the worst of it, you made me believe that I could have more, that I didn't have to hold back anymore. You made me start to dream again, Brady O'Neill, and because of that, I'm sorry I ever met you." With that, she climbed into her Jeep and drove off, leaving Brady staring after her. It couldn't be true. She couldn't mean it. She was just upset. Brady wiped at his trembling mouth, then went over to his car and leaned against it, wondering where and how things went wrong. How could something be so wonderful one moment, then terrible the next? God, that had happened to him before. With Elizabeth. With Rian. How had he forgotten? Maybe he and Anna had been doomed from the moment she'd first kissed him in his office.
Later that day, Brady was drowning his sorrows back at the stylish Irish with a pint of the black stuff. If there was nothing else he could count on, at least his brothers were always there for him.
"Listen," Quinn said. "I'm sorry for what went on between you and Anna, but you can't give up. I know you're going to want to, but you can't." "I don't want to give up, but maybe that's what would be best for both of us. You should have seen the look on her face when she told me she knew I'd talked to that inspector. She thought I'd betrayed her deliberately, sent that man after her. If she can think that of me, then what I thought we were building together, it was all a lie, Quinn. That's your fear talking. You feel helpless. You lost Dad, you lost Mom, you lost Rian and Elizabeth. Aye, let's not forget Elizabeth. We weren't right for each other. Why go down that road again? Because while you've endured loss, you've been happier this past week with Anna than I've seen you in a very long time. She makes you happy." "She did," Brady said morosely. "I think I'm in love with her, Quinn."
"Are you talking about Anna?" A distant yet familiar voice spoke. Brady spun to find the lemon-sucking lady there, his mother's sister, Beatrice. She looked like a fish out of water, a prim and proper pouty fish, one who'd obviously been eavesdropping.
"Hello, what can I do for you?"
It was a chilly greeting at best, but Brady was in no mood to deal with his mother's ungrateful survivors. Quinn slid in beside him, confused curiosity seeping from his pores. "You didn't answer me, young man. You said you're in love. With Anna?" Months they'd lived here, and she'd never sought them out. And the first time she did, she had the nerve to ask him if he loved Anna. Maybe it was just his curiosity that spurred him on, wondering what she'd say back. But he said,
"That's right. I'm in love with Anna Kincaid, and what of it?"
She stared at him for a moment, her expression blank. Then her eyes softened and she smiled slightly. "She's a lovely girl. Been through a lot and probably putting you through your paces, but if you're the man I think you to be, you'll win her over." Brady glanced at Quinn, who was staring at their aunt slack-jawed.
"Beam me up, Scotty, right?"
What was happening here? Brady looked back at his aunt, still not certain how to respond, when she spoke first. "Can we talk?" Beatrice asked, clutching her purse, as though the restaurant abounded with thieving hooligans. "My father feels regretful for the way things have unfolded. He is willing to speak with you all again, with a better outcome this time. Will you come?" Chapter 20. Dara tapped the steering wheel of her old Honda Accord as she drove Anna to her biopsy appointment. "You have enough money to keep you afloat for 60 days, right?" Dara asked. "It would be tight, and while the money might keep me afloat, it can't pay for the upgrades that are needed," Anna said. "But can we not talk about it right now?" Anna rearranged her bundled sweater against the glass and laid her head back down, staring at the landscape flying by. To the east, the sky began lightening through shades of orange, purple, and yellow. Her transbronchial biopsy was scheduled for 9 a.m., and she wanted to be there bright and early, so she could come home quickly. She had lots of sulking and self-pity planned for today. In her purse, her phone vibrated again. She knew Dara could hear it, and she knew it wasn't anyone but Brady being a pain about getting a response from her. "You're being hard on him, Anna. He said he didn't even know the guy was an inspector when they talked, and he said he'd totally help you so you could reopen. What kind of support system was this? The traitor kind, that's what." Anna closed her eyes. "I appreciate your coming with me this morning, but please, I don't want to talk about it. Not the inspection and not Brady." Dara sighed. "Okay, I'll just be here if you need me. Driving. Sacrificing for my best friend. Bending over backwards for—" "That's enough." "Got it." Dara raised the volume on the radio. She hummed along to Justin Bieber's Love Yourself, but the song's anger and sarcasm totally appealed to Anna. Unfortunately, the longer they drove, the more Dara's words began to penetrate into her brain. Brady was a lot of things, but he wasn't dishonest. If he said he hadn't known the guy was an inspector, she believed him. She believed he'd just been concerned about the man's safety, and that he'd meant it when he'd offered to help her. But she also believed that she was tired and growing more tired every second. It was as if the setback with the inspector had pulled a proverbial rug out from under her, and that she'd needed that rug to give her the optimism and strength she'd needed to keep going. Now that the rug was gone, everything seemed darker, hopeless. She truly feared the inspection was a bad omen, a sign that the biopsy was going to bring bad news. Bottom line, even if she let go of her pride and asked Brady to give her another chance, even if they talked things through and could get back on track, all she could think was, why? What was the point? Because he'd had enough bad news to last him a lifetime, and she didn't want to bring him any more. At General Hospital, Anna changed into a paper gown at the ICU, where biopsies were performed in case anything went wrong. Nothing like an ICU staff nurse to put one at ease. Dr. Bates arrived, her usual pretty smile gleaming, as though the day to have a plastic tube stuck down your throat was a good one. "Good morning, Anna Banana. How are you today?" "I brought my broom and black hat with me," she said. "Too bad for me. I'm about to get on your bad side," Dr. Bates chuckled. "I'll make it as painless as possible, so let's get this over with. I'm sure you have evil spells to cast." Oh, she had no idea how true that was. The tall, slender doctor patted Anna's shoulder the way her mother would have. It was nice, considering Anna wished her mother could have been here, like she'd been the last. Leaning against the surgical bed, tilted up at a 45-degree angle. She prayed this would be over as quickly and painlessly as possible. The soft presence of an ICU nurse swept in next to her, and she began spraying some local anesthetic on Anna's throat, as Anna willed the butterflies flitting in her stomach to calm down. Nothing but a ride through the clouds. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. There were much, much worse procedures to be in right now. As the numbing began, a prickly sensation tickled her throat. She coughed to try and relieve it, at which point the nurse, already halfway across the room, returned and applied more anesthetic. Dr. Bates was back, filling up her field of vision with a sheet of black, straight hair and pretty buttoned shirt underneath her doctor's coat. "Here's the fiber optic bronchoscope." She held up a soft, flexible tube that would be traveling down her throat with a high-beam light and video camera. "We're also going to use a real-time X-ray to see where it's going." Anna nodded, heartbeat up a few notches. She couldn't speak, or she'd break into tears. Instead, she stared at the soothing faces peering down at her. Next came some cold jelly in her nostril, and she knew what was coming next. "Breathe normally, and don't try to fight the tube's insertion, okay?" Dr. Bates spoke through her surgical mask, the little blue shield puffing up and down, and 5 minutes later, the thin tube began descending through Anna's nose. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts. She thought of puppies, rock climbing, a deep blue ocean, laying in front of a fireplace with Brady. Brady. For a short while, he had made her happy. For 2 weeks, she thought of little else. She missed him. And she still wanted him. "Breathe out slowly," Dr. Bates instructed. Once the tube passed through Anna's throat, the doctor used the X-ray to see where it was going to help collect the tissues she needed. All Anna did was try to envision white, soothing light and the long-ass nap she'd be having later when she got home. Maybe Mom would bring by some chicken soup, since she planned to head to Anna's after work. Maybe a good movie would be on TV. Maybe she could go for a bike ride as early as tonight. As she prayed that Dr. Bates not find anything of concern inside of her lung again, she prayed for the strength to fight it. And then she prayed again. In the evening, Anna lay in complete darkness, groggy and woozy. Her mother's soft hands floated over her forehead and face. There was nothing in the world like the hands of one's mother checking for fevers and gently caressing. But that thought brought another. Brady would never feel his mother's hands again. He'd never feel her soothing soul, never look into her eyes, never lay in bed, like Anna was doing, knowing he was safe and taken care of by the very best. He'd only recently lost her last year, and was probably feeling guilty for not being able to save his parents, his marriage,
his baby.
"Anna Banana," her mother whispered. "My proud, independent girl. Mm-hmm. I know you're scared, but don't let your fear control you. Be brave like you've always been brave. Don't push people away thinking it will make things easier. It'll only make it harder. Let those you love you," Mom said, before rising from the bedside and disappearing through her bedroom door. And just like that, Anna was back in darkness. But her mother's words lingered. Only, she hadn't pushed Brady away thinking it would make things easier. No, this was hard. She was doing the hard thing. She was doing what was best for both of them. They tended to fight when what she needed was to focus on fighting for her life. And if that proved fruitless, if today's biopsy came back positive, Brady would be better off with a smarter, less impulsive woman, a woman who'd agree with everything he said and made him feel like king of all practical knowledge, a woman who didn't have health problems. She wanted that for him. She could not become the next person Brady lost in his life. "Nip it in the bud, now before it's too late," she told herself. "It's gone on long enough." Once she heard the sounds of tinkering in the kitchen, Anna groaned and reached for the TV remote. Her throat hurt, her lungs burned, but she desperately needed to do something. On Netflix, she chose some god-awful romantic movie and immediately imagined Brady being here with her, that she was curled up to his warm, giant body, feeling protected and loved. Plus, he smelled really nice. In another lifetime, she would have loved to make up with him and move on. They would become a stronger couple because of it. But there was a harsh truth in her life now, making things impossible. She was in no position to love anyone. Her phone chimed for the millionth time today. She raked it across the bed with 2 fingers and looked at it. Brady. His text read, "Are you all right? Did you go to the doctor? Answer me, Anna. I need to know that you're okay." Or what? Or he'd come looking for her again? Just give it up, Brady. They were not meant to be. Tears fogging up her vision created watery swirls of television light. She was feeling itchy, from the anesthesia wearing off most likely. Or was it because of what she planned to do? Spontaneous decisions were sometimes best. Who wanted to sit around for days analyzing something to death? Sometimes that little push off the ledge was needed. As much as it pained her to do it, Anna took one last perusal through Brady's online pics, noting every smile, every 5 o'clock shadow, every hug with his baby, which made her cry, and every photo with his brothers, big boyish arms around each other. They were from different worlds, she and Brady, and there was no reason to drag it on. If it started out this rocky now, she cringed to imagine how it would be later on. She couldn't reply. Instead, she tapped the information button on his phone number, hit "block this caller" before she lost her nerve, then proceeded to unfriend him from Facebook. There. Now I can't be tempted. When the Brady removal was finished, she set her phone down and sobbed until her body was spent, until her only thought was silence. Chapter 21. Some people have family reunions. Others see each other only at funerals and weddings. The O'Neill boys had never been in the same room at the same time with their mam's family members. Now, months after her unexpected departure, not only were Brady and his brothers living in a new country, but they were about to head in together to meet their new family. A lot had happened in less than a year. If someone would have told Brady a year ago that Mam would be gone before the year was over, and soon after he'd be living in California in the United States, starting life all over again, he'd have laughed, yet here they were, all 5 of them. Even Con drove up from San Francisco for the occasion, all of them donning their nicest pants and shirts, Quinn and Brady in ties and jacket. They stood outside the Phillips Vineyard and Winery. "I don't know why we're doing this," Sean said, smoothing down his hair with his hand. "Because Mom would have wanted us to," Brady reminded him, looking up at the beautiful Mediterranean-style house. Try as he might,
He couldn't wrap his head around his mother, simple and frugal, growing up here. If she'd wanted us to know them, she would have talked about them, and she didn't. Riley kicked a small rock on the sidewalk into the landscaping. She did talk about them. She used to mention a place far away where the grass was green and the grapes blossomed in golden hues. I used to fall asleep to her talking about it, Quinn said with a faraway look. I remember it too, Brady added. He and Quinn used to sleep in the same tiny bedroom as children, and Mam would sometimes sit on Quinn's twin-sized bed, while the next night she'd sit on Brady's. Sometimes she'd turn the dream about the faraway place into a little song, and that was when Brady would fall asleep. Brady looked around at all four of his brothers. Quinn, the oldest, always well put together, handsome and dark with Mam's smile. Connor was average height, but he was lanky and the calmest, most easy-going of them all. Then the twinsies, Riley and Sean, auburn-streaked dark hair with brown eyes, spitting images of Dad. Brady felt he was looking back in time, capturing this moment and framing it in his mind for the future. For all he knew, one of them could be gone next year in some freak accident, and he'd be left with memories like these. So he quietly watched as they bantered back and forth, appreciating them each for their uniqueness, taking advantage of the fact that they were still here, unlike his daughter, wife, parents, and now, his girl. No, Anna Kincaid had never officially been his girl, but that's how he thought of her. Sass big enough to sink a ship had brought them together, but her kindness and sweet personality had kept them together. Since the day she blocked and unfriended him, he'd felt a gaping sore in his heart, and that was an unexpected surprise. Quinn waved them into the house. All right, enough. Are we ready to go inside? I just think we were fine without this old geezer, Sean scoffed. Maybe we are, but do it for Mam. Connor pulled Sean into a chokehold and rubbed a noogie into his skull. Think how thrilled she'd be if she were here with us right now. That's just it. I think she'd be running for the hills, Riley said. I don't think so. Brady walked toward the fairy tale wine country home. You can't forget where you came from. Mam couldn't forget hers any more than we could ours. She only repressed it, but it never left her memory. Read her journal, Ryle. You'll see she dreamed of her family often. I know that, but they hurt her, and because they hurt her, I have half a mind to get back in the car and go home. Sean crossed his arms, focusing on a hanging thread from the edge of his sleeve. Let's just go in and see what the old man wants. People deserve a second chance, Brady said, exchanging looks with Quinn, who nodded. Yes, they did. Brady deserved a second chance. Anna deserved a second chance. And after Aunt Beatrice's surprise pop-in and encouraging words, Brady was beginning to think that with some luck, he and Anna might be able to share that second chance together. They headed up the winding sidewalk under the trellis dripping with flowers. Brady remembered the day he'd come here with Anna only 2 weeks ago. It felt like forever. She'd looked so springtime beautiful that day. Walking into the winery gave Brady shivers as he remembered his last encounter with the old man. But Beatrice herself said he wanted to try again, so why not give the benefit of the doubt? The same hostess was there, and she recognized Brady. Because they had an appointment, they were escorted to the atrium, where they stood quietly having a gaze around. On the walls were old photos of the winery. Some showed Richard Phillips in his prime with his wife and daughters, but Brady did not see any shots of his mother, erased from memory. A few minutes of standing in reflective silence, a pair of heels came clicking down the hall. Beatrice's lips attempted a smile as she folded her hands in front of her white three-piece lady's suit. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. My father is waiting for you outside in the garden. Won't you come this way? You mean our grandfather, Riley muttered under his breath. Brady shot him a glare. Baby steps, Riley. Baby steps. Luckily, Aunt Beatrice didn't hear Riley, as she seemed nervous and preoccupied with the outcome of today's meeting. As soon as they walked through the double doors, another woman waited for them outside. Friendly smiles came easily to her. Hello, boys.
"Hello, Quinn. Nice to see you again." She shook all their hands, introducing herself as Suzanne. A glint of his mother's eyes flashed in her face, and Brady found it difficult not to choke up. The garden was even more beautiful than the house itself. If Brady squinted hard, he could see his mother as a little girl bouncing around, crying, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," in a more distinct American accent than the one she'd used in Dublin. Quinn led the way, with Brady right behind him, their brothers behind him. The cobblestone path led the way to a pool of tall snapdragons in every color, and then the trail bent, leading them to a gazebo. Inside the wooden structure sat the old man, looking out at his grounds in the most peaceful way. When they arrived and stopped a few feet in front of him, Suzanne announced their arrival. "Dad, the O'Neill boys are here, your grandbabies." She smiled at each of them. Where was this aunt when they needed her? Why couldn't she convince her father that her sister, Maggie, was worth making amends with? The past was the past. For now, she was the first person to acknowledge them the right way. "Good on you, good woman." "Hello, sir." Quinn stepped into the gazebo like a tribal leader and extended his trembling hand. "Thank you for seeing us." "And you are?" "Quinn, Maggie's first son. These are my brothers, Brady, Connor, Sean, and Riley. We're pleased to make your acquaintance." Mr. Phillips examined them with narrowed eyes, as though the name Maggie had hurt him to hear. He nodded and looked away contemplatively. "Pleased to meet you. Have a seat." He used his cane to point out spots in the gazebo, and the boys filed in, sitting on the edge of the benches with folded hands. "Your daughter said you wanted to see us, sir," Brady asked. Mr. Phillips's glance turned to him, recognizing him from their informal tiff a few weeks back. He nodded, swallowed softly, then held onto his cane between his knees to keep from keeling over. In the old man's eyes, Brady saw a wave of pain and regret roll through him, visible but still restrained. "Yes. Thank you for coming." "Our pleasure." Quinn sat back and waited. Was he going to say anything else, or did he simply want to stare at the five of them for confirmation that they existed? That his daughter had, in fact, gone and procreated 5 times, and he hadn't been there. "I don't know how much longer I'll be here," the old man said suddenly. He stared at the azalea bush bordering the closed edge of the gazebo. "It could be months, it could be years. If I'm lucky, I'll be gone tonight." Brady caught Beatrice and Suzanne giving each other doleful looks. "I admit I've had a hard time with the news of your arrival," he said, his words blending with the buzz and swish of the garden. "And I do apologize for that. I have been angry at my daughter for abandoning this family." Brady could feel the tension connecting him to all his brothers. He could hear Sean's thoughts. "And she was angry at you." But no one said anything. Chances like these were few and far between. "I had great plans for her. I built a life here to give to her, a life many only dream of." "But it wasn't her dream, grandfather. It was yours." Brady's pounding chest burned with unspoken thoughts. "I warned her not to throw her life away," he added, his words beginning to boil Brady's blood. But then he said, "But now I see you boys, and I see that she didn't." Words to heal. With just one sentence, Brady began rebuilding his belief in the Phillips family. "Since her death," Phillips went on, "I've been struggling with my regret, with never seeing her again. A father always thinks he'll go first. One never imagines that your child will go before you." The old man looked at Brady when he said this. "You know about this?" "I do, sir. I do." Brady's heart swelled with both pride at being acknowledged and compassion. "So when it happens, you're sort of left in shock. I can't deal with shock too well these days. To be honest, I always thought she'd come around, that she'd invite me to visit her. But she never did." Brady was almost certain that she had. But maybe his mother had been stubborn too and cast her family away more than they did her.
Maybe this whole standoff went a little too far, and then time ran out. Quinn turned his head, and Brady could see brimming tears catching the afternoon light. He patted his brother's back and looked at Old Man Phillips again. "I never saw her again," the old man's voice wavered. "Until now. I'm looking right at her. There she is in all of you." He shook his head. It was all too much to bear. Brady feared he would collapse under the weight of his regret and stood to help the old man. He sat next to him to support his shoulders, as Beatrice and Suzanne crept closer too. "It's all right. There," Brady said. Never in 1,000 years would he ever imagine this moment, and now that it was happening, he was painfully aware that his ma'am was gone forever. Until now, he'd only half believed it. Part of him still believed she would return one day from a long journey, would be released from the hospital, or would come out of hiding. But now, looking at her father, feeling the same pain he'd felt 3 years ago, Brady could only empathize. "I know how you feel." Richard Phillips could only nod as he pressed his eyes into his sleeve. It was enough for one day. He appreciated the invitation here and knew the old man was searching for closure at this stage in his life. "Thank you for asking us to come." "Yes, thank you," Quinn echoed. "Thank you," Con said, turning on the bench and staring out at the garden. "Thanks," the twins said, and Brady looked to Suzanne. It was clear that Phillips had nothing left to say. What he'd said had already taken a truckload of energy out of him. So she stood by her father as a signal that it was time to go. "My father is very sick, so thank you for coming, boys. Please, stroll through the garden and the vineyards. If you'd like a tour, I can arrange one. But no need to leave yet. Our home is your home." The moment she said it, there was a collective, silent gasp, as Beatrice gave her sister an odd look, and Quinn and Con and the twinsies and Brady all looked at each other like they were watching the wrong movie. "That's very kind." Quinn stood and tried shaking the old man's hand, but he was still exhausted from his mental assault and only lifted one hand, so that Quinn could take it and shake it gently. Brady let his brothers go first, as they each waved, shook hands, or patted their grandfather goodbye, and Brady brought up the rear. He crouched in front of Mr. Phillips and peered up into his eyes. "Our mother loved you, very much. She talked about this place all the time. She put us to sleep every night with descriptions of this beautiful homeland. So she cherished the life you'd built for her. Never doubt that." "Thank you," his grandfather said. As they made their way to the winery, with Suzanne leading the way, a lovely older woman in jeans and a flannel blue shirt greeted them just outside. "I'm guessing you're all waiting for me?" She was chipper and happy to show them around, walking with a bounce in her step. "Hi, I'm Helen. Pleased to meet you." "We're all yours, Mom,"
Brady said, entering the winery, excited for the chance to see behind the scenes. A more tightly run ship in all his life he'd never laid eyes on. They saw each and every room designed for producing the more sought-after wines in all of Sonoma County, all the machines and distillers, blenders and stainless steel tanks. In a storage room he paused, as his brothers moved on, unimpressed with some discarded machinery.
"Helen,"
Brady called, pointing to a huge storage unit in the corner.
"What's that for?"
That? It's a walk-in keg storage we purchased one year when we held a beer festival on site. But it wasn't all too successful here in wine country, so we haven't had the festival again. It's been sitting there since. Been meaning to sell it."
"How much?"
Brady asked. Quinn side-glanced at him. "I'll have to ask Miss Beatrice. But I think they usually run about 7,000 to 8,000. You're interested?"
"Yes, for my restaurant out on the highway. The Stylish Irish, maybe you've heard of it."
"Wait, you all are the O'Neill brothers?"
"Yes, Mum."
He and his brothers chuckled. Amazing how a lilting accent in a room full of testosterone could get the locals talking.
"I'm Brady."
A look of familiarity dawned on her, and her smile spread wide. "And I'm Anna's mom, Anna Kincaid." Chapter 22. It turned out that even after all that had happened, and even as Anna continued to believe they didn't have a future together, It was Brady who snapped her out of her funk. Or rather, it was her mother telling her that Brady and his brothers had been visiting with his grandfather that did it. It didn't fill her with renewed optimism and make her think that everything was going to be okay, as such. But the news was noteworthy enough that it got Anna to leave the house and head to her family cabin. After all, if Brady could accomplish something as momentous as he had, surely she could stop her pity party long enough to at least try to put things in perspective. The cabin at Hidden Valley Lake was only 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and very, very musty. But it was 75 minutes away from Forestville and the perfect getaway for the weekend. Anna's father had bought the cabin as investment property years ago, but since her father died, the little house had had little use. It needed updating, and few renters had inquired, especially since it wasn't actually on the lake. Her mother checked on the cabin several times a year, just to make sure there wasn't any structural damage or critters living in it. But this time, Anna volunteered to go. She needed a few days to herself anyway. Mom agreed, but warily, asking if Dora or the O'Neill boy could go with her to keep her company. "No, Mom, I need a few days to myself." Myself being the key word. The cabin may not have been situated on actual Hidden Valley Lake, but it did sit nestled in the trees next to a great patch of woods and an awesome bike trail, so she planned on going for a ride as soon as she could find the tire pump for the bicycles in the garage. Flat didn't even begin to describe the tires. More like deflated black party balloons, and the spokes were all rusty and filled with dead leaves. "Make the best of the situation," Anna mumbled, pulling out the leaves and opening the garage door. Sunlight filled the space, lighting up the speckles of dust on every counter, every box, every shelf. She pulled out one of the 2 bikes, imagining for a moment that the other bike was for Brady. Would he go on bicycle rides with her? Though he wasn't the outdoorsy type like she was, something told her that he would do it for her. What was the point anyway? She deleted him from social media and blocked his calls, something she was starting to regret. Finally, the missing air pump appeared under a tangle of junky items in the corner of the garage. She yanked it out and latched it onto the valves, pumping the tires with air. It'd been a week since they'd made love at Russian River House. A week since she'd looked into his deep irises and was stupid enough. Then again, she longed for his fuzzy arms, bare hugs, and distinct earthy scent of his skin. She longed for those delicious kisses. True, she could have just as easily missed a favorite armchair if it suddenly went missing. That didn't mean she was in love with him. Yet over the last few days, she'd found herself thinking about more than just his devilish good looks. She thought about his life, how he'd risked everything, moved his family to a whole other continent, how it took balls to do something like that. Anna didn't think she could ever go through with it. It must have been so hard to lose his daughter, to put all his hopes and dreams into a pregnancy, prepare a home, his baby's room, receive gifts, and hold his child in his arms, and then to lose it all. It was no wonder he didn't mess around when it came to safety. What was she so afraid of? So much that she'd driven all the way to Hidden Valley for a few days. Was she that scared to run into him in town? To face him? She didn't know how Dora did it, keeping relationships so casual, then moving on as friends. Didn't she miss Connor whenever she saw him? Didn't she ever imagine the times they spent together? As she set out on a gorgeous early spring bike ride, Anna did nothing to fight the multitude of thoughts beating on her brain. That was the point of this getaway after all, to come and face her fears, work through them, then come to some semblance of a decision before she left. Entering the woods, she loved the silence, the solitude, the way the sunlight filtered through the trees, creating long strips of golden rays that mottled on her arms. The path was a bit bumpy with rocks, dead branches, and matted leaves, but clearly marked. Her own paths at adventures ought to be this well marked. Fine, she dropped the ball. She had work to do, she admitted it. Though if she were to update all equipment and comply with the violations, it would cost a lot of money. Then there'd be no stopping her at that point,
because Adventures simply had some of the best reviews on service and friendliness she'd read about of any eco-tours in California. Take the bad with the good. Shouldn't the same apply to her and Brady? When they were good, they were fantastic, hot and thrilling. Maybe the reason it had gone bad, why he'd felt he had to talk to that inspector instead of her about his concerns, why she'd reacted the way she had, was only because they hadn't gotten to know each other very well. What if she took the risk to give them each more time together? Anna picked up her pace. Her breathing quickened as she pushed herself into a consistent groove. Her lungs burned only slightly, but it was a small price to pay for living this day to its fullest. If Dr. Bates were to call with bad news this very second, she wouldn't feel the least bit sorry that she'd gone out on this beautiful bike ride feeling the way she did. Faster. Higher. Maybe she could limit her tours to hiking and mountain climbing until sales picked up, cancel the current installation, and arrange for a new one. Or maybe she shouldn't reopen business at all. She had to consider the possibility that, while her love for the outdoors was solid and true, running a business wasn't her forte. If Dr. Bates called with bad news, she could probably stretch her savings out for a bit, live here in the cabin, forgo treatment, bike and kayak and climb mountains every day, just appreciating all that was left of her life. It wouldn't be a bad way to go. The more Anna flipped her indecision and options around in her mind, the faster she biked, pushing up steep slopes, climbing, keeping herself from wiping out a few times. Her balance and reaction time had always been pretty good, but that time was close. This bike wasn't made for mountain biking, but with her ripped legs and arms, she expertly maneuvered her way over every bit of rough terrain. Push, Anna. Faster. Feel the life beating through you. Absorb it and live it, because you may not feel the burn in your legs and abs much longer. The top of the slope didn't seem too far away, yet it remained just out of reach. Another 10 minutes or so until she'd reach the apex. No, pushing herself to the limit so soon after a biopsy, when she had a small mass in her lung, probably wasn't the best idea. But right now, it was the only thing Anna could control. She couldn't control Brady. She couldn't control cancer. She couldn't control life and death, family members from speaking to each other, or feeling sorry for Brady and his brothers for all they endured. But if only she could reach the top of this hillside, she could control her sense of accomplishment. She could go to bed tonight knowing she'd done something worthwhile. Faster. Harder. In a split second, the bike tire caught a slick pool of mud at just the wrong angle, and the bike slipped, spilling onto its side, scraping along the hillside. She might have been able to right it in time, but her chest felt tight, and for a moment, all she could pay attention to were her lungs seizing for air. The bike tumbled. Her leg caught underneath the pedal, pinching, digging into her sweaty flesh. Though she could tell right away that her leg wasn't broken, she wasn't in excruciating pain. She felt immobilized as she panted and gasped for air. Her pride, more than her leg, was deeply hurt. Get yourself together, she willed herself, using upper body strength to lift into a sitting position. From there, she was able to slide her leg out from underneath the sharp edges of the pedal. Her goal of reaching the top was only 15, 20 feet away, and although she could do it if she got back on and tried again, she was done. No more. She'd reached her emotional limit. Anna dropped her head between her knees, the burn of tears flooding her eyes, and sobbed. She couldn't even make it to the top of a stupid hill. She was so worthless. It wasn't fair. Some people live to be 90 years old without so much as a scratch on them. Why did she have to be stuck with a life-debilitating illness so early in life? Cancer, of all things. Without thinking, her foot reached out and kicked the stupid bike that had caused her to tumble. She had depended on it for one frickin' ride, and even the bike had failed her. When would anything go right? Okay, she sighed, closing her eyes for a deep breath. Enough. Enough with this pity party. That was one thing she'd learned as a little girl. She might fall and cry, but if she didn't pick herself back up and keep going, she'd have truly failed, scrambling into a squatting position, She reached for the bike's handle and yanked it toward her, brushing leaves and mud off her filthy legs and shoes, and set the bike back on the path. Why couldn't she rest in bed like she was supposed to do? Why was she going against every piece of advice given to her? Tail between her legs, Anna calmly, leisurely headed back down the hill, careful not to descend too quickly, not to wipe out again, or it could get really bad with no one around to help her. When she finally made it to the base of the hill and back to the cabin 3 hours after she'd left, she locked up the house, stripped naked, and sat in the steaming hot shower where nobody, not even herself, could see her own tears. Chapter 23.
I say green beer, Quinn said.
No green beer, Sean pouted. Green beer is coppin' out, Riley agreed with his brother. Of course. The twins couldn't, for once, have an original thought of their own, could they?
Yes to green beer,
Con voted via Skype screen from his massage parlor in San Francisco. As tiebreaker, Brady thought about this most important decision. The whole need for the walk-in keg storage from Phillips Winery was to be able to serve the trendy craft beers on St. Patrick's Day, and there would still be plenty of customers who appreciated that authenticity. However, he hadn't put much thought into the American tradition of serving crap carbon dioxide beer with green food coloring added, instead of nitrogen beer to make it creamier. But now that they lived here, he knew it was the right thing to do. Do as the Romans do.
I agree with Quinn and Con,
Brady said, rubbing his stubble with the back of his hand.
Ag, get off with ya.
Sean threw up his hands and paced around the bar, banging napkin dispensers and throwing cardboard coasters around. You always gang up on me and rile. Green beer is an atrocity to our heritage. Such a thing doesn't exist in Dublin. Aye, Dad would be rolling in his grave if he knew, Riley glared at Brady. Exactly, Sean agreed. If we're going to be authentic and a step up than most of the places out there, we need to stay true to our heritage. Fail, massive fail. While Brady agreed with Sean to a certain extent, authenticity set them apart. The fact was, tomorrow night wasn't really an Irish holiday here. St. Paddy's Day in Ireland was more of a religious holiday, celebrating a man who wasn't even Irish by birth. Most folks cut down the amount of drinking they did on the pious day. But in America, it was about generations of people connecting with their Irish roots. It was about freedom in a new land where many existing Protestants didn't want riffraff from Ireland coming in and mucking it all up. In America, St. Paddy's Day was a drunken revelry, a representation of how Americans viewed Irish heritage. The fact was, they wouldn't be serving Irish folk tomorrow. They'd be serving a predominantly American crowd. So if the patrons wanted green beer, shamrocks, and leprechauns, then that's what they would get.
It's decided,
Brady said, tapping the bar top with 2 fingers.
We'll give them what they want. The 17th is an American holiday more than anything, so we'll give them American traditions.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Riley shook his head and leaned against a column.
You'll agree with me when your paycheck has a little added something this month.
After speaking to Helen, Anna's ma'am, yesterday, he'd learned that Anna had gone on a mini vacation, but she wouldn't say where, only that her daughter was fine and he needn't worry. It did nothing to quiet his brain, however. Where was she? Would she ever speak to him again? What were the results of her lab test? His office phone rang, and he took it with the door closed.
Stylish Irish, Brady speaking.
Brady, this is Helen Kincaid from Phillips Winery. I spoke with the powers that be, and they would be happy to give you that vintage keg storage unit if you still need it.
Really? That would be grand. How much do they want for it?
The most he could offer was $7,000. Well, that's the thing. For the low price of $0. He could almost hear her smile through the phone.
Come again.
There's perks to being family with Richard Phillips, isn't there? Helen said. The only caveat is that you'd have to come get it yourself, the sooner the better.
I can come today if that's all right.
He was thrilled beyond belief.
Not only could he have the refrigerated keg storage in time for the big day tomorrow, but selling the bar refrigerator they'd purchased back in October would prove to be profitable. Bonus! The two exchanged some polite words, mainly about how things were going, as Brady tiptoed around the topic of wanting to know where Anna might be hiding. Seconds before giving up altogether, mostly because he didn't want her to think that he was being nice on the phone just to know about her daughter, she quietly spoke, as if Anna herself might overhear. "She's at my cabin in Hidden Valley Lake. I'll give you the address when you come. She'll be upset with me, but she needs to see you."
"Are you sure, Mum?"
"A mother knows these things. My daughter is stubborn. At the same time, she's wishing you would go see her. Trust me on this."
"Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me."
Pieces were falling into place. He finally had the right storage unit he needed for the craft beer kegs. He had a location for Anna Kincaid. And he had another refrigerator to sell. He would call that a fine day. Brady drove around Forestville the rest of the morning in a flurry, excited about picking up the storage walk-in, excited about getting the address from Anna's mother, excited about driving out there in a bit to visit her. All he wanted to do was see her and apologize. If she sent him away, so be it. But he had to go. Sitting in the parking lot in Quinn's truck with a ginormous storage unit in the back, Brady checked his Facebook notifications for the 5th time today. He wanted to see if Anna had had a change of heart and messaged him or disclosed her location. He tried not to feel hurt that she was at a holiday home without him. Perhaps it was true that she didn't need him or anybody. Had her results come in yet? He desperately needed to know. Why? Because he cared for her as a friend, or because he loved her? When he typed in Anna Kincaid, he was happy to see that she'd been active recently. She'd posted a photo of a hillside with lots of redwood trees and a few pics of a sunset. Something had changed since this morning, though. Her profile pic was no longer the smiling party girl he'd come to internalize and love. It was the rainbow around the sun, the photo she'd taken during their amazing boat ride at Langley Creek. That afternoon, Anna had completely understood him, as though she'd known him all her life. Anna was special. Anna was worth a drive and then some. The rainbow around the sun. She'd posted a simple caption along with a photo, "A day of new hope." What did that mean? Her tumor hadn't been cancer? Or she hoped Brady would come find her, using the rainbow around the sun as a bat signal of sorts. He wouldn't waste another second analyzing it. Calling the Golden Gate Company quickly before he forgot, he informed them that he was now in possession of the super special space-age keg storage that was only good enough for their super special crafted beers, and asked them to please deliver his 10 kegs by tonight, tomorrow morning the latest. With his brother's help, they carried the refrigeration unit into the pub and set it up where they needed it in the back. And then, rethinking his strategy of dishonesty, he looked his brother Quinn in the eye and informed him,
"I'm going somewhere."
"What?
"Where?"
The panic in Quinn's eyes was clear. "Leave and you die by my fist."
"A small town not too far from here. I have to go, or I'll never forgive myself.
Brady, you can go after St. Paddy's, you maggot. You can't abandon us. I need you."
"I'll be back in time, brother,"
Brady assured him, hugging him out of the blue. He wasn't one to lavish unwanted affection on his brothers, but Brady was feeling invincible. Brady collected his jacket, wallet, and phone and set out. "I have to get to her. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I was a fool. Tell her I have a tendency of showing tough love. But if she's armed and aware of this fact, then we might, maybe, be able to start something together." The good news was Anna was tough, too. She was, without question, the toughest chick he'd ever met. Beautiful, funny, and persistent. All good reasons why he loved her. Yes, loved her. He cared about his waitstaff, cared about his clients, even cared about his new family members over at the Phillips place. But he loved Anna, and he couldn't wait to tell her. Chapter 24. "What do you mean you told him where I was?" "Anna, honey, just talk to him.
Talking to him is fine, Mother, but seeing him in person is too hard for you? Don't talk to me about hard, Mom, she scoffed in the darkness of the front patio. I know what hard is. I've never shied away from it, because with cancer you don't have a choice. But given the choice to face conflict or not is a lot harder. Just talk to him. See him. The fact that he's willing to see you on the eve before his restaurant's big night says a lot. How do you know he's not coming to take advantage of a pathetic young woman feeling vulnerable? Anna, you're so cynical. Because he's not. He's a good man with a good head on his shoulders. What he did wasn't so terrible. If he'd known that man was an inspector, he wouldn't have said what he had. Even if that wasn't true, he assured the man you cared about your client's safety. For all you know, the inspector gave you the time he did because of that. Why are you on his side all of a sudden? Because I've been hearing about his mother for so many years now, Helen said sadly. I've always felt sorry for her, and now she's gone, and her boys are trying to do right by her. Any boy who tries to do right by his mother is a good boy, Anna. Well, finally, a good point made. So hear him out. Hanging up with her mother, Anna wasn't sure why she felt so frustrated. Wasn't she just daydreaming that Brady would ride bike with her? That Brady would be there to share her days and nights with? Wasn't she feeling ridiculously lonely without him? Besides, this whole relationship began because she'd been dishonest with him at first. Maybe, she whispered, letting her phone drop into her lap. Sitting on the front porch in complete darkness was starting to get horror movie creepy. She uncrossed her legs and rose from the Adirondack chair, heading inside to make herself a pot of tea. While waiting for the water to boil for her tea, she checked Facebook and noticed an unread message. It was from Brady, asking if it was all right for him to come. Good thing she hadn't blocked him, only defriended him, or he wouldn't have a means to communicate with her. He explained how her mother had clued him in to her whereabouts.
But please, don't get cross with her.
Too late, Anna shook her head and began a reply. It's not a good idea. It's too far. You have St. Patty's tomorrow. I'll call you when I get back. I'm sorry I haven't wanted to talk. Just please don't come all this way because it's not worth it. Send. A knock at the door. Seriously? She didn't even have time to get dressed and ready for a man to visit her? For a moment, panic coursed through Anna. What if it wasn't Brady? Who would come knocking on her door when she didn't know any of the neighbors? It was so dark in this neighborhood. Another knock, a little louder this time. Coming! She grabbed a knife from the drawer, just in case. She never expected for anyone to actually visit while she was out here. When she arrived at the door, she pressed her eyeball to the peephole. Nobody there. Who is it? Why wasn't he answering? Was it him? She checked her Facebook message again, saying that he'd responded.
Too late.
Smiley face. Slowly, she opened the door and spotted Brady's Mercedes out by the street. Hello? You really shouldn't scare me, you know. Then she saw something small and white at her feet, a clump of white flowers with yellow centers. Bending to collect them, she pressed them to her nose and inhaled the delicate fragrance. Where are you?
Primrose is on your doorstep.
A deep, familiar voice with an Irish lilt spoke from around the side of the house.
Are an invitation for fairies to bless the house and all who live in it.
Is that so? Anna crossed her arms, holding the primroses in one hand, knife in the other.
Yes, and if you eat a small bit of the flower, legend has it that you'll see a fairy appear before your very eyes.
Really? So you want me to eat some of this poisonous-looking weed?
Just eat the flower, Anna.
Brady's voice chastised from somewhere beyond. Anna laughed, shaking her head. She ripped a tiny white petal and placed it in her mouth. It didn't taste like anything, kind of watery and a bit like lettuce. There, I ate it. Okay, fairy, you can come out now.
The fairy would like for you to put the knife down, he said. Please.
Anna dropped the knife on the floor under the window. Done. Brady appeared from behind a tree wearing jeans, a t-shirt, a green bowler hat, and a fake orange beard. as though a leprechaun and Shrek had coupled, even uber dorky. He was more gorgeous than ever, with eyes that still shone through a narrowed smile, and a wave too adorable to ignore. Why, of all the women in Forestville, did he want to get together with her? Why would he waste his time? He took a couple steps forward.
Hello, Anna.
What the? Anna laughed. I thought I was supposed to see a fairy.
I am a fairy.
Just seeing this massively tall and bulky, handsome ogre of a man announce that he was a fairy was too much. She broke into a round of giggles. Part of her knew she might segue into tears, so she breathed deeply to control herself, and besides, she didn't care anymore.
Leprechauns are a type of fairy, you know.
Careful, she said. She knew more about leprechauns than he thought she did, thanks to being part Irish. If I catch you, you have to show me a pot of gold at the end of your rainbow. You don't want to go around making promises you can't keep.
Oh, I can keep them, dear lady,
he said, exaggerating his Irish accent, walking up the path to her door. The closer he came to her doorstep, the deeper her stomach sank.
The question is, do you want to hear them?
He arrived on her doorstep and stared at her with a look that penetrated her soul. This man meant every word he said. He'd follow through for her if given the chance. But did she want to give him that chance? Was it fair for her to do so, when she still didn't know the results of her biopsy? Regardless, she wasn't going to let him stand out here all night. She wasn't an unmannered Neanderthal, for crying out loud. Come on in, she said, stepping aside to give him space. Thanks for the flowers.
Primroses, they're special. They have magical properties.
We'll see about that, she thought, smiling up at him. Actually, it was sweet of him to bring these and try to break the ice with a little leprechaun humor. 2 points for Brady. He displaced half the foyer, the unique scent of his skin replacing the musty space, making her dizzy with desire she had no right to feel. Removing the novelty beard and hat, he unzipped his jacket and cocked an eyebrow at her.
By the way,
he said, scooping his hands around her face. The contact of his fingers on her cheeks felt electric and so welcome after this horrific week. Instinctively, she closed her eyes.
You're worth it. Very worth it.
Not sure of what he was talking about. She only knew that his voice filled her heart with warmth and light, and she could easily, so easily, listen to it every day of her life.
Your reply message on Facebook, he explained.
Oh. She wanted to throw herself into his arms. Stop right there and let him explain why he came. Don't show him how desperate you are right off the bat, Anna.
I bet you're wondering why I'm here.
He dropped his hands to hers and continued to hold one gently.
I need you to know that when I talked to that man, I didn't know he was an inspector, and I certainly didn't say anything critical of you or your company. I told him how great you and your staff were, and how you took your duties seriously when it came to protecting your client's safety.
She studied him, saw the truth in his eyes, nodded. I believe you, Brady. I'm sorry that I doubted it before. An expression of relief swept over him. Lifting her hand, he kissed it.
Thank you. Does that mean I can hold you, kiss you? Because that's what I want more than anything right now.
She bit her lip. That's what I want too, Brady, but...
But what?
I still don't know the results of my biopsy. And I can't help but feel, after everything you've been through... She closed her eyes, unable to finish the sentence. Her eyes blinked open when she felt Brady kiss her mouth softly.
After everything I've been through, Pet, I know how precious love is. I love you, and I know that no matter what happens, I want to spend whatever time we have left on this earth together, be it 5 days, 5 years, or 5 decades, with you. Please, look into my eyes and tell me you believe me.
She could no longer stop the tears from falling slowly down her cheeks. I do believe you, she whispered. Because I love you, Brady. I'm just so scared.
I know, love. It's a good thing I'm a big, strapping Irishman.
When she still hesitated, he said,
You're an adventurous girl, eh?
She nodded, gripping his hands,
glancing at his clean nails, his wide fingers.
"And is there any greater adventure in life than taking a risk on love? Is there?"
"No, there isn't." She laid her head on his wide shoulder, so amazingly sturdy and dependable. If she ever lost him, it would hurt tremendously. But was that a reason not to accept him? To go around all her life afraid of pain?
"So, shall we give it another go?"
he added, pulling her back so that he could look her in the eye.
"As big as I am, I can't beat your fears away, but I can hold you and stand by you through all the challenges that life throws at you. You just have to let me. Will you?"
A smile unfurled on her lips slowly. "Only if you let me do the same for you." In an instant, he scooped her into his arms and hugged her tightly, and she allowed herself to love the moment and live in it. All her life, she'd had the love of her parents and her friends, but not of a special man. Finally, there was someone. Not just someone. Brady. An hour later, she was relishing being held against Brady's side as they sat on the sofa on the back patio, when he suddenly said,
"I want to tell you something.
"Yes?"
I have some money for you. Maybe not as much as you'll need, but enough to get you started."
"No, I can't accept that."
"You can and you will," he said. "I'm selling a commercial refrigerator that should fetch about $2,500 and—"
"No, Brady. I appreciate your offer, but I'll figure this out on my own. I've done fine until now."
"You've done amazing until now,"
he corrected her. She gazed into his truthful eyes.
"But that doesn't mean you should turn down help. Let me help you, Anna. You're strong-willed, strong character, and I love that about you. But let a man feel good about himself and help a lass out, eh?"
She turned up a coy smile. She couldn't accept his money, but she loved him even more for offering.
"I won't leave until you accept it. Please, it's the least I can do. I want to help. Then, if you want, we can go to the bank soon and see about getting your business loan. You're worth it. Adventures is worth it."
He watched her expectantly, as a multitude of thoughts skittered through her head. Sensing her hesitation, he added,
"You can pay me, or the restaurant rather, back if it makes you feel better, once things are going well enough."
Eyebrow up for added effect. "Ugh."
"Let's hear it, lass."
"I don't know, Brady. I was even thinking that maybe I'm not cut out for business. I don't want to disappoint anyone, especially not you. You have no idea how humiliating it was, knowing that successful you thought my shop needed intervention."
"Anna, come here. Business runs in my family. We didn't open a tavern because we love food. We opened it because we knew how to do it already. You opened an eco-tour company because you love the outdoors, and you did it without anyone to help you. That's to be commended. But now it's time to take it to the next level to make sure you stay open. Okay? And taking the money is just a baby step. We'll do this together. Say yes, or I'll be forced to wear the leprechaun beard again."
"No, anything but the leprechaun beard." "Fine." She could use that kind of money, and it was sweet of him to offer, but she would definitely be paying him back. She supposed this meant that they were back to being friends. Maybe they'd never stopped.
"Good girl."
Brady's hand slipped behind her neck, as his other hand supported her lower back.
"Are we good now?"
"I don't think I've ever felt better, or closer to anyone in my life."
Brady O'Neill smiled with those gorgeous white teeth and that lopsided grin and his sexy stubble framing that kissable mouth. "I accept full responsibility."
And then he reeled her in and their mouths connected.
"I love you, Anna. I want to be with you always, love."
"I love you too, Brady, and I'm here for you," she said, "for as long as you need." St. Patrick's Day at the stylish Irish was like nothing she'd ever experienced at Mulligan's Tavern before. The music was right, the atmosphere was cranking, and the crack, as Brady would say, was brilliant. Robin, Bethany, and Dora were all there to help Anna celebrate, since Brady was busy the whole night, checking on them, then disappearing just as quickly. Still, she always felt his presence, and loved when he'd wring his arms around her and ask if she needed anything else.
"No, I'm good. Thank you, love," she said this last time. "Love? When can you stop working and have fun?" she pouted, lacing one of her strings of green beads around his neck.
"A working man never rests," he said, dropping another pitcher of green beer on the table for Anna and the girls. He lowered his face next to hers and patted his cheek. "Kiss me, I'm Irish."
And when she turned her face to press a smooch into his cheek, he turned his and caught her smack on the lips.
"Gotcha."
The girls laughed, and as soon as he'd gone, they looked over at her with the knowing eyes of women who'd been there before, a couple of them long ago. They knew love and were happy for her, and she was happy for herself, too. There was something tremendously liberating about choosing to love, choosing to move forward, choosing happiness. It was better than having it find you and being caught unprepared, because she was ready for it this time. The next time Brady came around, it was with his brother Quinn, who pulled some random friend of theirs, a tall man with a head full of black hair and a black beard, into the fold. Quinn eyed Anna with a smile of an older brother who'd known his younger brother's torment so well it almost been his own.
"And this here is Anna, my brother's girlfriend."
Quinn winked at her, and she caught the flicker of pride in Brady's eyes, as introductions and small talk were made. When they galloped off again to take care of customers, Dora nudged her with a sneaky little smile. "Girlfriend?" Anna nodded, a warm blush creeping into her cheeks, and not from the green beer either. She liked the sound of that. Girlfriend. It scared her, but she liked it. A lot. Chapter 25. Memorial Day weekend, and Adventures was back on track with their grand reopening. Through a small business loan using Brady's Pub, Phillips Winery, and Russian River House Bed and Breakfast as referrals, Anna was able to secure a decent amount of money to purchase all new equipment, including 2 new tower zipline installations, and pay Brady back for his small loan just 2 days ago. Now his girl was the proud new owner of parallel ziplines installed just last week, which allowed guests to race each other over Giovanetti Springs, from the cliff down to the edge of the Phillips property. All cables were at least a half-inch thick steel, providing the best comfort and safety for the riders. They also provided 2 types of harnessing, Superman and seated, for the guests to choose from. Brady had never seen Anna shine more brightly. Every time he looked at her, her radiant smile gleamed, and her pallor improved with every passing day. The biopsy had come back negative, thank God, but she'd had to have surgery in order to remove the growth that was restricting her airflow. Brady had been worried, of course, and had stayed worried until she'd woken up in post-op. That wasn't quite true. A part of him would always be worried that the cancer would return. But he was also determined not to let that worry, or Anna's own worry, hold them back. Anna was a woman in her prime. He was proud to be in her life to watch her bloom. They relied on each other, loved each other, supported each other. They fought. They laughed and cried. He helped her any way he could. He pushed himself to give her everything she wanted. Well, almost everything. "Come on."
"No."
"Why not?" Anna begged, wincing, surely denouncing her rash decision to give Brady a shot as a man in her life.
"Because it's a cable and rigging, and that's all to keep you from falling to your death. That's why."
"My boyfriend is a chicken. I can't believe it." She shook her head, feigning disappointment. Fine, maybe not feigning. More like exaggerating, pulling on his guilt strings.
"I'm not a chicken. Mind your P's and Q's."
"Then come with me. Come on." Anna tugged at his sleeve. It was a perfectly gorgeous spring day. There really was no excuse other than sheer cowardice. "We can ride together, parallel, holding hands. Although with your weight, you'll pull us down way faster than I ever could."
"Thanks so much. And no."
"Brady O'Neill." She looked at him with those eyes. "A couple months ago I was terrified of what I was hearing, of words you were saying to me out in a certain undisclosed cabin. But I listened to you." Anna wrapped her arms around his middle and squeezed,
laying her head on his chest. He couldn't resist her when she did that. And I took a leap of faith for you and for me. Now where's my benefit of the doubt, huh? Damn it. How dare she make perfect sense, now, after all this time? Taking a deep breath, he scanned the valley from this height, looking at all the places he'd grown to love since moving to Green Valley. The cliff Anna loved to come and meditate at, Langley's Creek, the vineyards of the Phillipses and the Parkers, and the softly sloping hillsides now teeming with a multitude of flowers. His mam would have loved to see them. Well, she had, many moons ago. Now it was Brady's turn to love it all too. Before he could think twice about it, he stood there, arms and legs out wide, as she fitted him with the seated harness. How did he let himself get roped into these things? Wasn't it enough that he told her he loved her? Now he had to go and prove it. Ready for the ride of your life? Anna bounced, happier than a little girl who'd managed to drag her father to a tea party with 25 stuffed animals as guests, all covered in allergy-inducing cat hair. No, he assured her. At the top of the departure tower, Brady's heart pounded like nothing he'd ever known. Women, life difficulties, death. Challenges? Bring 'em. No big deal. Suspended cables 300 feet above the ground? That was entirely different, thank you very much. And there was no one else in the entire world he would do this for other than Anna Banana Christina Kincaid. Frank, the zipline representative from the installation company, was there, testing the ride out over and over again with his cheeky, "This is easy as pie" grin. The man fixed them to the cable and told them to stand at the yellow line. Once again, Brady absorbed the sights of the most gorgeous land he'd ever seen outside of Ireland, then over at the most beautiful female he'd ever seen outside of his daughter and mother. He took Anna's excited, extended hand. "I'm ready for that," she said. "Me too." Brady waited for Frank's count to push off. 3. For once, he didn't think about the card he'd been dealt in life, didn't think about all he'd lost or what he stood to lose anymore. Instead, he thought about what he'd been blessed with in life, the time he'd had with his parents and his daughter. 2. Daddy loves you, Rian, my sweet girl. I always will. 1. Brady looked at Anna. "You know I love you, right?" Brady gave her a look that warned her she'd have to repay him for this act tenfold later. "And just so you know, I'm going to keep loving you too. Not just today, but for always." "I love you too, Brady. Now shut up and enjoy yourself." Then he pushed off. Or maybe Anna pushed him, and he felt the weight of his massive body rocketing them forward, propelling them to what next adventure he didn't know. But he held fast to Anna's tiny hand the entire ride down, and through his screams and laughter, he knew it was all in good fun. He was in good hands, and he was living in the moment, as it should be. The end.
This has been I'm Gonna Love You, O'Neill Brothers, Home to Green Valley, Book 3. Written by Virna DePaul, narrated by Charles Lawrence. Copyright 2016 by Virna DePaul. Production copyright 2017 by Virna DePaul.